in the country.
Absolutely.
So all this loud noise is absolutely absurd. We should not really look at this kind of a system in which men have all the power, whether you look at from parliament to panchayat,
Right.
you look at family to workplace. Where do women have the power to
Right.
fight back and to be able to protect themselves?
Absolutely.
And also, let me tell you, I do not know how much is this, since he has written in his letter, certainly he has committed suicide. Obviously, police will have to act because all these names have been mentioned in a kind of dying declaration. But police investigated enough.
Police investigation is a must. Here, completely out of time. Rajna Kumari, also Satya Mule joining us. Thank you for joining us. Well, like both the panelists pointed out, a gulf does exist between the justice system and its seekers, and it will possibly take a lot of deliberations that need a lot of empathy to fill that. Time for a short break. More news and updates on the other side.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your lives.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of governance, Delhi,
NDTV brings to you the best breakfast show. The breakfast show only on NDTV 24/7 every morning at 8 a.m.
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number one in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust. In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news, is here.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
We are able to maintain the democratic fabric and the democratic system.
I want to do something that can make a difference.
लगातार जनता की आवाज को सरकार तक पहुंचाने का काम मैं करता हूं.
I was a student up until very recently. I really want to work and do something for my people because they have given me this opportunity. They have elected me.
सोचा नहीं था कि राज्यसभा सांसद बनूंगी.
तो ये हमारी पॉलिसी से आप लाभ ले सकते हैं.
This is NDTV and you're watching NDTV 24/7.
It's a Monday morning. You are watching NDTV 24/7. I'm Parmeshwar Bava. We've got an action-packed bulletin lined up for you from news from across the country and around the world. Let's begin with the headlines we're tracking currently. Nearly a dozen students fainted after fumes engulfed a coaching institute in Jaipur on Sunday evening. Students have been admitted to the hospital. Cops, meanwhile, are investigating the reason behind this. The much-awaited cabinet expansion of the BJP-led government in Maharashtra took place with Governor C.P. Radhakrishnan administering the oath of office to 39 ministers, but the ministers were inducted with a rider. Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis said their tenure will be for 2.5 years and their continuance will depend on a review of their individual performances. Union Home Minister Amit Shah met a group of former Naxals who had surrendered and are now engaged with the security forces in anti-Naxal operations. Mr. Shah reiterated that the anti-Naxal operations in the country are in their final stages and that Naxalism will be completely eradicated by the end of March 2026. The Sri Lankan president is in India on a 3-day visit. India and Sri Lanka are expected to sign 4 pacts, including one on cybersecurity, after President Anura Kumara Dissanayake meets Prime Minister Modi today. NDTV wins big in the NT Awards. Battleground with Sanjay Pugalia wins 2 awards. Left, Right and Centre wins the Best Debate Show. The Last Word wins the Best Primetime News Show. And the NDTV network wins 38 awards in total. Well, let's begin with an update from Rajasthan. Nearly a dozen students fainted after fumes engulfed a coaching institute in Jaipur last evening. And according to the police, the cause of the fumes that enveloped this Utkarsh coaching centre in Gopalpur could not be immediately ascertained. But there were 350 students inside that coaching centre at the time of the incident. And the Assistant Commissioner of Police has said a possible gas leak, toxic fumes from a gutter, or smoke billowing from the kitchen of the house that was adjacent to the coaching facility are among the possible causes that are currently being investigated. Listen in to what police officials had to say, followed by my colleague Harsha's report.
उसके बाद तुरंत हम पुलिस मौके पे गए थे, वहाँ मौका मुआयना भी किया था। वहाँ कोई ऐसी गैस, वहाँ जरूर गटर की बदबू जरूर आ रही थी, क्योंकि वो क्लासरूम काफ़ी बड़ा है, तो हो सकता है कि बच्चों को सफोकेशन से और गटर की बदबू आने से बच्चे बेहोश हो गए।
Well, I spoke to the police commissioner myself, and he has said that the children are absolutely fine. Their parameters are normal, their breathing is normal, and of course, as a precautionary measure, they are being taken to a government hospital, that is the SMS hospital, where the doctors are attending to them and checking all their parameters. But prima facie, he said they're absolutely fine, and there is no cause to worry. I also asked him what appears to have caused this kind of suffocation. So he says there is no gas leak. That also the police are pretty sure about. What he did say was that there was a kitchen next door where apparently something with very strong smell was being cooked. It could have been chilies also, according to the police, but they are of course investigating that. So this very strong sort of smell, reached the classroom, which is adjacent. All the doors and windows were shut because the children were studying. It's cold in Jaipur right now. It's around 10 degrees. So given the temperatures with the doors and windows shut and not much ventilation, this kind of what we say tadka, or this kind of spice that was being cooked, that appears to have kind of caused this reaction in some of these children. So as of now, the police are saying that the children are absolutely all right, and there doesn't seem to be anything like a gas leak that has happened.
With that, let's turn our attention now to Maharashtra, where the much-awaited cabinet expansion of the BJP-led government took place, with Governor C.P. Radhakrishnan administering the oath of office to 39 ministers. But the ministers were inducted with a rider. Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis said their tenure will be for 2.5 years, and their continuance will depend on a review of their individual performances. Listen in to the finer details.
As many as 33 cabinet ministers and 6 ministers of state took oath in Maharashtra as the Mahayuti government expanded its cabinet. Out of 39 ministers sworn in at Raj Bhavan in Nagpur, 19 were from the BJP, 11 from the Shiv Sena, and 9 from the NCP. After the cabinet expansion, Mahayuti put a united front during a joint press conference.
नागपूरकर मुख्यमंत्री देवेंद्रजींचं मी अभिनंदन करतो. आमच्या महायुतीची एक नवीन इनिंग सुरू झालेली आहे. प्लेयर तेच आहेत, विरोधी पक्ष तोच आहे, मॅच नवीन आहे. जसं ते पुन्हा येईन म्हणाले, तसं मी त्यावेळेस म्हणालो होतो की आम्ही दोघं मिळून 200 आमदार निवडून आणणार आणि नंतर तर पुढचे 232 आलेत आपले 37. मग ते अजितदादा आल्यामुळे आपलं बोनस.
हम परफॉर्मेंस ऑडिट ये निश्चित रूप से हर मंत्री का करेंगे और परफॉर्मेंस ऑडिट में जहां ये ध्यान में आएगा कि मंत्री उचित काम नहीं कर रहे उस समय उस मंत्री का पुनर्विचार किया जाए.
The Mahayuti 2.0 cabinet also saw an increased number of the first-time MLAs.
सब जन का मैं दिल से मैं उनका शुक्रिया अदा करता हूं कि मुझ जैसे एक युवा हिंदुत्ववादी विचार के कार्यकर्ताओं को इतनी मंत्री पद की जिम्मेदारी उन्होंने दी. अब इस जिम्मेदारी के माध्यम से हिंदुत्ववादी विचार को हम और भक्कम करने की कोशिश करेंगे और उसके साथ महाराष्ट्र का विकास करेंगे.
However, several senior leaders of NCP and Shiv Sena skipped the oath-taking ceremony. Chhaggan Bhujbal, Dilip Walze Patil, Tanaji Sawant and Deepak Kesarkar were among the others who skipped the swearing-in ceremony.
वरिष्ठ नेताओं को जिनको अभी संधि नहीं मिली है, यही टर्म में, यही 5 साल में शिंदे साहब उनको भी संधि जरूर देंगे. माननीय शिंदे साहब जो निर्णय करेंगे वो हमको मान्य रहेगा.
There are reports that some leaders are upset as they were promised a berth but never got one. Be it Narendra Bhondekar, a Shiv Sena MLA from Bhandara who has resigned from the party post, or Ramdas Athavale from RPI-A who expressed his dissent for not getting even a single cabinet berth.
RPI को मंत्री पद देना चाहिए और ये खाली बीजेपी की जिम्मेदारी नहीं है. यहाँ माननीय एकनाथ शिंदे जी और अजित दादा पवार जी इनकी भी भूमिका इसमें रहनी चाहिए. रिपब्लिकन पार्टी का वोट उनकी कैंडिडेट को भी मिला है, वो भी कैंडिडेट चुनकर आए हैं. तो तीनों ने मिलकर आरपीआई को एक मंत्री पद देने का विचार करने की आवश्यकता है.
In Maharashtra cabinet, many new young faces have been inducted. Maharashtra cabinet has taken shape after massive mandate and hectic parleys, but the question still remains about portfolio allocation. With Anuj Raite, Bureau Report, NDTV.
With that, let's turn our attention now to Delhi, where ahead of the elections, slum politics has intensified. Delhi BJP leaders are staying overnight in slums across the city, and the BJP has said that the Aam Aadmi Party is all set to be ousted out of Delhi. The Aam Aadmi Party, meanwhile, has said that the BJP is trying to take over Delhi's slums. The Aam Aadmi Party asserts that this is BJP's electoral campaign to counter the AAP in the upcoming polls. Listen in to what the BJP had to say, followed by a rebuttal from the Aam Aadmi Party.
सर, आप यहाँ पर इनफैक्ट पूरे रात रहने वाले हैं. बहुत से लोगों ने आपने अभी बातचीत भी की है. क्या कुछ आपको लग रहा है कि यहाँ के लोगों के लिए क्या कुछ दिक्कतें अभी?
ये अरविंद केजरीवाल के कुशासन का खुलासा हो रहा है. जिस तरह से भ्रष्टाचार किया गया दिल्ली में, फ्री बिजली पानी के नाम पे लोगों को ठगा गया है. वो ये बता रहे हैं झुग्गीवासी कि हमें बिजली का बिल, इनका पिछले महीने का बिल 2800 रुपये था. तो अगर इतने एक कमरे का बिल 2800 रुपये देना पड़ रहा है, तो आप समझ लीजिए दिल्ली की स्थिति क्या है. और हम जो इस प्रवास कर रहे हैं, आज 1000 झुग्गियों में हमारे कार्यकर्ता रुक रहे हैं, और हम उन झुग्गी वालों को ये विश्वास दिला रहे हैं कि दिल्ली में जब डबल इंजन की सरकार बनेगी, माननीय प्रधानमंत्री के नेतृत्व में, दिल्ली में समुचित विकास होगा और इनका जीवन मान सम्मान का, उसकी चिंता भारतीय जनता पार्टी करेगी.
सर, क्योंकि आज आप यहाँ पर रात्रि प्रवास करने वाले हैं, क्या कुछ आपका रहने वाला है आज का पूरा प्लान?
नहीं, अभी तो हम इन सब झुग्गी वाले जो हमारे भाई बहन हैं, बच्चे हैं, उनके साथ अभी देखा हम खेल रहे थे. अभी इन सबसे मिलना होगा, बाहर सबके साथ बैठेंगे, देर रात तक यहाँ एक चौपाल जमेगी, चर्चाएँ होंगी, और उसके बाद इनकी समस्याओं को लेकर जो इनका फीडबैक है वो हम अपने मैनिफेस्टो में भी लेकर आएंगे, और कैसे इनकी समस्याओं को दूर कर पाएँ इसका प्रयास हम करेंगे.
Poor slum dwellers are believed to be core voters of Aam Aadmi Party, but this time around we are seeing BJP launching this Pravas campaign, where they're residing at a slum dweller's home. Do you think BJP is trying to get into the core vote bank of the Aam Aadmi Party this time?
नहीं, मैं गया था सभी स्लम से, मैंने पता किया था कि भाई बीजेपी के नेता आए थे, कहते हाँ जी वो प्लॉट देखने आए थे, तो वो प्लॉट चेक कर रहे हैं कि भाई कौन से प्लॉट पे कौन कब्जा करेगा. वो चाहते हैं कि भाई सारे प्लॉटों में झुग्गियाँ तोड़ दी जाएँ और वहाँ पे उनके अपने बड़े आलीशान बिल्डिंगें बन जाएं. ऐसा उन्होंने बॉम्बे में किया भी था बीजेपी वालों ने, वैसे ही करने की तैयारी कर रहे हैं.
Meanwhile, a fresh war of words between the Aam Aadmi Party and the BJP has erupted in the national capital over Rohingyas. Delhi Chief Minister Atishi has written to Union Home Minister Amit Shah, raising concerns over the resettlement of Rohingyas in the national capital. Union Minister Hardeep Puri hit back, accusing the Aam Aadmi Party of diversionary politics and spreading false narratives ahead of the Delhi polls in 2025. Here's our report.
A fresh war of words between Aam Aadmi Party and the Bharatiya Janata Party has erupted in the national capital over Rohingyas. Delhi Chief Minister Atishi has written to the Union Home Minister Amit Shah, raising concerns over the resettlement of Rohingyas in the national capital. The letter, sent amidst an ongoing political tussle between Aam Aadmi Party and the BJP, highlights what Atishi described as the centre's failure to protect India's borders, leading to the infiltration and alleged settlement of Rohingyas in Delhi.
एक स्टेट से दूसरे स्टेट में इलीगल इमिग्रेंट्स की आवाजाही रोकना किसकी जिम्मेदारी थी? ये जिम्मेदारी सिर्फ और सिर्फ भारतीय जनता पार्टी शासित केंद्र सरकार की है और हमारे गृह मंत्री अमित शाह जी की है। और आज ये बिल्कुल साफ हो गया है कि वो इस जिम्मेदारी को पूरा करने में 100% फेल हैं।
Citing a 2022 social media post by Union Minister Hardeep Singh Puri, who had announced the shifting of Rohingya refugees to EWS flats in the city's Bakarwala area, Atishi claimed it was evidence of the centre's active involvement in settling the refugees.
क्या भारतीय जनता पार्टी की इस रेफ्यूजी पॉलिसी के तहत दिल्ली में और देश के अनेकों हिस्सों में सोच समझकर रोहिंग्या शरणार्थियों को बसाया गया?
Hitting back, Union Minister Hardeep Singh Puri accused Aam Aadmi Party of indulging in politics of diversion, false narratives and half-truths. He clarified that no Rohingya migrants have been given a government house in Delhi.
रोहिंग्या और बांग्लादेशियों को अपना वोट बैंक बनाने का काम आम आदमी पार्टी करती है और आम आदमी पार्टी ने वोट तुष्टीकरण के लिए इनको पालने का काम किया। इसलिए जब हम कहते हैं कि उनके वोटों की जांच हो, उनकी जांच पड़ताल हो, तो इनको दर्द होता है। वो दर्द हमें समझ में आता है।
In the run-up to the Delhi Assembly polls due in February 2025, the ruling Aam Aadmi Party and BJP have been hitting out at one another over the issue of illegal Rohingya and Bangladeshi people staying in the national capital. Last week, the Delhi LG Secretariat directed the Chief Secretary and Police Commissioner of Delhi launch a 2-month special drive to identify and take strict action against illegal Bangladeshi immigrants residing in the national capital. With Anushka Garg, Bureau Report, NDTV.
In other news, Anura Kumara Dissanayake, Sri Lanka's newly elected president, is visiting New Delhi for the second time in just 10 months. Yet there's a big difference this time around. You know, the last time he was here, he led a delegation of NPP leaders. This time, it is his maiden overseas visit after taking over as president. Mr. Dissanayake will hold bilateral discussions with Prime Minister Modi and President Draupadi Murmu. In fact, he met our External Affairs Minister Dr. S. Jaishankar. But a little bit of context for you here. In recent years, India has made significant investments in Sri Lanka's infrastructure and will be keen to strengthen commercial linkages with Colombo, despite China's role as the island's highest bilateral lender.
After a thumping victory in his country's parliamentary elections, Sri Lankan President Anura Kumara Dissanayake is all set to shape Sri Lanka's future and his first course of action, reaching out to crucial ally India. Dissanayake, often referred to as AKD, has arrived in New Delhi for a 3-day visit. He is accompanied by Sri Lanka's foreign minister and deputy finance minister. Choosing India for his first foreign trip as president marks a shift in Dissanayake's foreign policy, moving away from China. Despite his past support for left-leaning and pro-China policies, the Sri Lankan leader has stressed that he will not let Sri Lanka be dragged into any geopolitical contest between New Delhi and Beijing. The visit marks a new chapter in the often complicated Indo-Lankan relations, especially considering India's historical tensions with the JVP, the party leading Dissanyake's coalition. The JVP was notably opposed to Indian interventions, particularly during the 1980s when the India-Sri Lankan peace agreement was signed. Dissanayake too made his name during the anti-India protests in 1980s. However, he has since toned down his anti-India rhetoric significantly, indicating his willingness to work with New Delhi. As Sri Lanka plays a key role in India's Sagar and neighborhood first policies, Dissanayake is expected to engage in talks with Prime Minister Modi, Foreign Minister Jaishankar, and President Murmu. Key topics are likely to include investments, infrastructure connectivity, debt restructuring, and ongoing fishing disputes. As Dissanayake begins his official visit, it will be interesting to see how India engages with Sri Lanka's new president and how the visit shapes the future of Indo-Lankan relations. With Disha Bagchi, Bureau Report, NDTV World.
As always, news and updates continue in a moment right after this very short break. Don't go anywhere.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
Download any single ID partner app, link your card and earn rewards with top brand.
Get it free with single ID.
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number 1 in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news is here.
I've been reporting
reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India.
Welcome back. Union Home Minister Amit Shah launched a mobile application for the registration of births and deaths, named the Civil Registration System mobile app. Now, this aims to streamline and reduce the time required for these registrations. This is an attempt to make registration work hassle-free. In fact, my colleague Aarti will be joining us with the latest details on what this app actually has to offer and what are the USPs. But as far as the registration is concerned, there'll be updates on NPR, the ration card, as well as the poll roll. There'll be a digital certificate that will be available as well. And this will be valid for education, marriage purposes too. Amit Shah has launched this mobile application for the registration of births and deaths. It's called the Civil Registration System mobile app. The aim is to streamline and reduce time for civil registrations. In fact, my colleague Aarti has been tracking the launch and all the features. She joins us over the phone line at the moment. Aarti, take us through all the features that will be available on the civil registration app.
Right, this is a landmark application at this point, in fact, Parmeshwar. So this civil registration app is going to enhance governance through technology, right? So births and deaths can be registered at any time from any location just using that state's official language as well. So it's available for grassroots also, and all the births and deaths after the 1st of October 2023 will need to be digitally registered through this official portal. That's crs.org.i.government.in. And these digital birth certificates that will be generated through this application can serve as a single document to validate births for essential services. That includes educational admissions, government jobs as well, marriage registrations. And not just that, it's also interesting that the CSR, or the Civil Registration System, will be helping to update the National Population Register, ration cards, property registration, electoral rolls as well. And interestingly, this application is aimed at reducing the time that it takes and the hassle-free procedure that it provides for users to ensure that they register births and deaths. Parmeshwar.
Thanks so much, Aarti, for joining us with that update. Well, as always, news and updates continue on the other side of this very short break. Don't go anywhere.
We are able to maintain the democratic fabric and the democratic system.
I want to do something that can make a difference.
लगातार जनता की आवाज को सरकार तक पहुंचाने का काम मैं करता हूं.
I was a student up until very recently. I really want to work and do something for my people because they have given me this opportunity. They have elected me.
सोचा नहीं था कि राज्यसभा सांसद बनूंगी.
यशस्वी प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी के मार्गदर्शन एवं मुख्यमंत्री योगी आदित्यनाथ के कुशल प्रबंधन से महाकुंभ 2025 अब तक का सबसे भव्य, दिव्य, हरित और सुरक्षित आयोजन होगा। 13 जनवरी अर्थात पौष पूर्णिमा को अमृत स्नान से महाकुंभ 2025 का विधिवत शंखनाद होगा। 26 फरवरी को महाशिवरात्रि पर अमृत स्नान तक कुल 6 प्रमुख स्नान होंगे। सदियों से चले आ रहे अमृत स्नान में सभी 13 अखाड़े शामिल होंगे। सोने चांदी की पालकी एवं हाथी घोड़े पर सवार साधु संत आध्यात्मिक शक्ति तथा वैभव का प्रदर्शन करते हुए अमृत स्नान करेंगे। मान्यता है कि शुभ मुहूर्त में डुबकी लगाने से अमरता का वरदान मिलता है। पुण्य और अमृतत्व की इसी अभिलाषा को हृदय में समेटे प्रयागराज महाकुंभ में पहुंचने वाले श्रद्धालुओं एवं तीर्थ यात्रियों के स्वागत के लिए तत्पर है महाकुंभ मेला स्थल। जन्म जन्मांतर के पुण्य खिले, आओ हम महाकुंभ चलें।
Make every drive a celebration with Shkara Year-End Bash. Get special benefits up to rupees 2.9 lakh on Shkara Kushak and Slavia. Book now.
Skoda.
Festival of Faith, the world's biggest spiritual festival, the divine dip at the spiritual Sangam, a sacred confluence of faith, culture and heritage. NDTV's mega coverage of the Mega Fest. NDTV at Mahakumbh 2025.
Today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news is here.
आप मुझे नहीं जानते, लेकिन मेरे काम को जरूर जानते होंगे। कभी इनकम टैक्स ऑफिसर बनके, कभी IRCTC का ऑफिसर बनके या कुछ और बनके रिफंड स्कैम करता हूँ। कैसे? जी मैं इनकम टैक्स से बोल रहा हूँ। आपका 40,000 का रिफंड प्रोसेस हुआ है, जो कि एक डिजिटल वेरिफिकेशन के बाद आपके बैंक अकाउंट में आ जाएगा। रिफंड के लालच में आप खुश हो जाओगे, फिर मैं आपके मोबाइल पे एक छोटा सा लिंक भेजूंगा, आप उस पर बिना सोचे समझे क्लिक करोगे और फंस जाओगे।
मिस्टर स्कैमर, फंसोगे और पकड़े भी जाओगे। कोई भी गवर्नमेंट बॉडी रिफंड के लिए कॉल या लिंक नहीं भेजती। स्कैमर्स के घिसे पिटे तरीके अब नहीं बनेंगे डिस्ट्रैक्शन। इंडिया स्टॉप, थिंक देन टेक एक्शन।
You are able to maintain the democratic fabric and the democratic system.
I want to do something that can make a difference.
लगातार जनता की आवाज को सरकार तक पहुंचाने का काम मैं करता हूं।
I was a student up until very recently. I really want to work and do something for my people because they have given me this opportunity. They have elected me.
तो सोचा नहीं था कि राज्यसभा सांसद बनूंगी।
B6 Mahindra Electric Origin SUVs.
Pure wash electronic seat by Kohler. Wish everything was this intelligent.
You are watching the World 24/7 on the NDTV network. I'm Parmeshwar Bava. Let's begin with the top stories we're tracking currently. India and Sri Lanka are expected to sign 4 pacts, including one on cybersecurity, after President Anura Kumara Dissanayake meets Prime Minister Modi today. Hundreds and possibly thousands of people are feared dead after the French Indian Ocean territory was devastated by a powerful cyclone. Britain officially became the 12th member of a Trans-Pacific Trade Pact, which includes Japan, Australia and Canada, as it seeks to deepen ties in the region and build its global trade links after leaving the European Union. Bitcoin surged to a record high above $105,000 in early Asian trade today, extending gains made since Republican Donald Trump, who has promised to champion cryptocurrencies, was elected US President in November. South Korea's conservative president, Yoon Suk-yeol, has reportedly failed to obey a summons from prosecutors investigating him on charges including insurrection as he faces impeachment after declaring martial law. Tokyo city government will give staff a 4-day week in an effort to boost Japan's declining birth rate. This as the country's population is expected to fall for the 16th year in a row. Well, a big focus. In a pivotal moment for India-Sri Lanka relations, President Anura Kumara Dissanayake is set to sign 4 key agreements, including one on cyber security when he meets Prime Minister Modi today. Now, Mr. Dissanayake, who touched down in New Delhi last evening, is on a historic state visit from the 15th till the 17th of December and his first international trip since taking office back in September. Now, during this visit, he will also meet with our President Draupadi Murmu and engage in high-level talks with Prime Minister Modi on a range of pressing bilateral, regional and global issues, is what we're told by the Ministry of External Affairs. The President's agenda includes attending a major business event, this will be in New Delhi, and visiting the sacred site of Bodh Gaya as well. By the way, this visit is seen as a significant step in strengthening the robust, multi-dimensional ties between our two nations. And Mr. Dissanayake's choice of India for his inaugural foreign visit, it does send a powerful message, as many have highlighted, underscoring his commitment to deepening Sri Lanka's ties with its neighbour. Analysts in fact argue that this decision is a clear signal of the importance that he places on fostering a closer relationship with India, especially after the unexpected rise to power, breaking free from the traditional political elite.
After a thumping victory in his country's parliamentary elections, Sri Lankan President Anura Kumara Dissanayake is all set to shape Sri Lanka's future and his first course of action, reaching out to crucial ally India. Dissanayake, often referred to as AKD, has arrived in New Delhi for a 3-day visit. He is accompanied by Sri Lanka's Foreign Minister and Deputy Finance Minister. Choosing India for his first foreign trip as president marks a shift in Dissanayake's foreign policy, moving away from China. Despite his past support for left-leaning and pro-China policies, the Sri Lankan leader has stressed that he will not let Sri Lanka be dragged into any geopolitical contest between New Delhi and Beijing. The visit marks a new chapter in the often complicated Indo-Lankan relations, especially considering India's historical tensions with the JVP, the party leading Dissanayake's coalition. The JVP was notably opposed to Indian interventions, particularly during the 1980s when the India-Sri Lankan peace agreement was signed. Dissanayake too made his name during the anti-India protests in 1980s. However, he has since toned down his anti-India rhetoric significantly, indicating his willingness to work with New Delhi. As Sri Lanka plays a key role in India's Sagar and neighborhood first policies, Dissanayake is expected to engage in talks with Prime Minister Modi, Foreign Minister Jay Shankar, and President Murmu. Key topics are likely to include investments, infrastructure connectivity, debt restructuring, and ongoing fishing disputes. As Dissanayake begins his official visit, it will be interesting to see how India engages with Sri Lanka's new president and how the visit shapes the future of Indo-Lankan relations. With Disha Bakji, Bureau Report, NDTV World.
My colleague Mohammad Ghazali is tracking this touchdown very closely. He joins us live at the moment. Ghazali, as you have been reporting, India and Sri Lanka are set to sign 4 key agreements today. Take us through the details you know and also the plan of action.
See,
Parmeshwar, particularly we need to understand that besides this MOUs which we generally sign with many countries or the head of the states who visit here, what is the other significance of this visit? This is the first official visit of the Sri Lankan president who has come to power just last month, or in November the final vote count was done. And why this is significant? Because we know that how China is expanding its influence in and around the Indian Ocean region. We saw the regime change in Bangladesh, then Bangladesh's Jamaat party and other members were hobnobbing with the Chinese. We also saw how Maldives, the president there, President Moizu, he also came to power on an anti-India plank, but he recalibrated his approach with India. India took out developmental projects in Maldives. Similarly, with Sri Lanka, the Sri Lankan president has an history of his political ambitions or political journey through anti-India plank, but after that, what a wise move was Delhi was that before even the elections, the same president had visited here, India, and has met Dr. Jaishankar. Immediately after his victory, Dr. Jaishankar visited Colombo, being the first Indian official or any senior official from any other neighboring countries to visit Sri Lanka, extend the invitation, and now the president is here. What Mr. Sri Lankan president is expecting from India, he has praised in the past about the Aadhaar card kind of enrollment back in Sri Lanka, or even cooperative like Amul. And besides that, the maritime security is one area where India will certainly would like to have a joint cooperation, because on India's insistence, Sri Lanka had worked on the suggestion of not allowing Chinese rings in the Indian Ocean region near the Sri Lankan waters. So these are certain issues which will certainly come up for discussion, but besides that, there will be MOUs on different sectors which India will likely to have with Sri Lanka. And Sri Lanka also knows the fact that back in 2022, during the economic turmoil there, India was the first one to offer a bailout package for Sri Lanka, and Sri Lanka knows it very well, and that is why even the new president who has arrived in India, these issues will certainly come up. Another major issue which has not made the headlines is about how India has been working on public diplomacy. We know that there is a large section of population which is Buddhist. We have, and the president is also expected to visit Bodh Gaya in the Gaya district of Bihar for religious tourism. So these kind of avenues are there for India and Sri Lanka to work together during this trip of president.
As always, Ghazali, thanks so much for joining us with the update, contextualizing the relations for us. As my colleague Mohammed Ghazali is reporting, this visit marks a new chapter in the often complicated Indo-Lankan relations, especially considering India's historical tensions with the JVP, which is the party leading Mr. Dissanayke's coalition. With that, let's turn our attention to what's happening as far as the Middle East is concerned. Israel's government has agreed to double its population on the occupied Golan Heights, while saying threats from Syria remain, despite the moderate tone of rebel leaders who forcibly removed President Bashar al-Assad just a week ago. Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, in a statement, has said, strengthening the Golan is strengthening the state of Israel, and it is especially important at this time. He added that we will continue to hold on to it, cause it to blossom, and settle in it. Listen in.
אין לנו עניין להתעמת עם סוריה. אנחנו נקבע את מדיניות ישראל כלפי סוריה לפי המציאות המתהווה בשטח. אני מזכיר שבמשך עשרות שנים סוריה הייתה מדינת אויב אקטיבית לישראל. היא תקפה אותנו שוב ושוב, היא אפשרה לאחרים לתקוף אותנו משטחה, היא אפשרה לאיראן לחמש את חיזבאללה דרך שטחה.
In other news, Israel has also announced that it will close its embassy in Ireland, citing Dublin's decision last week to support a petition at the International Court of Justice accusing Israel of genocide. The move was actually announced by the Israeli foreign minister, who said it was prompted by the Irish government's extreme anti-Israel policies. But you must also note that Israel has not applied similar measures to other countries. That includes Egypt, Spain, and Mexico that also joined that petition. Meanwhile, the US is in direct contact with the Syrian rebel faction that led the ouster of Bashar al-Assad. This is what officials have confirmed. And the success of the main rebel group, which the US designates as a terror organization, you must note, has sparked debate among Western officials over how or if to engage as Syria's political transformation unfolds. Secretary of State Antony Blinken, who pushed Washington's vision for Syria's political transition on a trip through the region this week, praised the positive words that we've heard, but what really counts is action, adding that the US could consider lifting sanctions enacted against Assad. That's a huge update. Washington is not alone in angling to shape post-war Syria, though. Turkey reopened its Damascus embassy just over the weekend, while Israeli leaders have called for more settlements in the occupied Golan Heights. Holly McKay joins us now from Washington, D.C. to make sense of what's going on and for further clarity. Holly, is the United States sending mixed signals by engaging with the Syrian rebel faction while also still designating it as a terrorist organization?
Well, it's certainly a very complicated situation, but I think that you have to deal with the reality that exists, not the reality you want. And the reality that exists is that HTS are the ones that led this offensive and are currently in charge of this transitional government. So I think it makes much more sense for the United States to have a seat at that table for what the next Syria looks like than to not have a seat at that table. And to have a seat does require dialogue. And as someone who's been a war reporter for a very long time, I will always take the option of dialogue over any other type of kinetic conflict.
Right, but with reports indicating that the US is considering lifting sanctions on Assad, Holly, doesn't this signal a shift in its policy towards the Syrian regime, or would you argue that it's simply strategic maneuvering?
It absolutely. Well, there's a lot of strategic maneuvering, but it does mark a very significant shift in the policy that the United States has had towards individuals that have been part of Al-Qaeda and other terrorist groups. And I think that it will cause a lot of criticism. There is a lot of reason to be concerned because right now HTS is very much on its best behavior. We've had no real signs of anything that indicates sort of taking a very extreme approach to managing Syria, but time will tell. And so that could really come back to hurt the government if they do end up lifting those sanctions. But I think it is going to be a little bit of a gamble that lawmakers are going to have to end up taking if they want to play a part in what the next Syria looks like.
Right. And what would you say the re-engagement of international powers like Turkey and Israel in Syria reveal about the changing power dynamics as far as the Middle East is concerned?
I think Syria is in a very strategic place in the Middle East. And I think we've had the Bashar al-Assad government for a long time and his father before that. So this is a really marked shift for the region. And anytime that happens, everybody is going to want some form of influence. Obviously, Turkey and Israel are right on the border of Syria, so they're going to want to have their interests met and their national security concerns assuaded as much as possible. And so that does require being involved in the country to any degree as possible. And that's also another reason why the United States, I think, is choosing to engage with HTS because Turkey is a NATO partner and Turkey is the primary backer of HTS. So it is a very awkward situation when you have a NATO partner that is supporting a group and you have the United States that designate it as a terrorist, and that can cause a lot of internal conflict. And so I think we're going to see a lot of these issues coming up. And there's going to be a lot more questions before we get answers as the government unfolds. And I think the primary issue or concern is hoping that everybody gets some form of representation because people didn't have this for a very long time. Right. And so I think that the United States' central mission here is to make sure that the Alawites, the Shia, the Christians and other minority groups are able to have their say in a government for the first time.
Holly, thanks so much as always for joining us on NDTV. We will, of course, revert to you for regular updates.
Thank you.
Meanwhile, former Syrian leader Bashar al-Assad airlifted nearly 2 tons of cash worth $250 million to Russia. This is during 2018 and 2019, as per documents that the Financial Times has reviewed. So Syria's toppled dictator secretly transported around $250 million in cash to Moscow over a 2-year period, during which Syria heavily relied on Russia's support. According to a Financial Times report, Assad's regime flew 2 tons of banknotes into Moscow between 2018 and 2019, where they were deposited into Russian banks. This was a time when Russia provided crucial military assistance, including mercenaries from the Wagner Group, and at the same time, Assad's family was purchasing luxury properties in Moscow. The regime has been accused of looting Syria's wealth and turning to criminal activities to fund its brutal war against its own citizens. And trade records, in fact, show that shipments included large amounts of US and Euro banknotes, with one 2019 flight carrying about $10 million in $100 bills for Assad's central bank. Later, this is in 2019 in February, another flight carried 20 dollar bills and 500 euro bills in this flight that was secretly transported to Moscow for Assad's purposes. And a secretive Russian intelligence agency is behind Moscow's most intense campaign of repression since the 1950s. This is what the Wall Street Journal has revealed. The story, the first written by Wall Street Journal reporter Evan Gershkovich, actually since he was freed after 16 months in a Russian prison, spotlights the Department for Counterintelligence Operations, which led Gershkovich's arrest. And what is this Russian spy unit actually up to? Well, the spy unit has accelerated efforts to arrest other US citizens in Russia, harassed Western diplomats, and is key to President Vladimir Putin's grip on power. This is what the Journal is reporting, adding that Russia's growing conflict with the West has only intensified Putin's obsession with spies. A Russian investigator told Gershkovich he was accused of being a CIA agent purely on the department's orders. Well, let's turn our attention now to Britain, which has officially become the 12th member of the Comprehensive and Progressive Agreement for Trans-Pacific Partnership, joining economic heavyweights, like Japan, Australia and Canada. This actually marks a significant step in Britain's post-Brexit strategy to strengthen its global trade network and also deepen ties in the fast-growing Asia-Pacific region. Having announced its intention to join the pact last year, Britain now enters its largest trade agreement since leaving the European Union. Now, this move allows the UK to benefit from the CPTPP's trade rules and reduce tariffs with 8 of the 11 current members, that's Brunei, Chile, Japan, Malaysia, New Zealand, Peru, Singapore and Vietnam, effective immediately. Well, in other news, about hundreds and possibly thousands of people are feared dead after the French Indian Ocean territory was devastated by a powerful cyclone. Rescue workers, as we speak, are still attempting to reach some communities as they search for survivors. Now, entire settlements were flattened when Cyclone Chido brought wind speeds of more than 225 kilometers per hour, with the poorest living in makeshift shelters particularly hard hit. Some of Mayo's population of 320,000 have said that they are struggling with severe shortages of food, severe shortages of water and shelter as well. Well, let's switch tracks now. Bitcoin has surged to a record high above $105,000 in early Asian trade, extending gains made since Republican Donald Trump, who has promised to champion cryptocurrencies, was elected US president back in November. Now, the price rose on news reports over the weekend that Trump would go ahead with a Bitcoin Strategic Reserve Fund, according to Tony Sycamore, an analyst at IG. Well, news and updates continue in a moment. Do stay tuned.
New day, new show, a new experience. Start your day with the news, not views. We bring you stories that matter and impact your lives. News that informs and keeps you ahead. From maximum city, Mumbai, to the seat of governance, Delhi, NDTV brings to you the best breakfast show. The breakfast show only on NDTV 24/7 every morning at 8 a.m.
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number 1 in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news is here.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of maximum city is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Nishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Festival of Faith, the world's biggest spiritual festival, the divine dip at the spiritual Sangam, a sacred confluence of faith, culture and heritage. NDTV's mega coverage of the Mega Fest. NDTV at Mahakumbh 2025. We are able to maintain the democratic fabric and the democratic.
Welcome back. A Russian tanker carrying more than 4,000 tons of oil products has sunk in the Black Sea amid stormy conditions, while a second has run aground, threatening an ecological disaster. A Russian oil tanker carrying thousands of tons of oil products split apart during a heavy storm just yesterday, spilling oil into the Kerch Strait, while another tanker was also in distress after sustaining damage, Russian officials have confirmed. And the vessels were in the Kerch Strait between mainland Russia and Crimea, which Russia annexed from Ukraine in 2014 when they issued distress signals. With that, let's turn our attention to Japan. Tokyo city government will give staff a 4-day week in an effort to boost Japan's declining birth rate. The country's population is expected to fall for the 16th year in a row, and municipal authorities hope that a 4-on, 3-off work schedule could make childcare easier and less expensive, and in turn the thought of parenting less daunting. So essentially, Tokyo's government staff will have the choice of adjusting their hours to free up 1 day a week where they do not have to work. It comes as the number of babies born in Japan last year fell to the lowest since records actually began back in 1899, as the government warns the next 6 years to 2030 may be the country's last chance to reverse the trend. In fact, several other Japanese jurisdictions have introduced similar measures, as have South Africa, Brazil, as well as Germany. And a quick update from China now, where Beijing is urging Chinese schools to integrate artificial intelligence into curriculums for kids as young as 6 in a bid to build up domestic talent in the country's intensifying tech rivalry with the United States. In fact, in a new directive, the Ministry of Education in China has said the move would meet China's future demand for innovative talent by making AI classes the norm. This is going to be by the year 2030, which is just around the corner. Experts believe China is lagging behind the United States in generative artificial intelligence by at least a year and is in danger of falling further behind, despite Beijing launching a push to boost AI in universities as well as schools back in 2018. And meanwhile, pro-EU protesters took to the streets in Georgia as an electoral college dominated by the ruling party chose a new president known for his vehement anti-West views and opposition to LGBTQ rights. Take a look at the details.
In a fresh blow to the country's EU aspirations, Georgia has elected former soccer player and a hardline Western critic Mikhail Kavalashvili as its new president. Mikhail is set to replace a pro-Western president just as protests intensify over the government's decision to suspend European Union talks last month. For over 2 weeks, tens of thousands of protesters have gathered outside Parliament every night. Mikhail, the only candidate on the ballot, secured an easy victory. Mikhail is a founder of the Power's People Party, known for being the main voice for anti-Western propaganda. He is a fierce critic of the West and has made numerous claims this year that Western intelligence agencies are trying to push Georgia into a war with Russia, which controlled the country for 2 centuries until 1991. Ahead of the vote, hundreds of protesters gathered outside Parliament. Some even played soccer in the streets, waving red cards at the building as a jab at the incoming president's soccer background.
Our new president, Kavlashvili, has zero education. He is not right for the position of president, and he has zero experience in how to rule a country.
Outgoing President Salom Zurabichvili, a staunch pro-EU critic of the ruling Georgian Dream Party, has emerged as a leader of the protest movement, declaring that she will remain president even after her term concludes. She has called the parliament illegitimate. The 4 main opposition groups have rejected Mikhail and have boycotted parliament, insisting that the election held in October was rigged. With Mikhail's inauguration approaching, Georgia faces continued protests and growing division over its future, especially regarding its ties with the West. The coming weeks will reveal how this political tension plays out. Samia Afsar, NDTV World.
Thank you for investing your time in watching this edition of The World 24/7. As always, we'll keep tracking the latest updates for you. Do stay tuned.
New day, new show, a new experience. Start your day with the news, not views. We bring you stories that matter and impact your lives. News that informs and keeps you ahead. From maximum city, Mumbai, to the state of governance, Delhi, NDTV brings to you the best breakfast show. The breakfast show only on NDTV 24/7 every morning at 8 a.m.
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number 1 in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news is here.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of maximum city is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Mahakumbh, a festival of faith. The world's biggest spiritual festival. The divine dip at the spiritual Sangam. A sacred confluence of faith, culture and heritage. NDTV's mega coverage of the Mega Fest. NDTV at Mahakumbh 2025.
are able to maintain the democratic fabric and the democratic system.
I want to do something that can make a difference.
लगातार जनता की आवाज को सरकार तक पहुंचाने का काम मैं करता हूं.
I was a student up until very recently. I really want to work and do something for my people because they have given me this opportunity. They have elected me.
सोचा नहीं था कि राज्यसभा सांसद बनूंगी. New day, new show, a new experience. Start your day with the
Hello everyone, a very good morning. You're watching Breakfast Show on NDTV. I'm Radhika Ramaswamy coming to you from Mumbai. Divya is also joining us from Delhi. Divya, from proceedings in Parliament, including a possible constitution debate by Amit Shah in Rajya Sabha, to first day of Assembly session in Maharashtra after cabinet expansion, to Sri Lankan President's visit to India. However, we begin with some unfortunate news, Divya, of Zakir Hussain's demise.
That's right. At 73, the Tabla Maestro, a four-time Grammy Award winner, has died after a lung complication in San Francisco. He had been admitted into the ICU for the last 2 weeks. We'll get you all the details. First, the headlines. Zakir Hussain is no more, and tributes are pouring in for the Tabla Maestro from the world over. Cabinet ministers, including celebrities, all, sending in their condolence messages for the 73-year-old four-time Grammy Award winner, Tabla Maestro Zakir Hussain.
Students faint in a Jaipur coaching centre. Many students are fainted due to foul smell. Nearly a dozen students are fainting after fumes engulfed a coaching institute in Jaipur.
And in Maharashtra, right after that cabinet expansion where 39 ministers were sworn in, 19 from the BJP, 11 from Shiv Sena, 9 from the NCP. Now this includes the BJP's, when we're talking about Bhavan Kule, and NCP's Hassan Mushrif, and Sena's Uday Samant that took oath. And now a day after that, this will be the first day of the assembly session.
Amit Shah meets surrendered Naxals in Bastar. In fact, he says a pledge to make Chhattisgarh Naxal free. Says Hope, daughter of Bastar, wins medals in 2036 Olympics.
And Sri Lankan president is expected here. He started his visit to India yesterday. In fact, he met with External Affairs Minister S. Shankar yesterday. Today, he will be meeting with Prime Minister Modi.
NDTV wins big in the NT Awards battleground with Sanjay Pugalia wins 2 awards. Left, Right and Centre wins Best Debate Show. Last Word wins Best Primetime News Show. NDTV Network wins 38 awards in total. We begin this bulletin with some grim news. Divya, Tabla Maestro Zakir Hussain, renowned for his innovative fusion of Indian classical music, jazz, passed away at 73 in San Francisco. The Grammy-winning musician, son of a legendary tabla player, Allah Rakha, collaborated with several notable artists worldwide. He has definitely left an indelible mark on the music world, Divya.
That's right. The Maestro's family has confirmed reports of his passing away. He'd been admitted to that hospital for the past 2 weeks in San Francisco. He was later taken to the ICU after his condition had worsened, and according to reports, he had been admitted after experiencing heart-related issues. It was actually a lung issue that actually resulted in the death of the Maestro. He has received numerous accolades, including being conferred with the Padma Vibhushan and winning 4 Grammy Awards, out of which 3 were won just this year, Radhika. He started playing at the tender age of 7 and was performing across India as young as 12 years old. He was all of 12 and he was playing across the entire country, and he had composed for many Indian and international films. The world mourns the loss of Ustad Zakir Hussain, the Tabla Maestro, whose rhythms have touched hearts globally, Radhika.
Absolutely. a big loss, certainly. He was not just a musician, he was a beacon of cultural harmony, blending ancient with modern, East with West. This year, in fact, he achieved a historic feat by winning 3 Grammy Awards, Divya. In fact, this is a testament to his exceptional talent. He carries forward the legacy. He, in fact, carried forward the legacy of his father, the legendary Ustad Allah Raka. In fact, his beats certainly transcended borders. In fact, eldest son of our legendary tabla player Allah Raka Hussain has followed in the footsteps of his father. Let's go straight across to Abira, who is bringing us this update. Abira, of course, very, very tragic news. Certainly, we are hearing Zakir Hussain's demise. Take us through, his life and times. As far as his accomplishments and achievements are concerned, and of course, what exactly led to the demise of this maestro.
What a big loss for India. We lost a great musician. Zakir Hussain's contribution to music has been acknowledged with numerous prestigious awards. Like in India, he was honored with the Padma Shri in 1988, the Padma Bhushan in 2002, and the Padma Vibhushan in 2023, the highest civilian honors the country bestows upon its citizens. So, these accolades reflect his remarkable achievement in the realm of classical music, and not only in India but also on the global stage. In addition to his prestigious Padma Awards, Zakir Hussain was also honored with the Sangeet Natak Academy Award in 1990, the National Endowment of Arts National Heritage Fellowship, and it just keeps growing. And as we said, the multiple Grammy Awards, and which 3 of them he just won in 2024, 66th Grammy Award, where after which NDTV did an interview with him, which was our last interview with him. He was a tabla prodigy who started his career at 12 years old. He started traveling internationally, doing tours when he was just 12. And under the guidance of his father, he started playing tabla when he was only 7 years old. So what a legacy he has left behind. And just not that, he was also a mentor. He used to always, teach students and also encourage them to take classical music to different parts of the world. And, he has taught in prestigious institutions such as Stanford University and Princeton, where he served as an old dominant fellow in 2005-2006. His influence as an educator has been just as profound as his impact as a performer. So yes, we have lost someone great in our country today.
Right, Abira, well, we heard the maestro once say that music has brought me to the world and the world to me. Take us through those 3 Grammy Awards that you spoke of at the 66th Grammy Awards this year. Which are the categories that he won in, and take us through his song Pashto.
Yes, he has won. So he has a band called Shakti, and Madhavan, Shankar Madhavan is a part of it. They won award for that, and Shakti is a band that he established in 1977, and if I am not wrong, in the 70s, with the great guitarist and John McLean. And after that, they have been just creating music. Shankar Mahadevan joined their band, and they have been making history. Their song Pesto has touched so many hearts. We have heard it before the Grammys were even announced.
Abira, we'll keep coming back to you for more on this, but we are also joined by Ustad Shujat Khan. Mr. Khan, thank you for joining us on NDTV. Very sad, tragic news there, passing away of Zakir Hussain. But take us through the legacy he leaves behind. He leaves behind an extraordinary legacy. I mean, we know of all the accolades and accomplishments that he's achieved over the years. But, give us a sense of your memories with Zakir Hussain.
My father was great friends with Ustad Allah Raka Khan Sahab, and I grew up with Zakir Bhai, and we've spent hours and days traveling together, living together, spending time together. I've performed so many concerts with him. I am associated with his family for a long time. I just finished talking to his wife, Tony. We met for the first time way back in 77 or 75. As far as Zakir Bhai is concerned, all I can say is that he's probably one of the greatest musicians of our time, and a person who took our music, first of all, gave so much pride to classical music, and then take it all over the world. His loss and the loss of his musicality will be felt very deeply. You see, living and passing away is all part of our lives, and we can look at it philosophically. But when you look at it in a large context, you see how much a person has done for us and how much pride he has given to our musicians. I will personally miss him. So many memories. Just a few years ago, he and Tony were over at my daughter's marriage celebrations, and he took time off to fly in from Bombay and just spend the evening there dancing with lots of people. Because small things show the greatness of his humanity, greatness of his musicianship. We all know. We're very, very, very sad to lose him, really, and very early.
Right, Ustaz Shahjad Khan, of course we know, Zakir Hussain through his work. Take us through the kind of person that Zakir Hussain was. Take us through some of the memories you have with him and, what the world doesn't know him to be. Of course, we know him as the Grammy Award winner, 4-time Grammy Award winner, and also, for winning all the accolades from winning the Padma Vibhushan in 2023, Padma Bhushan in 2002, and Padma Shri in 1988. Of course, he moved to the United States in 1970. Take us through his life, his journey, and the man behind, Zakir Hussain.
I have so many memories. Let me start with going over to his father's place on one Eid when I must have been very young then. Zakir Bhai must have been about 10 or 12. And we were upstairs in their home in Hyderabad House in Nepensi Road. And celebrations were going on, and when we started leaving, my father took me down to the garage. Zakir Bhai was in this warm, hot garage with soft light, practicing while there was a party going on in his house. My father was showing me how dedication to your art starts at this early age. We have traveled a lot together. I've been very, very close to the family. Tony and Zakir Bhai, my wife Parveen and me, spent so much time just reminiscing about our own lives, about all the difficulties we go through as artists, how we spend time, our lives, and the difficulties, travails of being who he is. He has come through. He came through a really difficult time for artists and worked very hard to establish a respect that today artists have got. I think I contribute that to Ravi Shankar ji, Ustad Bilal Khan Sahab and Zakir Bhai, how much they have done for our art form. To spend time together. Just the other day we were in Goa. I live in Goa, and he was performing here. This is last year, and we traveled together to Bombay. So to be able to sit together, and then it was quiet. Once we leave, no one's leaving. We just spent so much time reminiscing about 1978, driving around in San Francisco. I was young, and I was with him, learning, understanding so much about our music, and about how to develop a career and how to develop musicianship. I can't tell you everyone you will talk to will come up with great anecdotes of time spent with him. For me, it's a huge personal loss for missing him and his whole family. Really, I send my condolences to everyone. It's a really, really sad day for his family, but for the whole music family of our country.
Also, Ustad Shahjad Khan, his career spans 6 decades, and he's worked with several renowned international and Indian artists, and he blends Western with Indian. So take us through, that or part of his, the blend of Indian classical and elements of jazz, something that not too many musicians are into. So take us through that aspect of his, where his collaborations are very well known, not just Indian artists but also international. So give us a sense of how he's been known to collaborate with artists across the world.
That is, you're absolutely right. That is another notch on all the other greatnesses that he has. One was to be able to blend in and work with any musician from any genre. You have to have an extremely open mind to do this. We have wonderful tabla players and musicians and sitarists and singers in this world. India is full of them. But once in a while you come, like Shri Kumar Sharma ji, like Hariprasad Chaurasia ji. When you listen to their classical music, it is there. But when you listen to their film music, it is totally different and of the same class and the same height. Ustad Zakir Hussain, this was one of his many different great qualities of how he could blend in with any musician. Also, he had this innate sense of understanding music, understanding the human being that he was working with. Each collaboration with that he has done has been really of extremely high class. And for that you need a musician who very deeply listens and understands and tries to understand music. A lot of musicians are so wrapped up with their own self that they don't listen to other music. And he used to spend time listening to musicians, sitting with them, getting to know them, different art forms. So you're absolutely right. For each of the collaborations he's done, in fact, I think he is the person who gave India a big step in the world of music. In what we call this genre that we call world music, we became a big name also because of other artists, but mostly because of Ustad Zakir Hussain. I would absolutely think that that was true.
Sujata Khan, of course, when we talk about the Tabla Maestro, a child prodigy who started performing at the age of 7, who he was touring India by 12. He moved to the United States by 1970. He collaborated with many international stars, including George Harrison. And this is, something, Radhika, that, he in fact brought music to the world, the Indian music to the world, and the world to Indian music. And his groundbreaking work with Western musicians also included Yo-Yo Mama, Charles Lloyd, as well as George Harrison, like we mentioned. Let's just listen into an interview with our colleague Vishnu Som that took place a little earlier.
How do you compare and contrast your style and technique with that of your father, Allah Rakha? Is there anything he could do on the tabla which you cannot?
Absolutely, I still cannot. After about 60 years of attempting to do it. I think somewhere like 20 years down the road, while I was playing, we actually played a concert, and one of his friends and a fan, of course, came to him and said, "Oh, Khan Sahab, you played beautifully, and your son, he plays exactly like you." And my father said, "Oh, I hope not. I hope he doesn't play like me, because playing like me, that's already done. I have already done it. He's got to do something more, something different, something unique, take it a step further." And that was in a way a roundabout signal to me, saying, "Son, find your vocabulary, find your way to be able to tell this story. The way I tell the story is already done." So in that sense, at that time down the road, my what you may call failing attempt to be able to sound like him, to play like him, it was a relief to realize that I did not have to do that. So I tried after that to be able to use all the stuff that he had taught me, but to be able to utilize it and present it in the way that I see it, and speak the vocabulary in the way that I read it. And so that's how it has been over the years. And then all these incredible influences that had come my way, listening to Indonesian gamelan or a Japanese kodo drum or Puerto Rican conga drummer or Afro-Cuban bata drums or djembes from Senegal and so on and so forth, or bodhran from Ireland and all that. And it has kind of given me an insight into rhythmic technology, an organic rhythmic technology that I have been able to incorporate onto my tabla.
In other news, let's get you the latest as far as the Parliament winter session is concerned. And today the discussion on the Constitution will start in the Rajya Sabha. Do remember that this is going to be a two-day discussion as far as the discussion on Constitution is concerned. It's going to start with JP Nadda, the BJP National President and Union Health Minister, who will be starting that discussion in the Rajya Sabha at 11 o'clock this morning. Radhika.
That's right. Another important day in Parliament. Divya, Environment Minister Bhupendra Yadav, Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman, Petroleum Minister Hardeep Singh Puri and MP Surendranagar Ghanshyam Tiwari. All of them will speak from BJP side. Union Home Minister Amit Shah will respond to the discussion on 17th of December. Right, let's move on to more developments from the national capital, Divya. With assembly elections round the corner, Delhi BJP leaders have stepped up the slum expansion campaign, which began 5 months ago, by staying overnight in slums and JJ clusters to strengthen our party's vote base among the lower middle class, Divya. So reach out there, slum reach out there by parties in Delhi, Divya.
Right, Radhika, under this particular campaign, senior BJP leaders, including its 7 Delhi MPs and workers, stay in different slums and JJ clusters overnight and interact with the residents. So far, the party leaders have conducted such campaigns in over 1,000. We're talking about 1,194 to be precise. Those are the number of slum clusters across the city that the party leaders have conducted such campaigns.
सर, आप यहाँ पर इनफैक्ट पूरे रात रहने वाले हैं. बहुत से लोगों ने आपने अभी बातचीत भी की है. क्या कुछ आपको लग रहा है कि यहाँ के लोगों के लिए क्या कुछ दिक्कतें अभी?
ये अरविंद केजरीवाल के कुशासन का खुलासा हो रहा है. जिस तरह से भ्रष्टाचार किया गया दिल्ली में, फ्री बिजली पानी के नाम पर लोगों को ठगा गया है, वो ये बता रहे हैं बिजली का बिल, इनका पिछले महीने का बिल 2800 रुपये था. तो अगर
we are seeing BJP launching this Pravas campaign, you know, where they're residing at a slum dweller's home. Do you think BJP is trying to get into the core vote bank of the Aam Aadmi Party this time?
नहीं, मैं गया था सभी स्लम से, मैंने पता किया था कि भाई बीजेपी के नेता आए थे. कहते हाँ जी वो प्लॉट देखने आए थे, तो वो प्लॉट चेक कर रहे हैं कि भाई कौन से प्लॉट पे कौन कब्जा करेगा. वो चाहते हैं कि भाई सारे प्लॉटों में झुग्गियाँ तोड़ दी जाएँ और वहाँ पे उनके अपने बड़े आलीशान बिल्डिंगें बन जाएँ. ऐसा उन्होंने बॉम्बे में किया भी था बीजेपी वालों ने, वैसे ही करने की तैयारी कर रहे हैं.
All right, let's go straight across to Ishika on this. Ishika, of course, slum politics in national capitals, what we are seeing at BJP's outreach. We believe Aam Aadmi Party also will be doing an outreach as far as slum pockets are concerned to woo voters. So take us through the details of this and, you know, what are the kind of reactions you're getting from people, you know, as far as voters in these slums are concerned?
Well, Radhika, you know, we know for a fact that, in fact, you know, the lower middle class, that is, in fact, you know, those who, in fact, reside in these slum areas, they have been a core voters of the Aam Aadmi Party in all the Vidhan Sabha elections. Thus, this time, you know, the BJP has come out with this outreach campaign, you know, to try to woo the core voters of the Aam Aadmi Party. This is, in fact, their campaign of Jhuggi Pravas Yojana, where in fact all the leaders of the Delhi BJP, they in fact reside, you know, at a slum dwellers' residence overnight, and this is the second time that they are doing it. They have done it, just a month before, and they are doing it this time as well. And this is going to continue till the elections. Now, what the BJP here says, Radhika, is that in fact, with all the promises that were made by Arvind Kejriwal and the Aam Aadmi Party, they have failed to deliver that to the slum dwellers. Thus, the BJP says that the slum dwellers are in fact this time going to vote for a change, and this is why this outreach campaign of the BJP has started. While on the other hand, we have seen how in fact the Aam Aadmi Party, if we talk about Aam Aadmi Party, has continued to say that the slum dwellers continue to be their voters, and they have full faith in the Aam Aadmi Party even at this point of time. So the politics that the BJP is going to do is not going to impact the Aam Aadmi Party's, core voters. So certainly the war of words certainly continue. The Jhuggi politics is only set to intensify ahead of the polls. Over to you.
Right, thank you so much for joining us with those details. And of course, a fresh war of words has also erupted between the Aam Aadmi Party and the BJP in the national capital, Radhika. And this is with Hardeep Singh Puri, the union minister there, accusing the Aam Aadmi Party of, ensuring that there are Rohingyas. These are talking about Rohingyas there, raising concerns. In fact, is the Aam Aadmi, in this of hosting illegal Rohingya refugees in large numbers, is what Hardeep Singh Puri had to say about the Aam Aadmi Party, and it is Atishi who has reacted to that.
Absolutely. In fact, Delhi Chief Minister Atishi writing to Union Home Minister Amit Shah, raising concerns over resettlement of Rohingyas. Of course, both the parties trading barbs at each other. This has intensified the ongoing political debate on illegal immigrants after Chief Minister Atishi wrote a formal letter to Union Home Minister Amit Shah, raising concerns over the resettlement of Rohingyas in the national capital. Of course, war of words between the two parties. They say, of course, AAP versus BJP over Rohingyas refugees in Delhi. All right, let's move on to Maharashtra now. Divya, winter session of Maharashtra legislature will commence today in Nagpur. This comes a day after the state's cabinet expansion, which was highly anticipated. Of course, the opposition MVA, however, boycotted the customary tea party that was hosted on the eve of winter session, citing farmers' distress, rising unemployment, price hike, and the recent murder of Sarpanch in Bid district. So more than 3 weeks after assembly election results were declared, Divya, 39 ministers are taking oath at a grand program in Nagpur on Sunday evening.
That's right, and just after those 39 ministers who were sworn in, the Maharashtra can have a maximum of 43 ministers. So 19 of the ministers were from the BJP, 11 from the Shiv Sena and 9 from the NCP, adding that Devendra Fadnavis and his deputies makes it 42 in all. Now Mahayuti ally Ramdas Thavle is upset over no place for RPI in the new cabinet, and of course we're also hearing of other people in the party not very happy and being denied that cabinet berth, as far as after so much deliberation and taking so much time. Of course, it has still left some people very unhappy with that situation. And we have Anuj joining us. Anuj, is going to be the first assembly session today.
Yes, it's going to be the first assembly session. Of course, we had the special session for the oath-taking purpose a few days ago, but it is going to be very crucial what will unfold in Nagpur today for multiple reasons. Firstly, because we've seen that the opposition has already tried to put in place some sort of narrative, especially when it comes to their movement for paper ballot, their movement against EVM, but at the same time highlighting the issues like the death of a former Sarpanch in the Bid region, where Dhananjay Munde and Pankaja Munde, two ministers now from the Mahayuti government, come from. At the same time, they're looking at the distress of the Dalit community, they're looking at the distress of the farmers community, etc. Now, these will be the pointers that will be taken up by the opposition today. But more importantly, it will also be interesting to see whether the opposition has formed any sort of consensus when it comes to which party in the opposition do they want to support for the claim of the leader of opposition's position. We saw that the Speaker of Maharashtra's Assembly, Rahul Narvekar, had earlier said that he can only go ahead with the formality if there is any sort of a claim by the opposition. But there also seems to be some sort of conflict between Shiv Sena and the Congress party over the position of the leader of opposition, for which neither of the opposition parties are directly eligible, considering that none of them have 28 seats. Now, more importantly, this will again be the first session after the 39 ministers would have taken oath. Amongst the 39 ministers, we saw that the alliance share was taken by the Bharatiya Janata Party with 19, followed by Shiv Sena in 11 and NCP at 9. And this takes the total up to 42 if you include the two deputy chief ministers and the chief minister. But there are several senior leaders who lost out and who would, in all likeliness, get a chance in the second half of the Mahayuti 2.0's government after 2.5 years, according to the leaders.
Right, Anuj, of course, this has obviously left a few leaders unhappy, we know that. But at the same time, we're talking about 39 ministers who were sworn in. But what about who is going to get what? That is the big question, because several vying for home, several vying for finance. Sena wants home, Sena also looking at finance, but they may not get it. So that is going to be the next bone of contention as to what portfolios will go to who.
Yes, we saw that the names of the ministers became clear yesterday, but the portfolio distribution will only become clear in the next 2 or 3 days. I think the Mahayuti, according to sources, is waiting for the session to officially begin before they give the portfolio distribution. But this also suggests that the discussions on the key portfolios, which have been the point of contention ever since the 23rd of November, are still pretty much on. And especially when you talk about the top portfolios, be it finance, be it revenue, be it agriculture, be it PWD, all of these ministries will be under scanner, once these portfolio distributions will take place. Although given the fact that now the number or the formula has been put in place by the chief minister, it seems that there must be several preliminary, arrangements that have been put in place, and the consensus to a certain degree would have been reached by these three leaders. But then it's finance that might be the next big contention, given the fact that Devendra Fadnavis is not in any likeliness is going to leave Home Ministry. And Eknath Shinde is not in favor of Ajit Pawar holding finance, reportedly, if he does not get Home Ministry for himself, given the fact that his party will be pushed down to a tertiary level, according to him and his party sources, if he loses out of finance, which is again one of the more lucrative portfolios. That will also determine who will hold the more, the other significant ministries, be it agriculture, be it industries, be it rural development. Also, the Bharatiya Janata Party is expected to keep a majority of them, but the major portfolios and their distribution amongst the Mahayuti partners is going to be something to look forward to in the next 48 hours in Nagpur.
Right. Thank you so much, Anuj, for joining us with all those details. So we will keep coming back to you for more on that. Switching tracks now, 18-year-old Grand Master Gukesh has etched his name in history by becoming the youngest world champion. He claimed the prestigious title. This was in the 14th and final game of the World Chess Championship on the 12th of December, Radhika, and he's returning home today.
Yes, absolutely. What a feat, what an accomplishment. Divya, Gukesh is only the second Indian to win the title, following the footsteps of legendary Vishwanathan Anand, who held the crown 5 times. In fact, the 18-year-old Grand Master will get a total prize money of rupees 11.45 crore from the event. And to add to this recognition of this achievement, Tamil Nadu government has also announced a big reward of rupees 5 crore for the player. We're joined by Sam on this. Sam, of course, youngest chess champion, all set to arrive in Tamil Nadu, in Chennai. It's a proud moment, certainly, but take us through, give us a sense of excitement surrounding his arrival.
Well, Radhika and Divya, there is so much of excitement in Chennai. We come to you from the arrival terminal of the Chennai International Airport. These bouquets and everything will disappear in no time. And we expect lots of students from the school and from the local chess association to come here to give him a rousing reception. Already, President Murmu, Prime Minister Modi, Chief Minister Stalin have felicitated him, and there's going to be a mega felicitation for Gukesh tomorrow at 6 o'clock in the evening by the Tamil Nadu government, which has announced a cash prize of 5 crore rupees. And Gukesh now having set record as the youngest to win the World Chess Championship title. It's a huge inspiration for budding chess players across India, particularly in Chennai, which is the home for now 2
world chess champions, only after 5-time world chess champion Vishwanathan Anand. It's an inspiring story, and many hope that this would actually inspire and boost the confidence of budding chess players to aim really big to become, to churn out more champions from India. And in fact, his father, a medical doctor, had given up his practice just to help Gukesh fulfill his dream so he can accompany him for all his international travel. The family had so much of challenges to meet the funds requirement for international travel, and now all that has paid off. And in that sense, they say it's a huge inspiration. And for the chess culture in Tamil Nadu itself, there are hundreds of small chess clubs dotting Chennai across Tamil Nadu. And now for several years, this has also become part of the school curriculum. And that has richly paid off, a model to be emulated by schools across India. And now he will arrive at 10:30. The exact program details we don't know, but certainly the Tamil Nadu government has arranged for a huge felicitation tomorrow evening. And in an hour's time, we can see hundreds of children dotting this particular area at the airport to receive Gukesh as he arrives with his World Chess Championship Cup.
All right. Thank you, Sam, for getting us all those details. A lot of excitement surrounding his arrival and a huge felicitation ceremony also planned by Tamil Nadu government. Let's move on now. Hundreds of surrendered Naxalites from Chhattisgarh and neighbouring states met Union Home Minister Amit Shah. This happened in Bastar, Divya. In fact, Amit Shah, while speaking to them, said both the centre and Chhattisgarh government are committed to eradicating Naxalism in the state.
That's right. So, Home Minister there said that he has the pledge to make Chhattisgarh absolutely Naxal-free. He's appealed others also to lay down their arms, and that is what the Home Minister had to say. Let's just listen in to Amit Shah.
15,000 मकान भारत सरकार अपने खर्चे से इन नक्सल प्रभावित क्षेत्र में बना रहा है। छत्तीसगढ़ में सरकार बदली, भाजपा की सरकार आई, तुरंत ही हमने मीटिंग कर नक्सल मुक्त छत्तीसगढ़ का संकल्प किया था। और मुझे आनंद है कि 1 साल में हमें काफी कुछ कर लिया है। मेरा आप सभी से अपील है कि अभी भी जो लोग हथियार लेकर नक्सलियों का साथ दे रहे हैं, उनको समझाइए, संपर्क है तो संदेश भेजिए कि मेन स्ट्रीम में आ जाइए, सरेंडर करिए। और मैं मानता हूं कि पूरे नक्सल अभियान को एक मजबूत जवाब है कि बस्तर की एक बच्ची 2036 ओलंपिक में एक मेडल जीतकर पूरी दुनिया को संदेश दे।
With that, we'll strip into a short break. More updates on the other side, and on the other side, Sri Lankan president's visit to India, all that and more.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
Download any single ID partner app, link your card and earn reward with top rank.
Get it free with single ID.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news is here.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Mahakumbh, the festival of faith, the world's biggest spiritual festival.
Welcome back. Anura Kumara Dissanayake, Sri Lanka's newly elected president, is visiting New Delhi for the second time in just 10 months. Divya, yet there is a big difference this time round. The last time he was here, he led a delegation of NPP leaders, and this time it's going to be different.
That's right. This time it is his first maiden overseas visit after he's taken over as the president of Sri Lanka. He will be holding bilateral discussions, and that's going to be taking place with Prime Minister Modi. He did meet with External Affairs Minister yesterday as well as Ajit Doval. Now he will be meeting with Prime Minister Modi and President Draupadi Murmu as well.
After a thumping victory in his country's parliamentary elections, Sri Lankan President Anura Kumara Dissanayake is all set to shape Sri Lanka's future, and his first course of action reaching out to crucial ally India. Dissanayake, often referred to as AKD, has arrived in New Delhi for a 3-day visit. He is accompanied by Sri Lanka's Foreign Minister and Deputy Finance Minister. Choosing India for his first foreign trip as president marks a shift in Dissanyake's foreign policy, moving away from China. Despite his past support for left-leaning and pro-China policies, the Sri Lankan leader has stressed that he will not let Sri Lanka be dragged into any geopolitical contest between New Delhi and Beijing. The visit marks a new chapter in the often complicated Indo-Lankan relations, especially considering India's historical tensions with the JVP, the party leading Dissanyake's coalition. The JVP was notably opposed to Indian interventions, particularly during the 1980s when the India-Sri Lankan peace agreement was signed. Dissanayake too made his name during the anti-India protests in 1980s. However, he has since toned down his anti-India rhetoric significantly, indicating his willingness to work with New Delhi. As Sri Lanka plays a key role in India's Sagar and neighborhood first policies, Dissanayake is expected to engage in talks with Prime Minister Modi, Foreign Minister Jaishankar, and President Murmu. Key topics are likely to include investments, infrastructure connectivity, debt restructuring, and ongoing fishing disputes. As Dissanayake begins his official visit, it will be interesting to see how India engages with Sri Lanka's new president and how the visit shapes the future of Indo-Lankan relations. With Disha Bakchi, Bureau Report, NDTV World.
And we have our colleague Ghazali joining us to get us more on this. Ghazali, this visit comes after Mr. Jaishankar's invitation to visit New Delhi, and this is after he visited Colombo less than a fortnight after the president took office in Sri Lanka.
Yeah, certainly, and this should be seen as a very positive investment by India because Mr. Anura Kumar Dissanayake, or as he's called AKD, was in touch with the Indian government even before the elections. So once Mr. Jaishankar, our foreign minister, visited there, the elections or the proper results or the actual results are not announced, and that is why this schedule of the Sri Lankan president was awaited. After in October winning the elections and then by November the final results were out, Mr. Dissanayake chose to visit India. So that itself shows the kind of relevance he wants to give India when it comes to bilateral relations, because it is the first visit by the Sri Lankan president after coming power to India. Now there is also a kind of irony there, because there are two leaders in our neighborhood who came to power on anti-India plank. One was Mohammad Moizu, who became the president of Maldives on an anti-India plan, and then he was He was invited to the swearing ceremony of Mr. Modi, and then we know how India-Maldives relations are back on track. India being investing in the public projects in Maldives. In the same way, though Mr. Dissanayake had these kind of political sentiments against India in the past, but during this entire 2 months after winning the elections, when he met Dr. Jaishankar in October, he clearly said that he will not allow the Sri Lankan territory, which will be used by anyone which is inimical to India, or sort of suggesting that it will not be used by China. Why this is very relevant also because India is also looking to sort of cement its position in the immediate neighborhood. We know the Indian Ocean region where China is trying to gain its influence, and to thwart that, or to sort of counter that, India is also establishing relations with Sri Lanka as well with the new dispensation. Now, there are also certain disagreements with Mr. Disanayake's politics. India has been asking Sri Lanka to give more power to the Tamil minorities. This is something which Mr. Dissanayake in the past has opposed, a 13th amendment in their constitution. So these issues will also be centered around or will be picked up in the discussion, besides the trade and investment and MOUs, which we generally announce with the incoming state leaders or head of the state. So besides trade and investment, India is also focused on public diplomacy or any kind of diplomacy which connects people to people between two countries.
All right, thank you, Ghazali, for getting us all those details. We are also joined by a former diplomat, Yogesh Gupta, who will give us a perspective on the importance of this visit. Thank you, Mr. Gupta, for joining us. My first question, how significant is this visit for India-Sri Lanka relations in the current geopolitical context? What are the key issues that are likely to dominate the discussions? And we believe rights of Tamils in Sri Lanka could perhaps be addressed in this visit.
Yes, it's a very important visit because, as we are aware, there is the rivalry of great powers in the Indian Ocean is increasing. China is trying to expand its influence to various countries in the region, also to track India's missile and satellite launching capabilities. So, Sri Lanka assumes a very important strategic importance. And in the recent past, when Sri Lanka was in economic troubles, India was really the only country which went to its help. We extended liberal credit facilities. We gave them possibilities to purchase oil from India, do trade and so on. And we ensured that their economy gets back on track. So India has been the partner of first choice for Sri Lanka, and he has reciprocated that sentiment by giving due importance to India, by choosing India as the first country of his foreign visits. So this visit will be utilized by us to discuss, our interests in expanding the economic security and stability of Sri Lanka, in conveying to him our issues of concern, and to establish strengthen a long-term economic relationship with Sri Lanka.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Gupta. We're running short of time, but thank you for giving a perspective and giving us a sense of how important this visit is as far as both the countries are concerned, Divya. Let's move on now. Safety of students taking coaching classes is now under scrutiny, Divya, after 10 students fainted following what appears to have been some kind of a gas leak or odor in their classroom on Sunday evening. Students were rushed to the hospital, but they are currently out of danger.
That's right. Of course, this was at a time when there were about 350 students who were in the classroom on the second floor of the building undergoing coaching at the Utkarsh coaching hub. Nearly a dozen students fainted after fumes engulfed that coaching institute in Jaipur on Sunday. And we have Harsha joining us. She has a lot of students there who are going to, recount what really happened on that unfateful Sunday evening. Harsha, what really happened there? Because the police still can't determine as to what really went wrong.
Yes, absolutely. In fact, I found what the police said last evening absolutely astonishing. They actually thought that fumes coming from a kitchen could have led to 10 students fainting. Well, let me just give you a sense of where I am. This is Mahesh Nagar, and this is an area where there are a number of coaching institutes. So this incident, in fact, took place in that Utkarsh classes. But on this road, there are a number of institutes, and as you can see, there are all these high-rises that seem to have been made without any safety or building norms having been kept in mind. In this case itself, for example, there were 350 students who were inside the classroom, and when 10 of them fainted, it led to a situation where there was almost a stampede-like situation, and the students all rushed out. Now, we are given to understand one possibility is that a gutter at the back led to the methane gas being generated, which led to these students fainting. I have two students with me, and I'm going to quickly ask them what they feel about this. I'm just going to ask them to quieten down. Nirmal, आपको क्या लगता है यहाँ पर इतने सारे कोचिंग इंस्टीट्यूट्स हैं, कहीं सेफ्टी के मापदंड होने चाहिए?
जी बिल्कुल, ये सरकार नियम तो तय करती है। सरकार नियम तय करती है कि स्टूडेंट्स के कोई भी सुरक्षा के साथ खिलवाड़ नहीं होगा। ग्रामीण परिवेश से जो बच्चा यहाँ पढ़ने के लिए आता है उसको बेला फुसला के लाखों रुपए फीस जमा कर लेते हैं, उसके बाद उसको एडमिशन कहीं लेते हैं और पढ़ाया किसी बिल्डिंग में जाता है।
और ये बिल्डिंग में कोई सेफ्टी नॉर्म्स थे? कितने सारे बच्चे भरे हुए थे?
इसके अंदर कम से कम 250 से 300 स्टूडेंट बैठे थे। जिस 100 लोगों के बैठने की क्लास में 300 स्टूडेंट बैठे, जाने की एक ही सीढ़ी, आने की एक ही सीढ़ी। 10-20 लोगों से ज्यादा एक साथ ना उतर सकते, ना चढ़ सकते, ना कोई फायर एग्जिट। सोचिए, वो स्टूडेंट को विषैली गैस लीक होने की वजह से वहाँ बेहोश हो गए और उनको अलग अलग हॉस्पिटलों में पहुंचाया कि कोचिंग संस्थान का हमारा नाम खराब नहीं हो। कोचिंग संस्थान और सरकार सेफ रहना चाहती है, बाकी राजस्थान के युवा साथियों का भविष्य गर्त में जाए, इन लोगों को कोई मतलब नहीं।
विकास, हम देखते हैं कि जो निर्मल ने कहा यही हाल है, ये तो उत्कर्ष का है कि, लेकिन अगर आप यहाँ पे नजर घुमा के देखेंगे तो कितने सारे कोचिंग इंस्टीट्यूट्स हैं, वहाँ पे लगता नहीं है मेरे को कोई मापदंड फॉलो किए जा रहे हैं।
मैम, किसी भी तरह का मापदंड यहाँ पे फॉलो नहीं किया जा रहा है। कैमरामैन वहाँ दिखाए, ये ऊपर चौथे फ्लोर पे कोचिंग संस्थान चलता है, इसका एंट्रेंस और एग्जिट एक ही है। अब किस तरह इस कोचिंग संस्थान में 500, 800 की तादाद में बच्चों को पढ़ाया जा रहा है, जहाँ स्टूडेंट्स की तादाद एक क्लासरूम की 200 की संख्या में है, वहाँ 1500, 1200 बच्चों को पढ़ाया जा रहा है। अगर इस क्लासरूम में कोई भगदड़ मचती है, किसी तरह की अनहोनी घटित होती है, तो आप सोचो किस तरह बच्चे एग्जिट कर पाएंगे एक साथ में।
So absolutely, spotlight of students who come for coaching definitely under the scanner now, and the administration has to answer as to why these coaching institutes are being allowed to function without safety norms in place.
Right, thank you so much, Harsha, for joining us with those details. We will keep coming back to you for more on that. Switching tracks now, Mukti Jodhas or war veterans of Bangladesh have arrived in Kolkata for the Vijay Divas celebrations in the Eastern Command headquarters. The West Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee will also be making her appearance at the event. It's the Vijay Divas celebration that takes place with the visit of two countries' delegations that come, and this is coming about amidst rains over the alleged violence against the minority Hindu community in Bangladesh. So Radhika, quite important there, that celebration and that tradition that continues.
Absolutely, significant there, of course, as you said, amid strained ties between two countries, this celebration taking place. Both India and Bangladesh celebrate the victory over Pakistan on December 16, 1971, and every year invite each other's war veterans and serving officers. Vijay Divas is celebrated to honor the Indian Army for its victory in the 1971 war against Pakistan that gave birth to Bangladesh. Every year, as you said, war veterans of Bangladesh who are an essential part of the resistance force Mukti Bahini come to the Eastern Command headquarters in Kolkata to mark the occasion. For more on this, we're joined by Saurabh. Saurabh, significant day, Vijay Divas celebrations happening in Kolkata. Bangladeshi delegation to take part. Mamata Banerjee also will be in attendance. Take us through the significance, especially amid a turmoil in Bangladesh with the Indian government.
Well, you know, the relief and perhaps the solemn and sanctity of this event is also, the solemn nature and the sanctity of this event is also enunciated by the fact that the delegation from Bangladesh is attending. It's a 9-member delegation led by a serving officer and 8 war veterans. Now, this is the war memorial, here that is there, and of course this event, the Vijay Divas event, which is now also being attended by the West Bengal governor, and a later event will be attended by the West Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee. All of that is taking place now. You can see the military band playing patriotic numbers. and the solemn wreath-laying ceremony has taken place. That is to commemorate the sacrifices of the veterans who laid down their lives in the 1971 war. Now, as you know, 1971 is one of India's biggest military victories. The victory in the war led to the carving out of the state of Bangladesh. And of course, you can see here pictures also there of the surrender at Dhaka. And the instrument of surrender, you see Lieutenant General Jagjit Singh Arora from the Indian side and Lieutenant General A.A.K. Niazi on the Pakistani side signing the instrument of surrender. And this is of course one of India's biggest military victories. It also led to the liberation of Bangladesh, the formation of the independent country of Bangladesh after the Indian army managed to defeat the whole the East Pakistani army in Bangladesh, and it was a very hard fought war, but at that time, of course, this was what led to the formation of Bangladesh, and this of course is the thing that was of course a very, very important military victory for India.
For the cause of freedom.
All right. Thank you, Saurabh, for getting us all those details. So very big day, a special day as far as India and Bangladesh are concerned. But let's move on now. Divya, Infosys co-founder Narayana Murthy has defended his 70-hour work week comment once again during a visit to Kolkata, which Mr. Murthy described as the most cultured place in the entire country. He said young people have to realize that we have to work hard and work towards making India #1. So once again, raking up a controversial issue of long work hours, Divya.
That's right, Radhika. He's gone on to say that, something that he's been talking about for a very long time now, reiterating, and of course that really opens up that Pandora's box in regard to people and, that work-life balance per se. But he's gone on to say that he's very excited to be in Kolkata and that, in some ways it's the most cultured place in the entire country. He says that when he's there or when he thinks about Kolkata, all he can think of is Rabindranath Tagore, Satyajit Ray, Subhash Chandra Bose and also Amartya Sen and a host of other personalities. So that is what, Narayana Murthy had to say, while also talking about, pushing the workforce as far as the country is concerned to work a little harder to make India the #1 country.
That's right. On that note, it is time to end this bulletin of breakfast show, but we'll be back with more news and updates on the other side and, of course, tomorrow same time, Divya.
Right, we'll be back here, same time, same place. Do stay with us. Stay tuned to NDTV 24/7.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
A visit he met with the External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar as well as Ajit Doval. He will be meeting Prime Minister Modi and President Draupadi Murmu, and that's going to be taking place today.
We are able to maintain the democratic fabric and the democratic system.
I want to do something that can make a difference.
लगातार जनता की आवाज को सरकार तक पहुंचाने का काम मैं करता हूं.
I was a student up until very recently. I really want to work and do something for my people because they have given me this opportunity. They have elected me.
सोचा नहीं था कि राज्यसभा सांसद बनूंगी.
New day, new show, a new experience. Start your day with the news, not views. We bring you stories that matter and impact your lives. News that informs and keeps you ahead. From maximum city, Mumbai, to the state of governance, Delhi, NDTV brings to you the best breakfast show. The breakfast show only on NDTV 24/7 every morning at 8 a.m.
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility, according to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024. NDTV is the top most news platform in the country. Number one in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust. In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora, we cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your
A very good morning. You're watching NDTV 24x7. I'm Divya Vadva. We have a whole lot lined up for you, including very sad news coming in of Ustad Zakir Hussain, who has died at the age of 73. He was unwell for the last 2 weeks. He has died in San Francisco. The 4-time Grammy Award winner is no more. Tabla Maestro and 4-time Grammy winner and 7-time Grammy-nominated Ustad Zakir Hussain has died at the age of 73 in San Francisco after being hospitalized over the last 2 weeks. In the Maharashtra cabinet expansion, in which 39 ministers were sworn in, 19 from the BJP, 11 from Shiv Sena, 9 from the NCP. Now, a day after that cabinet expansion that took place in Nagpur, the first day of assembly session will begin today. Now, the students who fainted in Jaipur's coaching centre, many of them who fainted due to that foul spell, the police still cannot really determine as to what really caused that foul spell, and investigation is underway. Amit Shah meets surrendered Naxals in Bastar. He has pledged to make Chhattisgarh Naxal free. He said there's a hope as far as the daughter of Bastar wins a medal in 2036 Olympics. The Prime Minister to the Chief Secretary says that this is going to be in order to lead as far as the ease of business reforms is concerned, in order to boost the functioning between the central and the state governments. Now, Sri Lankan President Anura Kumara Dissanayake is in India. On a 3-day visit. He met with External Affairs Minister Jaishankar yesterday. Today, Prime Minister Modi will be meeting the President of Sri Lanka. Tabla Maestro Zakir Hussain, renowned for his innovative fusion of Indian classical music and jazz, passed away at the age of 73 in San Francisco. The 4-time Grammy-winning musician, the son of legendary tabla player Allah Rakha, collaborated with notable artists worldwide, leaving an indelible mark on the music world. Ustad Zakir Hussain had been admitted to a hospital for the last 2 weeks and was later taken to the ICU as his condition worsened. He has received numerous accolades, including being conferred with the Padma Vibhushan and winning multiple Grammy Awards. Like we mentioned, he was nominated 7 times for the Grammys. He started playing tabla at the tender age of 7 and was performing across India at the age of 12. Zakir Hussain had composed for many Indian and international films as well, and the world is now mourning the death and the loss of Ustad Zakir Hussain. He touched hearts globally. The Tabla Maestro had been admitted to the hospital. He has been survived by his wife, his 2 daughters, his brother and his sister. As we mentioned, he was unwell over the last 2 weeks, but he leaves behind an extraordinary legacy cherished by countless music lovers around the globe, with an influence that will resonate for generations to come, is what the statement that read after his demise. In his career that spanned over 6 decades, the musician worked with several renowned international and Indian artists, but it was his 1973 musical project, which was with guitarist John McLaughlin, and also violinist, we are talking about L. Shankar and others. He also had collaborated with George Harrison and many others. We have Abira joining us. Abira, the great musician who took India to the world, map and brought, the world map to India is how he has always, spoken about his tabla as his friend, his mate, something that, made him wake up in the morning and say hello. So that was his relationship with his tabla. Take us through, all that Zakir Hussain has achieved. I mean, the only thought that comes to mind, the first thought actually that comes to mind is that ad, Vataj.
Absolutely, Vataj is something that comes to our mind whenever we think about Zakir Hussain. He was a tabla prodigy, like you said. He started his career when he was only 12 years old, under the guidance of his father, Ustad Ala Rakha, and who trained him since he was 7 years old. And 12 years old, he started traveling internationally with his father and other musicians, performing all over the world. His main aim was to bring Indian classical music to the world stage, and that he did so beautifully. And how he collaborated, he had no qualms about getting in the classical music fusion with different kinds of genres of music. He was very open to that, and that's what made him so different from other musicians, whether it's jazz music or rock or whichever Western musicians he was collaborating with. He was always open to it, and he gave the world a picture of how Indian classical music can be put together with Western music to create such beautiful music. And he did that so beautifully. We have he has made his own band Shakti, which has won Grammy Awards. Even this year he won 3 Grammys, and NDTV did our last interview post the Grammy win. So yes, it's a huge loss for India today.
Right, a very huge loss, Abira. Thank you so much for getting us all those details. When we talk about, the maestro who received the Padma Shri in 1988, followed by the Padma Bhushan in 2002 and the Padma Vibhushan in 2023. Take us through the contribution of, starting that early. He moved to the United States back in 1970. He stayed on in the United States. But take us through, the various collaborations, the movies, and particularly the 3 Grammys that he won in one particular night in February this year itself. I mean, take us through the categories that he won in, and it's not just that, he was nominated 7 times over as far as the Grammys are concerned, Abira.
Absolutely, he always, made us so proud. And let me take you through the Grammys that he won this year. The Global Music Performance for Pashto, he was the winner. Contemporary Instrumental Album 2004, As We Speak is the album. Contemporary World Music Album that he won in 2009, called the Global Drum Project. And again, 2024, he won Instrumental Composition for Motion. So these were the categories that he won in, and also he has given music for films, and but he was very selective about what film he was doing. He gave the music for a critically acclaimed film, Vanaprastham, which was showcased at Cannes Film Festival in 1999. Then he gave music for Heat and Dust, the film, in 1983, Little Buddha in 1999, Apocalypse Now in 1979. So, his involvement in films goes beyond just performances. He has composed soundtracks, acted as an Indian music advisor, when it comes to filmmakers, when it comes to making films. So his contribution is just not for Indian classical music, but also for the film industry, because he always in to collaborate with any artist. He has collaborated with so many international artists, and throughout his illustrious career, Hussain has remained deeply connected and rooted to his classical music. So he has been a mentor and a teacher. He has taught so many coming generations, so that they can take the tabla and the Indian classical music forward after he's gone.
Right, Abira, of course, when we remember Tabla Maestro Zakir Hussain, we think of that ad, and of course, Wah Ustad is, what really comes to mind. Of course, thank you so much, Abira, for getting us all those details. Career that spanned over 6 decades. He was born in 1951. He's died at the age of 73 in San Francisco, and he leaves behind an extraordinary legacy cherished by countless music lovers around the globe with an influence that will resonate for generations to come. Let's just also get you the very latest from the Parliament. And amid rising tensions over a no confidence motion brought by the opposition parties against Vice President and Rajya Sabha Chairman, a 2-day special debate to commemorate the 75th anniversary of the adoption of India's constitution will begin in the Rajya Sabha today. The BJP President and Union Minister JP Nadda will be leading the government's charge by initiating that debate on the constitution, and that's going to start at 11 o'clock this morning. Of course, we have many speakers today, from the Environment Minister to the Finance Minister, the Petroleum Minister, and many others. And we have Maria joining us from right outside the Parliament. Maria, Home Minister, of course, will conclude that, tomorrow as far as the Rajya Sabha is concerned. Take us through what all can we expect over the next 2 days.
Yes, so because... and first of all, good morning to the viewers of NDTV. Of course, the big constitution debate is likely, or should I say, slotted in the Rajya Sabha. But because the deadlock in the Rajya Sabha hasn't been broken till now, so it remains to be seen what will be the nature of discussion, or whether the debate will happen at all or not. But in the Lok Sabha, from Friday till Saturday, late in the evening, we did see a fiery discussion which saw the Prime Minister come out all guns blazing against the Congress for compromising the constitution, and also he cited multiple instances of how the Congress party is the one which has to be protected, from whom the Constitution of India has to be protected. We also heard from Leader of Opposition in the Lok Sabha, Mr. Rahul Gandhi. Now, the focus shifts to the upper house, the House of the Elders, and that's where Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman will be initiating the discussion on the constitution. Likely charge will be of what the Congress has done over the last 65 to 70 years, and how the BJP has been the custodian, or the government of the day has ensured that there is the constitutional values, the constitutional framework, the constitutional principles are not really compromised. From the NDA bloc, we'll be also seeing Sanjay Jha, who is the JDU working president and member of the Rajya Sabha, who will be speaking. There are several from the TMC who will be participating in this discussion. So a discussion for 12 hours is what we'll be seeing in the Rajya Sabha. But the question is, will the House function? Because the opposition had, they had moved a petition, I should say, a notice which was to bring in a resolution against the Vice President, who is the Chairman of the Rajya Sabha, Mr. Jagdeep Dhankar, which has led to a lot of tension between the Chair, the Treasury benches, and also the opposition. Joining me on the special broadcast, we have Mr. Asif Bamla of the BJP, Professor Sandeep Shastri, who has been watching India's parliamentary democracy for decades, a keen observer and a watcher. We also have Ghanshyam Tiwari representing the Samajwadi Party. Professor Shastri, let's try and recap for our viewers as to how the discussion played out in the Lok Sabha, starting Friday, concluding on Saturday, and with the Prime Minister being the last speaker, speaking for good 105 minutes.
Okay. Maria, the debate, according to me, was on expected lines. The ruling and the opposition marshaled arguments that we expected, and the fireworks which we thought would be there was very much visible. And I don't think anything new came up as part of this debate. It was basically points which we have heard earlier from both the BJP and from the opposition. But Maria, I think as the debate starts in the Rajya Sabha today, I would see 2 points. One, what you already mentioned, whether the debate will happen at all, given the motion that the opposition has moved against the chairman of the House. And secondly, I think given the fact that Sonia Gandhi is a member of the Rajya Sabha, I think the
Yes, Professor Shastri, go ahead.
As has been in the case of the Congress, as has been now, as I said, the debate would possibly from the BJP side focus a little more on issues linked to Sonia Gandhi as happened in the past. So I think personalities in the Rajya Sabha would play a more important role, though I don't think the contours of the debate would change in any significant way.
Okay. So the contours unlikely to change. Let me bring in Ghanshyam Tiwari before Asif Bamla responds to him. We heard from Samajwadi Party chief who had his set of reasoning, but the issues which were raised or the instances which were cited by the various opposition parties were very state specific. Because, for example, let me give you, Mr. Lalan Singh, who spoke about how Bhuta Singh, removed the entire democratically elected government in Bihar. So similar instances were cited. Are you sensing something similar also play out in the Rajya Sabha, Ghanshyam? Ghanshyam, if you heard me.
Yes, I did. Good morning, Maria, to you, the fellow co-panelists and the viewers.
Yes.
Three things stand out from the Lok Sabha debate that will be visible in Rajya Sabha also. First, that different parties, not just Samajwadi Party, not just Akhilesh Yadav ji, said that the Uttar Pradesh government, the Batenge Katenge party, is squarely responsible and complicit in the murder of 5 people in Sambhal. Not one member of parliament from NDA, from BJP opposed this charge. Either they took this as a badge of honor or they were absolutely shameless. That's point one. Point two, not once did the treasury benches and BJP took responsibility of what has happened in Manipur. Not once did they offer that the Prime Minister will demonstrate courage to go to Manipur. Point number three, not once did the Prime Minister own up the indictment of his favorite corporate, and not once did his colleagues stop themselves from defending that corporate. So when BJP is ready to don a fairly shameless cloak, because they would not want to answer the pertinent issues. And final thing that stood out, not just the complete absence of Prime Minister in this debate in Lok Sabha, but also, Maria, there was not a single voice for women from strong voice for women from the BJP. What a shame that the party could not communicate.
Prajita Sarangi spoke.
I'm saying
you had Deepurandeshwari as well. So that's factually incorrect.
I'm saying single
Prajita Sarangi is a fierce speaker.
Yes.
No, both of them. I mean, you cannot decide who's a strong woman, who's not a strong woman.
Please allow me to
Deepurandeshwari is a very, very good speaker.
Right. How much time was given to them? The point is that when several party leaders, women...
No, they spoke fairly well. I mean, let's not get into this, please.
I mean, how much time was given to them? I'm saying that when you allocate time, you look at the amount of time that BJP decided to give to its own tall women leaders. Because I say that because parties after parties on the India Alliance spoke about how BJP has normalized atrocity on women. And in response, if they cannot even give voice to their own women leaders in terms of adequate time, that shows that BJP as a party in government is not ready to respond
Asif
to anything that comes up.
I would disagree with the point which is being made by Ghanshyam here, because you have the Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman initiating the discussion in the Rajya Sabha today. So that charge that, you had one of the finest speakers, women speakers come in yesterday. On Saturday and Friday we heard that. So I would completely disagree, respectfully as well, with Ghanshyam Tiwari. But come in on this, the point that has been made by Priyanka Gandhi Vadra and also by Rahul Gandhi is that here is a government which is constantly looking backwards. That you talk about Jawaharlal Nehru and his mistakes, but you are not ready to accept your mistakes and move ahead. Accept mistakes, move ahead, was the point that she made.
You see, India's democratic history, if you see, it's definitely an inspiration for the world. And that's why our mother, we are considered as the mother of democracy. People take the book of Samvidhan, हाथ में तो रखते हैं, लेकिन उसका constitution का power नहीं जानते हैं. And we have seen this by none other than Rahul Gandhi, by who took the ordinance that was passed by the party for granted. And we have utilized, अगर हमने कोई संविधान में बदलाव किया है तो वो देश के बेहतर के लिए किया है, देश में अमन और शांति के लिए किया. आज आर्टिकल 370 को आप लीजिए, तो that is in the interest of Kashmir and in the interest of the integrity and the peace of India. And what have they done? And how they have refused, you see, they have used the extra constitutional powers for the sustenance in the office. That's not been the case with the BJP. We are aware of n number of cases, right from Shah Banu to the Allahabad High Court decisions that the Congress took, and it utilized that to transform the constitution for its own advantage. और आज यही लोग लोकसभा में constitution की बात कर रहे हैं. So you think people are not going to understand where they come from? You see, the only problem is that जो constitution की
घनश्याम तिवारी, will you respond?
उसमें पन्ने खाली है, उसमें इन्हें नहीं पता है कि सत्य क्या है, क्योंकि उसमें सत्य है ही नहीं. They have just believed in peddling lies. But let me tell you, the people of India are no more going to take this for granted. उन्होंने दिखाया है और उन्होंने दिखाया. आज मुझे बताइए सबसे ज़्यादा
you made your point.
आज सबसे ज़्यादा
Asif, you made your point. You have made your point.
मारिया, सबसे ज़्यादा नुकसान अगर कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन की किताब रख के अगर दुरुपयोग किया गया तो हमें हुआ है. पिछले चुनाव में they have showed that we will change the constitution. Why should we change the constitution? We have only rectified it in larger interest for a better framework of the country.
You have made your point. Let's bring in घनश्याम तिवारी.
Maria, maybe
Asif. घनश्याम तिवारी, you know, one moment. The constitution debate, when you would say, got settled electorally in Maharashtra elections and also in Haryana election. Because the biggest, or should I say the most beautiful aspect of the functioning and thriving of the constitution is the fact that the right to vote is being exercised by people across India. Don't you think time has come for opposition also to look for issues that they can counter the government on, but not latch on to issues that gave you electoral dividends once upon a time, maybe 6 months ago? It is something that will not give you any more electoral dividends.
Maria, maybe BJP does not read the press of the day today. I just quote from the Indian Express editorial today, where it says that more than 2/3 of Indians living were not born when the constitution was overridden and the emergency was declared in 1975. So the emergency chapter, it is a blot that BJP harped on, but it was a chapter before 2/3 of Indians that are living today were born. And the next concluding paragraph, it says that the decade of 2014 to 2024 saw the period of single party rule, where the center, backed by powerful ideology and party aspirants and party apparatus, they used the mandate to unsettle, this is Indian Express editorial, unsettle institutional balance of power envisaged in the constitution. They use, this is again saying, they use the mandate to ensure that the minority rights and federalism was diluted and diminished. This is the leading newspaper of the day, making a charge on the government right after the constitution debate. BJP has so many blots on them that they have no place to hide except in one way, that the Prime Minister does not show up in the Parliament. If Parliament functions in the right order and the Prime Minister sits through it, shows the courage and answers even 10% of the questions posed to him by the common people whose voice is today the opposition, then you will not see such editorials, because then...
All right, घनश्याम तिवारी and Asif Bamla, thank you so much for joining us this morning. Around 11
it was the power of the constitution.
The House reconvenes. We have really come to the end of this discussion, Asif. Let me bring in Aishwarya now, because 12 noon is when we are expecting the arguments to begin, or should I say the debate on constitution to begin in the Rajya Sabha. But Aishwarya, the question is, will the House function? Because, you know, the logjam in the Rajya Sabha is still continuing.
Well, amid the rising tensions over the no confidence motion that was moved by the opposition MPs, it is against the Rajya Sabha chairperson Jagdeep Dhankar. It will be 2 days debate in the Rajya Sabha that will begin from today. Of course, we have seen there was logjam, there were adjournments, there were personal attacks that was leveled against the Vice President of India and Rajya Sabha chairperson Jagdeep Dhankar and a leader of opposition Mallikarjun Kharge. Several meetings were called as well to find the middle ground as to let the Rajya Sabha function, but there was no middle ground that was able to founded by the Rajya Sabha chairperson, and therefore the reason perhaps adjournments were seen. But as far as these 2 day debate in the Rajya Sabha is concerned, it is a 3-line whip that had been issued by the Bharatiya Janata Party and by the Congress Party as well to all their MPs to be present in the House. And last night there was a crucial meeting of the Bharatiya Janata Party Rajya Sabha leaders in which it was decided that it would be Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman who will be initiating the debate on the part of the Bharatiya Janata Party, and it would be Mallikarjun Kharge, leader of opposition, who will be speaking from the Congress Party. Tomorrow on day 2 it would be Amit Shah who would be starting, because today Amit Shah, Home Minister, is not in the national capital. He is on an official tour to Chhattisgarh, and therefore the reason he had been given a chance. But BJP has lined up its best speakers as far as these 2 day debates is concerned, from Bhupendra Yadav to Sudhanshu Trivedi to Ghanshyam Tiwari to multiple speakers, including union ministers like Hardeep Singh Puri, who would be speaking on the constitution debate. Of course, from the RJD would be Manoj Kumar Jha and several others who would be speaking. But concluding remarks would be certainly made by the leader of the House, JP Nadda, is what we have been told as of now. Bhupendra Yadav could be another one very important speaker from the Bharatiya Janata Party who can also be at the concluding remarks. But very important 2 days, but it remains to be seen whether amid of the chaos adjournments, the Rajya Sabha would be able to function today as well, or there would be a constructive and a healthy debate that we will see.
All right. Thank you so much for joining us, Aishwarya. So, the time has been allocated, but it remains to be seen whether the House will function at all or not, and whether the discussion will happen if the House functions. With that, it's a wrap from us. Over to you, Divya, in the studio for rest of the news and updates.
Right, thank you so much, Maria. We will keep coming back to you, as at 11 o'clock we're expecting that debate on the constitution in the Rajya Sabha after that debate in the Lok Sabha that took place on Friday and Saturday. Moving on now, let's get you the latest from the national capital. With the assembly elections around the corner, it's Delhi's BJP leaders that have stepped up the slum expansion campaign, which began almost 5 months ago by staying overnight in slums and JJ clusters to strengthen the party's vote base among the lower middle class. Now, under the campaign, senior BJP leaders, including its 7 Delhi MPs, and the workers staying in different slums and JJ clusters overnight, interacting with the residents. So far, they have conducted such campaigns in over 1,194 to be precise, slum clusters across the city of Delhi.
सर, आप यहाँ पर इनफैक्ट पूरे रात रहने वाले हैं। बहुत से लोगों ने आपने अभी बातचीत भी की है। क्या कुछ आपको लग रहा है कि यहाँ के लोगों के लिए क्या कुछ दिक्कतें अभी?
ये अरविंद केजरीवाल के कुशासन का खुलासा हो रहा है। जिस तरह से भ्रष्टाचार किया गया दिल्ली में, फ्री बिजली पानी के नाम पे लोगों को ठगा गया है। वो ये बता रहे हैं झुग्गीवासी कि हमें बिजली का बिल, इनका पिछले महीने का बिल 2800 रुपये था। तो अगर इतने एक कमरे का बिल 2800 रुपये देना पड़ रहा है, तो आप समझ लीजिए दिल्ली की स्थिति क्या है। और हम जो इस प्रवास कर रहे हैं, आज 1000 झुग्गियों में हमारे कार्यकर्ता रुक रहे हैं, और हम उन झुग्गी वालों को ये विश्वास दिला रहे हैं कि दिल्ली में जब डबल इंजन की सरकार बनेगी, माननीय प्रधानमंत्री के नेतृत्व में, दिल्ली में समुचित विकास होगा और इनका जीवन मान सम्मान का उसकी चिंता भारतीय जनता पार्टी करेगी।
सर, क्योंकि आज आप यहाँ पर रात्रि प्रवास करने वाले हैं, क्या कुछ आपका रहने वाला है आज का पूरा प्लान? नहीं, अभी तो हम इन सब झुग्गी वाले जो हमारे भाई बहन हैं, बच्चे हैं, उनके साथ अभी देखा हम खेल रहे थे। अब इन सबसे मिलना होगा, बाहर सबके साथ बैठेंगे, देर रात तक यहाँ एक चौपाल जमेगी, चर्चाएँ होंगी, और उसके बाद इनकी समस्याओं को लेकर जो इनका फीडबैक है
वो हम अपने मैनिफेस्टो में भी लेकर आएंगे और कैसे इनकी समस्याओं को दूर कर पाएँ इसका प्रयास हम करेंगे।
Poor slum dwellers are believed to be core voters of Aam Aadmi Party, but this time around we are seeing BJP launching this Pravas campaign, where they're residing at a slum dweller's home. Do you think BJP is trying to get into the core vote bank of the Aam Aadmi Party this time?
नहीं, मैं गया था सभी स्लम से, मैंने पता किया था कि भाई बीजेपी के नेता आए थे, कहते हाँ जी वो प्लॉट देखने आए थे, तो वो प्लॉट चेक कर रहे हैं कि भाई कौन से प्लॉट पे कौन कब्जा करेगा। वो चाहते हैं कि भाई सारे प्लॉटों में झुग्गियाँ तोड़ दी जाएँ और वहाँ पे उनके अपने बड़े आलीशान बिल्डिंगें बन जाएँ। ऐसा उन्होंने बॉम्बे में किया भी था बीजेपी वालों ने, वैसे ही करने की तैयारी कर रहे हैं।
Ishika joining us to get us more on this. Ishika, take us through the kind of grievances that are being voiced by the citizens of Delhi in regard to whether it's electricity, water or other issues that they've been facing in these slum areas.
Well, yes, Divya. In fact, the Delhi polls are just round the corner, and before that, we are seeing that both the parties, be it the Aam Aadmi Party or be it, in fact, the BJP, both of them are trying to woo every section of the voters, and that is why, under this Jhuggi Pravas Yojana of the BJP this time is also trying to woo the lower middle class, the slum dwellers, who in fact for the largest time have been the core voters of the Aam Aadmi Party. Now certainly, under this scheme of the BJP, all the BJP leaders here in Delhi, they in fact stay overnight at the residence of a slum dweller. They spend time and thus, try to woo them. So that is what happened yesterday. All the BJP leaders, in fact, the BJP MPs, BJP MLAs, and also Delhi BJP president, all of them stayed overnight and interacted with the slum dwellers. This time, BJP says that they are very much confident that the faith the slum dwellers had in the Aam Aadmi Party, that is no more there, because the promises that were made by the Delhi government for them has not been fulfilled till now, and thus they feel that this time they will be voting for a change. On the other hand, the Aam Aadmi Party just calls it another tactic of the BJP to try to woo the voters, in which Aam Aadmi Party also claim that the BJP will be failing. So certainly ahead of the Delhi polls, we are seeing that in fact, the war of words, and especially over the Jhuggi politics, only continues to intensify. Over to you.
Right, Ishika, thank you so much for joining us and stay with us for our next story as well, and that's a fresh war of words between the Aam Aadmi Party and the BJP that's erupted in the national capital over Rohingyas, with the Union Minister Hardeep Singh Puri there accusing the Aam Aadmi Party of hosting illegal Rohingya refugees in large numbers. It is Delhi Chief Minister Atishi Singh Atishi has written to Union Home Minister Amit Shah raising concerns over the settlement as far as Rohingyas are concerned. Let's go back to Ishika. Ishika, take us through this, war of words that has erupted yet again when it comes to the centre and the Aam Aadmi Party.
Well, Divya, in fact, the issue of Rohingyas has become quite big in this Delhi election after the opposition, that is the BJP, raised this saying, in fact, attacking the Aam Aadmi Party-led Delhi government, saying that they are illegally settling this Rohingyas to get benefit in the elections. We also saw how, in fact, the Delhi BJP delegation also met with the Chief Election Commissioner and said that they had in fact evidence, that this was happening in Delhi, and also asked the Chief Election Commissioner to take cognizance of that. Now, we did see that yesterday, senior leader of the BJP and also Union Minister Hardeep Singh Puri tweeted regarding Rohingyas in Delhi, saying in fact no Rohingya in Delhi has in fact got a government flat, but rather it is the Aam Aadmi Party who are settling them in Delhi. After which we saw that, the Aam Aadmi Party hit back at the BJP, and Chief Minister Atishi wrote to, Home Minister Amit Shah, saying that, the Rohingyas, they come under the central, the central government. Thus, has the central government failed, in fact, to protect the voting rights of the Indians, and rather than giving them to the Rohingyas here. So indirectly, in fact, now the Aam Aadmi Party has also, in fact, questioned Amit Shah over this issue. So certainly the war of words over the Rohingyas has only intensified. In fact, after Atashri, we also saw the Aam Aadmi Party Supremo Arvind Kejriwal also attacking Home Minister Amit Shah over this. Over to you.
Right. Thank you so much, Ishika, for getting us all those details. And with that, we're slipping into a very short break. Back with a whole lot more on the other side. To stay with us.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
Tabla Maestro Zakir Hussain has died. Tributes pouring in for the Tabla Maestro and the 4-time Grammy Award winner. He won 3 Grammys this year itself in February. Students faced in Jaipur's coaching centre, and the questions being raised as to what really caused the students to faint out of that foul smell. The investigation continues to be underway. In the Maharashtra, the swearing-in ceremony that took place on a Sunday, 39 ministers have been sworn in, but today will be the first assembly session. And Amit Shah meets with surrendered Naxals in Bastar, says he aims to make Chhattisgarh Naxal-free.
Download any single ID partner app, link your card and earn reward with top rank.
Get it free with single ID.
Mahakumbh, a festival of faith, the world's biggest spiritual festival, the divine dip at the spiritual Sangam, a sacred confluence of faith, culture and heritage. NDTV's mega coverage of the Mega Fest. NDTV at Mahakumbh 2025.
We are able to maintain the democratic fabric and the democratic system.
I want to do something that can make a difference.
लगातार जनता की आवाज को सरकार तक पहुंचाने का काम मैं करता हूं.
I was a student up until very recently. I really want to work and do something for my people because they have given me this opportunity. They have elected me.
सोचा नहीं था कि राज्यसभा सांसद बनूंगी. New day, new show, a new experience. Start your day with the news, not views. We bring you stories that matter. And
with regard to Prime Minister Modi, in fact, Prime Minister Modi emphasized the collaborative governance as a cornerstone of India's development while addressing the 4th National Conference of Chief Secretaries in the national capital. The Prime Minister has gone on to say that pro-people, proactive, good governance is at the core of our efforts, enabling us to achieve the vision of Viksit Bharat. He highlighted the importance of focusing on reform, performance, as well as transformation. This is what he stressed upon is the need to inform the citizen about the government's various initiatives in order to boost the relationship between the centre and the state governments. Moving on, hundreds of surrendered Naxalites from Chhattisgarh and neighbouring states met with Union Home Minister Amit Shah in Bastar. He said that both the centre and the Chhattisgarh government are committed to eradicating Naxalism in the state. The Home Minister said that he has pledged to make Chhattisgarh Naxal-free. He appealed others also to lay down their arms. Let's listen in to Home Minister Amit Shah.
15,000 मकान भारत सरकार अपने खर्चे से इन नक्सल प्रभावित क्षेत्र में बना रहा है. छत्तीसगढ़ में सरकार बदली, भाजपा की सरकार आई, तुरंत ही हमने मीटिंग कर नक्सल मुक्त छत्तीसगढ़ का संकल्प किया था. और मुझे आनंद है कि 1 साल में हमें काफी कुछ कर लिया है. मेरा आप सभी से अपील है कि अभी भी जो लोग हथियार लेकर नक्सलियों का साथ दे रहे हैं उनको समझाइए, संपर्क है तो संदेश भेजिए कि मेन स्ट्रीम में आ जाइए, सरेंडर करिए। और मैं मानता हूं कि पूरे नक्सल अभियान को एक मजबूत जवाब है कि बस्तर की एक बच्ची 2036 ओलंपिक में एक मेडल जीतकर पूरी दुनिया को संदेश दे।
And let's just switch tracks now to Maharashtra, and the winter session of the Maharashtra legislature will commence today in Nagpur, a day after the state's cabinet expansion. The opposition, Mahavikas Aghadi, on Sunday boycotted the customary tea party hosted on the eve of the winter session, citing farmers' distress, rising unemployment, price hike, as well as the recent murder of a sarpanch in the Bid district. More than 3 weeks after the assembly election results that were declared as far as Maharashtra is concerned, it took almost 3 weeks now for the cabinet expansion. Do remember yesterday, 39 ministers took oath at that grand program which took place in Nagpur on Sunday evening. Now, Maharashtra can have a maximum of about 43 ministers. 19 of those ministers were from the BJP, 11 from the Shiv Sena and 9 from the NCP. Adding, it's also to that tally is Devendra Fadnavis, the Chief Minister, and do remember his 2 deputies, which includes Eknath Shinde and Ajit Pawar. Now, 42 berths are all taken up now, but it's Mahayuti, we're talking about the ally Ram Das Athawale, who is upset over not getting a place in the new cabinet. He was very hopeful to get a cabinet berth, but there seems to be no place for RPI. And Narendra Bondekar, a Sena MLA who resigned from the party post after being denied the cabinet berth. So he also resigned yesterday after he didn't get that cabinet berth. And well, today will be the first day of the assembly session, so all eyes on that. And that customary tea meeting, like you can see, that took place yesterday, and it was the opposition who was missing in action. Moving on, the safety of students taking coaching classes is now under scrutiny after 10 students fainted following what appears to have been some kind of a gas leak or odor that was present in their classroom on Sunday evening. The students who were rushed to the hospital are out of danger at the time. At that particular incident that took place yesterday, there were 350 children who were in the classroom on the 2nd floor of the building undergoing coaching at the Utkarsh coaching hub. And to get more on this, we have my colleague Harsha. Harsha, what really went wrong? Which the police so far can't even tell what really happened there. So the investigation continues and it's underway. Get us all the details of what really happened on that unfateful night.
Yes, absolutely. In fact, I found what the police said last evening absolutely astonishing. They actually thought that fumes coming from a kitchen could have led to 10 students fainting. Well, let me just give you a sense of where I am. This is Mahesh Nagar, and this is an area where there are a number of coaching institutes. So this incident, in fact, took place in that Utkarsh classes. But on this road, there are a number of institutes, and as you can see, there are all these high-rises that seem to have been made without any safety or building norms having been kept in mind. In this case itself, for example, there were 350 students who were inside the classroom, and when 10 of them fainted, it led to a situation where there was almost a stampede-like situation, and the students all rushed out. Now, we are given to understand one possibility is that a gutter at the back led to the methane gas being generated, which led to these students fainting. I have 2 students with me, and I'm going to quickly ask them what they feel about this. I'm just going to ask them to quieten down. Nirmal, आपको क्या लगता है यहाँ पर इतने सारे कोचिंग इंस्टीट्यूट्स हैं, कहीं सेफ्टी के मापदंड होने चाहिए?
जी बिल्कुल, ये सरकार नियम तो तय करती है। सरकार नियम तय करती है कि स्टूडेंट्स के कोई भी सुरक्षा के साथ खिलवाड़ नहीं होगा। ग्रामीण परिवेश से जो बच्चा यहाँ पढ़ने के लिए आता है उसको बेला फुसला के लाखों रुपए फीस जमा कर लेते हैं, उसके बाद उसको एडमिशन कहीं लेते हैं और पढ़ाया किसी बिल्डिंग में जाता है।
और ये बिल्डिंग में कोई सेफ्टी नॉर्म्स थे? कितने सारे बच्चे भरे हुए थे?
इसके अंदर कम से कम 250 से 300 स्टूडेंट बैठे थे। जिस 100 लोगों के बैठने की क्लास में 300 स्टूडेंट बैठे, जाने की एक ही सीढ़ी, आने की एक ही सीढ़ी। 10-20 लोगों से ज्यादा एक साथ ना उतर सकते, ना चढ़ सकते, ना कोई फायर एग्जिट। सोचिए, वो स्टूडेंट को विषैली गैस लीक होने की वजह से वहां बेहोश हो गए। और उनको अलग अलग हॉस्पिटलों में पहुंचाया कि कोचिंग संस्थान का हमारा नाम खराब नहीं हो। कोचिंग संस्थान और सरकार सेफ रहना चाहती है, बाकी राजस्थान के युवा साथियों का भविष्य गर्त में जाए, इन लोगों को कोई मतलब नहीं।
विकास, हम देखते हैं कि जो निर्मल ने कहा यही हाल है, ये तो उत्कर्ष का है कि, लेकिन अगर आप यहाँ पे नजर घुमा के देखेंगे तो कितने सारे कोचिंग इंस्टीट्यूट्स हैं, वहाँ पे लगता नहीं है मेरे को कोई मापदंड फॉलो किए जा रहे हैं।
मैम, किसी भी तरह का मापदंड यहाँ पे फॉलो नहीं किया जा रहा है। कैमरामैन वहाँ दिखाए, ये ऊपर चौथे फ्लोर पे कोचिंग संस्थान चलता है, इसका एंट्रेंस और एग्जिट एक ही है। अब किस तरह इस कोचिंग संस्थान में 500, 800 की तादाद में बच्चों को पढ़ाया जा रहा है, जहाँ स्टूडेंट्स की तादाद एक क्लासरूम की 200 की संख्या में है, वहाँ 1500, 1200 बच्चों को पढ़ाया जा रहा है। अगर इस क्लासरूम में कोई भगदड़ मचती है, किसी तरह की अनहोनी घटित होती है, तो आप सोचो किस तरह बच्चे एग्जिट कर पाएंगे एक साथ में।
So absolutely, spotlight of students who come for coaching definitely under the scanner now, and the administration has to answer as to why these coaching institutes are being allowed to function without safety norms in place.
Right, Harsha, we will keep coming back to you for that. Thank you so much for joining us. Moving on now, Infosys co-founder Narayana Murthy has defended his 70-hour work week comment yet again during his visit in Kolkata, which he described as the most cultured place in the entire country. He said young people have to realize that we have to work hard and work towards making India number one. He said that he was always excited to be in Kolkata. In some ways, this is the most cultured place in the entire country. He says whenever he thinks of Kolkata or is in Kolkata, he thinks of Rabindranath Tagore, Satyajit Ray, Subhash Chandra Bose, Amartya Sen, and other host of other important personalities. We have my colleague Sakshi joining us to get us more on this. Sakshi, Narayana Murthy there yet again pushing India to work a little harder, to work a little extra per week, reiterating his 70-hour work week. Well, of course, this opens that Pandora's box of the, work-life balance and rather the lack of it.
Well, absolutely. This debate is raging, the work-life balance debate, as you mentioned. And Narayana Murthy, while in Kolkata, defending the 70-hour work week comment all over again. He did say that, Kolkata is the most cultured in the country. But he also emphasized on how there's a need to work hard to make India number one. And jobs really are the only way forward to fight poverty. So he did double down on his comment essentially, and he said, look, Indians have a lot of work ahead. So therefore, this comment, remember, this is not the first time, this is around the third or fourth time that one is hearing the 70-hour work week comment from Narayana Murthy. And therefore, this is, of course, at center stage of, increasingly, remember, globally, we are looking at 4-day work weeks. We are looking at reducing the number of hours that one is supposed to work in order to look at a work-life balance. So this, of course, is reinstating comments really on the importance of work-life balance, while his comment is coming in at a time when, of course, he believes that India needs to work hard to be number one in the world.
Right, Sakshi, of course, the impacts of what it has, and as far as productivity is concerned, if you're going to be working 70 hours a week, how productive are you? Isn't it more effective to work the required amount of hours? And, of course, this opens that debate. And, of course, it was that just recently that Indian-based US startup CEO who spoke about even an 80-85-hour work week instead says that there is no work-life balance when it comes to his startup. Well, moving on to more news, and it's Mukti Jodas or the veterans of the Bangladesh that have arrived in Kolkata for celebrating Vijay Divas in the Eastern Command headquarters. It will be Bengal's Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee who will make her first appearance at the event as well. The Vijay Divas celebration and the visit of the two countries' delegations comes amid strains as far as the alleged violence against the minority Hindu community in Bangladesh is concerned. So both India and Bangladesh celebrate the victory over Pakistan on the 16th of December 1971, and every year they invite each other's war veterans and serving officers in order to celebrate this event, in order to honor the Indian Army for its victory in 1971 against Pakistan that gave birth to Bangladesh. And it was Gukesh who beat Dinga Liren in one of the most spectacular games in the history of World Chess Champions. He is now coming back home to India. The Indian Grandmaster Gukesh was crowned the 18th World Chess Champion in Singapore. The final moments of the game that took place last week will forever be etched in the minds of a billion Indians. The Tamil Nadu government has announced a cash award of 5 crores for the world champion who has Telugu ancestry, as he was born in Chennai. The 18-year-old has etched his name in history by becoming the youngest world champion. He's the second Indian, only after Vishwanathan Anand, to win that chess championship, which took place on the 12th of December. And following the footsteps of the legendary Vishwanathan Anand, who held the crown 5 times, the 18-year-old will get a total prize money of 11.45 crore from the event. And of course, like we mentioned, it is the Tamil Nadu government that has also, gone ahead and made a huge announcement in order to reward the chess champion, who's all of 18. The Tamil Nadu government will be giving 5 crore rupees to the player. So Rakesh is expected to be in Chennai today. His flight is supposed to be landing at about 10:30 this morning. He is coming back home after winning that huge feat, the only second Indian after Vishwanathan Anand to win the World Championship, and the first, the youngest championship that has been won by someone as young as 18 years of age. He wanted to bring the title home. He says he doesn't play chess to make money. Those are some of the reactions that have come from Gukesh. He's spoken about his love. It was when he was very little, when he had gone to watch that chess championship that was taking place while Vishwanathan was playing, and that's what really, made him imagine his future and what he really wanted to do growing up. And of course, the newly crowned world chess champion, in a very heartfelt message from his mother that has become his guiding principle. He's spoken about his parents very often and how they've played a pivotal role in his ascent. And let's just get you the very latest. It is the President of Sri Lanka who is here in India. He is on a 3-day visit. He got here yesterday. He met with the External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar. He also met with Ajit Doval. He will be meeting Prime Minister Modi today, and that meeting is going to be taking place a little later in the afternoon, and it's going to start with a visit to Rajpath. Well, the President comes about, this is a visit, this is his first bilateral since he assumed office this year in October.
After a thumping victory in his country's parliamentary elections, Sri Lankan President Anura Kumara Dissanayake is all set to shape Sri Lanka's future, and his first course of action, reaching out to crucial ally India. Dissanayake, often referred to as AKD, has arrived in New Delhi for a 3-day visit. He is accompanied by Sri Lanka's Foreign Minister and Deputy Finance Minister. Choosing India for his first foreign trip as president marks a shift in Dissanayake's foreign policy, moving away from China. Despite his past support for left-leaning and pro-China policies, the Sri Lankan leader has stressed that he will not let Sri Lanka be dragged into any geopolitical contest between New Delhi and Beijing. The visit marks a new chapter in the often complicated Indo-Lankan relations, especially considering India's historical tensions with the JVP, the party leading Dissanayake's coalition. The JVP was notably opposed to Indian interventions, particularly during the 1980s when the India-Sri Lankan peace agreement was signed. Dissanayake too made his name during the anti-India protests in 1980s. However, he has since toned down his anti-India rhetoric significantly, indicating his willingness to work with New Delhi. As Sri Lanka plays a key role in India's Sagar and neighborhood first policies, Dissanayake is expected to engage in talks with Prime Minister Modi, Foreign Minister Jaishankar, and President Murmu. Key topics are likely to include investments, infrastructure connectivity, debt restructuring, and ongoing fishing disputes. As Dissanayake begins his official visit, it will be interesting to see how India engages with Sri Lanka's new president and how the visit shapes the future of Indo-Lankan relations. With Disha Bakji, Bureau Report, NDTV World.
And let's just switch tracks now. It's Gukesh who is bringing home the trophy while he is on his way to Chennai. Sam, what time is that flight supposed to land? What are the preparations? And of course, take us to the sacrifices made by his family in terms of his father and his mother. The mother saying that, while she expresses her joy that he's won the championship, she really desires that he needs to be an even greater human being. And that's the stress and that's the kind of foundation that Gukesh has.
Divya, we come to you from the Chennai International Airport at the arrival terminal, and this is what in terms of the arrangements being made to give a rousing reception for Gukesh. Many young sports persons have come here to welcome him, and after this he will also go to his school where he would be felicitated, and tomorrow there would be a mega government arranged felicitation where Gukesh would be honoured by Chief Minister M.K. Stalin, besides giving him a cash prize of 5 crore rupees, and Gukesh's record of sorts, becoming the youngest ever world chess champion, many say would be a great boost for the chess culture in Tamil Nadu and across India. Chennai has become the home for second world chess champion after Vishwanathan Anand. With me, a young chess player. Your name?
My name is Rishit Devnarayan.
Rishit, what does Gukesh's victory mean for chess players like you?
It's an improvement in the there'll be more parental support and inspiration for other chess players also, and they'll be more focused into chess and they'll try. It's basically an inspiration as well as competitiveness, which will boost the players to do like Gukesh and better.
Do you also dream to become a world champion sometime?
Sort of.
What kind of hard work you do?
I practice chess every day.
What works well for chess players like you in Tamil Nadu?
Playing regular tournaments and analyzing them, and playing games regularly always.
Right.
And puzzles.
All the best. Thank you very much. And let's also speak to his mother. For parents, Gukesh's victory, what kind of a motivation does it give? In fact, his father had to give up his practice as a medical doctor to accompany Gukesh.
It really gives hope for parents to see careers beyond engineering and doctor. Okay, that is something I feel is the biggest hope Gukesh's victory gives.
Thank you so much. And in terms of the sacrifice made by his family, Gukesh's father, a medical doctor, actually had to give up his practice so that he could accompany Gukesh to all the international tournaments. It was difficult to manage with one member earning in the family because they required lots of funds to support his international travel. But all that has now paid off, and in that sense, many hope Gukesh's victory would be a great motivation, nurture the chess culture in Chennai and across India. If everything goes well, in another half an hour's time, you can see a rousing reception being given by these bunch of sports persons to Gukesh, who will be arriving here.
Right, all eyes on that flight landing with Gukesh on it in Chennai. Sam, we will keep coming back to you for more on that. With that, it's a wrap on this bulletin.
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number 1 in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust. In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news is here.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India.
bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Mahakumbh, a festival of faith. The world's biggest spiritual festival. The divine dip at the spiritual Sangam. A sacred confluence of faith, culture and heritage. NDTV's mega coverage of the Mega Fest. NDTV at Mahakumbh 2025.
We are able to maintain the democratic fabric and the democratic system.
I want to do something that can make a difference.
लगातार जनता की आवाज को सरकार तक पहुंचाने का काम मैं करता हूं.
I was a student up until very recently. I really want to work and do something for my people because they have given me this.
It's 10 a.m. You are watching NDTV 24x7. I'm Parmeshwar Baba. We've got an action-packed bulletin lined up for you. Let's begin with the headlines we're tracking at the moment. Tabla Maestro and four-time Grammy winner Ustad Zakir Hussain has died at the age of 73 after being hospitalized over the last 2 weeks. The Rajya Sabha will take up a discussion on the 75 years of the Indian Constitution today. The two-day debate will begin at 11 a.m. Prime Minister Modi has told chief secretaries that states should gear up and lead in bringing reforms for ease of business, cutting red tapes and reducing compliance burdens to grab the opportunities of overseas investment coming to India due to the changing global scenario. Sri Lanka's President Anura Kumara Dissanayake is in India on a 3-day visit. During his touchdown, he will be meeting Prime Minister Modi and President Draupadi Murmu. And Gukesh D, now the youngest world chess champion, is back home. Tabla Maestro Ustad Zakir Hussain, renowned for his innovative fusion of Indian classical music and jazz, passed away at 73 years of age in San Francisco. The Grammy-winning musician, who's also the son of legendary tabla player Allah Rakha, collaborated with notable artists worldwide, leaving an indelible mark on the music world. In fact, Mr. Hussain had been admitted to the hospital for the past 2 weeks he was there and was later taken to the ICU after his condition worsened. He has received numerous accolades, including being conferred the Padma Vibhushan and winning multiple Grammy Awards. In fact, he started playing the tabla at the age of 7 and was performing across the country at the age of 12. Mr. Hussain has composed for many Indian and international films as well. And in fact, tributes have been pouring in from across the industry and across the world on the news of his demise. In fact, joining us now on NDTV, we have with us Anu Malik. Sir, as we remember Zakir Hussain, what would you like people to know about his personal philosophy towards music and life and how it shaped his incredible career?
Thank you for having me over. It's a very, very sad day. I'm literally anguished like everybody else on hearing the news of the passing of Zakir Bhai. See, to answer your question, I would say that Zakir Bhai, he was absolutely a masterful tabla virtuoso. Everyone knows he was also a child of Mahim, a place, that actually pulsed with Mumbai's essence. I remember asking him sometimes, and many people who asked him where he drew his inspiration from while performing on the stages of international stages like San Francisco, London, Geneva. You know, the best part of his answer was that he said, the wells where I derived my power is from Mumbai, from the place where I was born, from India. He loved his country. In fact, once he commented that he loved that Mukhar of mine, the song, East or West, India is the best. So, you know, he's a man who took, through his tabla, he took the musicians of India on the world map. 3-4 months back when he won the 3 Grammys in a row, I was actually in front of the television. I was standing up and clapping for them. How can you describe the greatness of a man like Zakir Bhai in just a few minutes?
Sir, also Zakir ji was often referred to as a pioneer in fusion music. In your opinion, what set his approach to fusion apart and how did it influence the global music scene?
You see, you know, he had his own group, Shakti group, with I think Shankar Mahadevan ji was also there. And he could adapt to any situation, whether it was absolutely classical or adapt to any world musician of any class and caliber. In fact, I would always say that his tabla, he never played the tabla. He actually, I found his tabla singing. He could even make a tune out of it. While playing, he could play a tune on a tabla. So he collaborated with the Beatles. You know his whole story, his life story will unfold now. He has done so much work and he's done so much to his music, adapted himself to every musician, every raga, you know, with great masters of India, to playing with the great musicians of the West. He could adapt, he could amalgamate, he could do anything. And while watching him perform, all you could see was his fingers on his tabla, the bayan, the chati. Right. The fingers were not playing, they were flying. His you know, this boli from, let's say he was playing in Dadra, he was playing in Tiktal or Bara Matra or anything, it was flying in his head. And there's a legend that says that actually Zakir Bhai, when he was born, Ustad Allah Khan Sahab would actually play the tabla tap near his ears. And suddenly I see that the rhythm is embedded in his very soul. You know what I'm saying?
Absolutely. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us on NDTV with your fond memories. Well, you were on the front lines of his Grammy-winning moment as well. He's achieved many remarkable milestones. Many have been groundbreaking achievements, as many veterans in the industry have also complimented it. As Abira is also with us. Abira, tributes have been pouring in from across the country and worldwide.
Yes, absolutely. People have taken on social media, pouring in their love, memories of him, because we have lost a legend today. It's a huge loss for India. He was a great musician. He took Indian classical music to a global stage. People recognizing Indian classical music and especially tabla after he, took it all over the world, and he would collaborate with so many international musicians and just there was no boundaries for him, whether it's jazz, whether it's rock. He would amalgamate everything together with tabla and show the world that what Indian classical music is all about. So, it is a huge loss for us. Everybody is extremely hurt about what happened, and so early we lost him at 73.
Well, Abira, thanks so much for joining us. Well, with that, let's take you through the breaking news information coming in. Well, currently, the Sri Lankan president is in India on a 3-day touchdown. In fact, this is a pivotal moment in India-Sri Lanka relations, as Mr. Dissanayake has touched down in India on his maiden foreign visit. He's Sri Lanka's newly elected president and is visiting New Delhi for the second time in just 10 months. Yet there's a big difference this time around, because the last time he was here, he led a delegation of NPP leaders. But this time, it is his maiden overseas visit after taking over as president. As you can see, he's with Prime Minister Modi and President Draupadi Murmu. at the moment. In fact, on the plan of action for today, the Sri Lankan president is expected to sign 4 MOUs in the presence of Prime Minister Modi, one of which is also pertaining to the area of cyber security as far as both our nations are concerned. The Sri Lankan president also met the External Affairs Minister, Dr. S. Jaishankar, and for today he has a meeting lined up with Prime Minister Modi where he will be signing 4 key memorandums of agreement. In fact, Mr. Dissanayike's choice of India for his inaugural foreign visit, it sends a powerful message, as many analysts have also highlighted, underscoring his commitment to deepening Sri Lanka's ties with India. Analysts also argue that this decision is a clear signal of the importance that Mr. Dissanayike and Sri Lanka place on fostering a closer relationship with India, especially after his unexpected rise to power, breaking free from the traditional political elite. But a pivotal moment for India-Sri Lanka relations. President Anura Kumara Dissanayake is set to sign 4 key agreements as well today, including one on cyber security, when he meets Prime Minister Modi for a meeting after this. Well, in his first overseas visit after assuming office, Mr. Dissanayake will be having bilateral discussions with our Prime Minister and our President. His visit comes after Mr. Jaishankar's invitation to visit New Delhi, after he visited Colombo less than a fortnight after Mr. Dissanayike's victory. In fact, a little bit of context for you here. Dr. Jaishankar was the first foreign dignitary to visit Sri Lanka since the National People's Party government, led by Mr. Dissanayake, came to power in September the 23rd, to be precise. Mr. Dissanayike's visit was actually on hold until the completion of the parliamentary election in November, when his party, the NPP, recorded a historic win, gaining absolute control of the 225-member parliament. But after his thumping victory in his country's parliamentary elections, he was all set to shape Sri Lanka's future, and his first course of action, reaching out to a crucial ally, India, as you can see. Choosing India for his first foreign trip as president does mark a shift in Mr. Dissanayike's foreign policy, moving away from China. And joining us for further clarity is Mohammad Ghazali at the moment. Ghazali, take us through why this sets Mr. Dissanayike's visit apart and why it's being considered a move away from China and the significance of it.
See, there are two significance of this visit, particularly one that he chose India as its first destination after coming to power. Itself shows the kind of bilateral relations Anura Kumar Dissanayake is looking for when it comes to relationship with India. Why India is willing to extend that kind of warmth and relationship with Sri Lanka is because India knows that how China is gaining its influence in the Indian Ocean region, and we know the kind of geopolitics we have witnessed in the last 6 months or so. We saw what happened in Bangladesh. A regime change happened, and then we saw the new dispensation getting closer to China, the Jamaat leaders moving to China and Chinese embassy holding those events, while anti-India sentiment is on the rise in Bangladesh. Now coming to Sri Lanka, back to the point that why it is significant, because Sri Lankan president now in his past has also rose to power or has sort of harbored that kind of politics which is based on anti-India plank, which Mr. Moizu in Maldives also did. But Mr. Moizu in Maldives, being in our neighborhood, also changed his policies after coming to power, and perhaps the situation and the relationship between India and Maldives is back on track. And certainly that is why this relationship is important, because Mr. Anura Kumar has chosen India as the destination. And this was when in October, even after the polls, after our own Foreign Minister Dr. Jaishankar went there, extended the invitation, and that kind of investment has paid off. He is victorious. He's come back to power with absolute majority. And now coming to what kind of investment India is looking for with Sri Lanka. So in today's meeting, after the meeting with the Prime Minister at Hyderabad House, we are going to expect some kind of MOUs on trade and investment. on maritime security as well, because in the past, on India's insistence, Mr. Dissanayake had also agreed that it will not allow any forces which are hostile to India to operate from its territory, in an apparent sort of hint towards China. Besides that, there are certain are in India's technology and all, like he has praised the Aadhaar card enrollment kind of services back in Sri Lanka. Also, these cooperative like Amul we have in India, these are kind of investment or kind of model which he will expect to replicate back in Sri Lanka as well. Now, I'll just explain that how India sort of recalibrated its approach with Maldives. India took out or sort of carried out public developmental projects in Maldives, and the same kind of investment India is looking for Sri Lanka. Why? In Bangladesh, we saw that despite investing in the investment in the developmental projects, there were still anti-India sentiment high on the streets, because India was more close to Sheikh Hasina, the ruler there.
Right.
Now the diplomacy India is practicing right now is towards the public diplomacy, the projects which benefit the people there, even if the dispensation, even if the head of states change there. So besides the usual MOUs which we sign with any incoming guest or head of state, this visit is particularly important considering the maritime security and considering the fact that India has always kind of prioritized the neighborhood first policy as well. So a regime change, a new president, a new dispensation in Sri Lanka offers us a great opportunity to build long-term relationship as well.
As always, Ghazali, thanks so much for breaking down the details for us and joining us with the latest update. As my colleague Mohammad Ghazali is reporting, as Sri Lanka plays a key role in India's Sagar and neighborhood first policies, Mr. Dissanayake is expected to engage in talks with our Prime Minister in just a few moments from now, where the key topics that are likely to be discussed include investments, infrastructure connectivity, debt restructuring, and the ongoing fishing disputes as well. We'll keep tracking the latest for you as far as Mr. Dissanayake's touchdown in India is concerned. For now, let's turn our attention to the winter session of Parliament. Well, the Rajya Sabha will take up a discussion on the 75 years of the Indian Constitution today. That two-day debate will begin in about 45 minutes at 11 a.m. Maria Shakil now joins you live from Vijay Chowk. It's over to her.
After a spirited discussion in the Lok Sabha on Constitution, where we heard from the Prime Minister and also from the Leader of Opposition in the Lok Sabha, Mr. Rahul Gandhi, there was a host of leaders from the Treasury benches to the opposition, Akhilesh Yadav being one among them. Several leaders from Trinamool Congress spoke as well. Now the focus has shifted to the Rajya Sabha. Here the challenge certainly for the government is that whether the House will function at all. Because the opposition MPs, remember, a week ago had moved a notice for the removal of the chairman of the Rajya Sabha, Mr. Dhankar, that had led to a lot of exchange of words between him and Mr. Mallikarjun Kharge, who held a press conference later as well. Whether the House will function because of the logjam which is continuing. Remember, in the Lok Sabha, there was that end of the deadlock, and then we heard that discussion on Constitution. But in the Rajya Sabha, the House of Elders or the upper house of Parliament, there has been no breaking of the deadlock. Let's bring in the guests who are joining us at the moment. Amitabh Tiwari, political analyst, is joining us. Amitabh, some of the most fascinating debates playing out in the Lok Sabha. We also have Clyde joining us from NCP, Sharad Pawar faction. But Amitabh, what's your anticipation of the House of Elders? Do you think there'll be more bitterness here, given how divided the House is at present?
See, the upper house is considered as a more learned house, correct? Because here the members are not directly elected by the people, but elected by the MPs and MLAs. However, as you mentioned, because of the complete breakdown of trust between the Treasury benches and the opposition, and the recent no confidence motion which has been moved by the opposition against the chairman of Rajya Sabha, it will have to be seen how the chairman is able to manage the situation, and how we will be able to see a healthy debate between the Treasury and the opposition on such an important topic. So he will have to use his skill sets and also take both the Treasury and the opposition benches into confidence before ensuring that today's and tomorrow's session is not a washout and we get to hear important dignitaries and speakers on the issue of Constitution.
We have Siddharth Yadav of the BJP also joining us. Siddharth, in the Rajya Sabha, we are told that it is Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman who will be leading the government's charge, which will be followed by Mr. JP Nadda, who is the leader of the House, perhaps tomorrow, and then the final conclusion to come in from Home Minister Amit Shah. There is a host of lists, a long list, which has been prepared, which includes Hardeep Puri, Petroleum Minister, who will be speaking. On the opposition side, you have Mr. Mallikarjun Kharge, the leader of opposition, who will be, initiating the discussion on the behalf of opposition. But the manner in which the discussion played out, or should I say the debate played out in the Lok Sabha, is that the sense that the Treasury benches will continue to be on an offensive of how the Congress party, which projects itself as a savior of the constitution, has actually caused the maximum damage during its governments in several decades?
Maria, definitely. In the 2 days when the special session on constitution was organized, we have seen a very constructive debate. What the country needs to know, what the country needs to remember, and we as a country where we have the live document of as a constitution which governs this country, we deserve to know as people that who have been in the past most attacking on the constitution, who have been using it as a tool. But as far as the session commencing from today, this week, the last week of the parliament session, the winter session is concerned, we are looking forward to a constructive debate from the opposition. The Rajya Sabha is the home to tall leaders from the opposition and definitely from the treasury benches. We are looking for positive discussions. What has happened in the past is definitely most unfortunate. We as a party feel that the opposition has gone to a new low. What they have done is unprecedented. It has never happened in the democracy. The kind of shift that they wanted from the discussions that were initiated in the Rajya Sabha, the kind of shift that they wanted from the news that had come up with George Soros and Gandhi family's link, and the tools that they used for that deviation, attacking the chairman, the chair itself, the vice president of the country, is most unfortunate, and there is no doubt about it. But having said that, we still believe that the discussions starting today are going to be more constructive, and the opposition is going to be participative in this process of democracy, and definitely is going to learn from the mistakes that they have done, and is no more going to think that the constitution or the parliament is just a tool for them.
Okay, so you're hoping for a constructive discussion. I'm sure Clyde of NCP will hope for the same. Clyde, what is the anticipation and who will be speaking on behalf of the NCP?
You have to understand, Maria, one thing is very clear. We are a part of a democratic setup, and all of us want to have a healthy discussion. There's no question of disruption. And I think if we are talking about the constitution, which is like a holy book for all of us, there has to be a constructive discussion. So the point here is, questions have been raised. I'm too small in front of the Vice President of India, but there have been questions raised. There have been questions of his conduct. Fair enough. It's not that something is hidden. It's right there in front of you. So if the opposition has raised certain questions, they have all the right to do so, because in the opposition, their job is to show the mirror to the incumbent government. In a democracy, that's how it should work. And I think the opposition is doing a good job of that. So I think the onus will be on the Honorable Vice President, who's the chairman of the Rajya Sabha, how he conducts this whole proceedings, how he conducts the discussion on the constitution, and that's very important. It all lies with him. And if he's going to show any kind of bias towards anything, like I said, I'm too small to say so. But if there is any kind of bias, then the opposition will raise the question. So I think he should conduct this whole proceedings in the next 2 days, because in the past too, we've all spoken during elections. No point talking about what we spoke during the election, because they've got the mandate. But it was a lot of leaders from the Bharatiya Janata Party said "Ab ki baar 400 par," and they wanted to work on the constitution. It's all there on record. Don't take my word for it. Take what is on record. That is where it all comes now. So I think in the next few days, the Honorable Vice President needs to show, because remember one thing: when you hold a constitutional position, whether it's the president, vice president, or a governor, your job is to be neutral. You cannot be showing your preferences to the party that you come from or where you're affiliated. That is in your personal capacity, not when you are holding a constitutional position. So neutrality, listening to both sides, and making sure that we have a healthy and constructive discussion, because this is for the country, not for the lawmakers who are sitting there. Their job is to work for the people of this country, and let's work together. Let's work together for the people of the country. And your question was, who's going to speak on our behalf? Yes, Fawzia ma'am is there, Pawar Saab is there. They're all somewhere or the other. It's going to come together and speak.
Okay. All right. Amitabh, this has been the house of confrontation, or should I say 18th Lok Sabha in general has been a house of a lot of bitterness, confrontation, complete non-cooperation between the two sides. But something unusual happened on Friday and Saturday. Perhaps it was building from Wednesday last week onwards, when there was breaking of the deadlock and both the sides did agree to pass crucial legislation. And then we saw a very healthy discussion on constitution. Perhaps, the entire country was looking towards the parliamentarians for a healthy discussion, and they lived up to it. Now, the focus is shifting towards the upper house. In the upper house, the challenges are of a different nature. In the upper house, we have seen, some of the finest speakers, yes, but it is also, they have this ongoing conflict over the role of the chairman. Do you think that will almost loom large over this impending discussion?
Yes, so unfortunately, what has happened in the Rajya Sabha is that I think there is a bit of an ego tussle which is going on between the chairman of the Rajya Sabha and the leader of the opposition, Mr. Mallikarjun Kharge. And that has led to the complete breakdown of communication between the two sides. Now, this impeachment motion or the no trust motion against the chairman is also historic, because it has never happened before, if I'm right, if I recall correctly. So what this does is that this brings an air of confusion and non-clarity whether we will be able to see a healthy debate as we have been able to see in the Lok Sabha, in the Rajya Sabha as well. But again, managing the House is the responsibility of the chairman, and I think both sides would forget their differences, because the country is also eager to listen to both sides on their viewpoints in this historic debate. And I think better sense would prevail, and we would see a good and a fierce debate in the Rajya Sabha as well, like we have seen in the Lok Sabha.
So you are saying better sense will prevail, and better sense should prevail, because the House of Elders is known for a more intense discussion, as we have seen in the past. That's why it is seen as the House. It is called as the House of Elders, and that's why I want to understand from you, Siddharth. In the Rajya Sabha, there has been no efforts being made in the past to end the deadlock either. Mr. Kiran Rijiju and also the leader of the House, Mr. J.P. Nadda, both of them have been outright in their criticism of the opposition when they brought that notice for the removal of the chairman. Of course, that notice can be taken up only in the next session, because that 14-day period which is imperative for such a notice to be taken is no longer there, because the session ends on 20th. But the larger question is, if the government has not made that effort, then how will the House function, and how will we hear Nirmala Sitharaman and others?
Maria, we feel that all efforts have to be made from the government's end, but we also wish you to appreciate, and everybody to appreciate, that if the opposition is reaching new lows, if the opposition is stubborn, if the opposition plans to take the parliament a hostage, then truth must have to be spoken. We cannot be keeping quiet. We cannot letting the opposition, decide and take the entire parliament a hostage and not let, the lawmaking process function. My friend Clyde Castro was saying that the chair should not be, biased. They should not act as a party, a spokesperson or representative. But who decides that? The Rajya Sabha functions on the rules of the Rajya Sabha. The Rajya Sabha functions on the procedures laid down in the Rajya Sabha. Can anybody, and I've been seeing the press conferences of all leaders of the opposition parties, can anybody point out that any particular rule was not followed on any particular day and particular hour in the Rajya Sabha? When you can't do so, are we taking things so lightly that people on the tallest constitutional posts of this country can be abused openly? We have seen what has happened in the past. We have seen mimicry happening outside the parliament. We have seen circus happening this time outside the parliament. If this is the case, then truth must have to be spoken about. That there was no, the ruckus that the opposition was trying to create in the Rajya Sabha. There was no mandate for that. It was totally unwarranted. But they continue to do so, as I say again, because they want to deviate from the discussions that erupted in the country. The country wanted answers of the Soros-Sonia Gandhi link. The opposition did not want that to happen, and that is why they took it upon the Rajya Sabha chairman and attacked him, and I think it's most unfortunate.
Maria.
Okay, Clyde, will you respond to that? Yes.
Yeah, I want to respond to that. I want to respond to that. Siddharth was talking about speaking the truth. I completely agree with him. We have to speak the truth, and that's the whole point. Like I said earlier, don't take my word for it. It's out there on the record. The biasness is out there on the record. It's all there. So the point here is, while I don't agree you should mimic anybody, I mean, that's disrespectful, but that's not the point. And, if you keep saying that you have certain links and the parliament is being disrupted, well, we have the laws outside the realm of Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha also. So go through that process. The point here is, you are taking issues, you're picking up topics that will derail the proceedings of the Lok Sabha and the Rajya Sabha. You also have to understand, today in the time of social media, in the time of infrastructure and the internet, you cannot hide what you're doing also. It's easy to blame the opposition, but what you are doing, I mean, you are going and talking about everything from Jawaharlal Nehru ji to Indira Gandhi. Talk about today. Talk about what you're going to do tomorrow. What you're going to do for the country. It's all the time you're only talking about the Congress, but you've been in government since 2014. Point here is, the people have given you the mandate. Forget everybody else. Forget all of us. Respect the people. Respect the mandate of the people. You have the power, so-called power, because I think it shouldn't be power. It should be service to the nation. To serve the people of the nation. I mean, you're going around in circles and circles, talk about everything, but you're not, again, then easily blaming the opposition. If the opposition is disrupting the parliament, you have suspended people before. You've done, whether they were, necessary to suspend or not, you've done it. The point here is very simple. The people have given you the power. The people have given you the onus, the mandate. You work for the people of this country. Don't work for, for going against the Congress. Whole day and night, either it's Rahul Gandhi, Jawaharlal Nehru, Indira Gandhi, Congress. When are you talking about the people of India? Talk about the people of India. Do India all the time.
Okay, Siddharth.
Yeah.
All right.
Maria, can I respond to that?
Get agitated, Clyde. Siddharth, calmly respond to that. Yes, please, calmly.
Yeah.
No, I'm not agitated, Maria.
I'm going to be absolutely honest, Maria.
Yeah, it's a nice winter morning and pretty sunny as well. So let's calm down the tempers. It may just get heated up inside Parliament, but why do it on television debates? Yes, please.
Yeah. No, don't worry on that from my end.
I'm not agitated. One moment, Siddharth, one moment. I'm not agitated,
absolutely,
not angry. I'm expressing my point. And it's a lovely season.
We appreciate that.
All of y'all. I mean, you can see the lovely Christmas tree behind me.
Yeah, I know. I appreciate your passion. I'm not taking your strong words for aggression. So,
please go ahead.
Don't get worried about that. Yes. My friend Clyde is saying that we should talk about the present and we should talk about what's happening today. We definitely talk about what's happening today. When Rahul Gandhi stands up in the parliament and says कि एकलव्य का अंगूठा द्रोणाचार्य ने काट दिया था, who told him to talk about that? When he stands up in the parliament and says कि सावरकर तो देश के गद्दार थे, who told him to talk about that? Talk about today. Who's forcing you to talk about that? When you say कि सावरकर देश के गद्दार थे, तो someone from the treasury benches has to get up and respond कि it was Indira Gandhi, your grandmother, who had come out and given a letter that Savarkar is the son of the soil. He's a freedom fighter, and he's one of the greatest son of the soil. So when you go into the past with your convenience, you have to respond to what happened in the past. When you discuss about the constitution, then it has to be reminded that it was, the period of emergency when the constitution was the most tampered. It was the period of emergency when the constitution was the most attacked. It has to be reminded when you say that today we are in a state of undeclared emergency. It has to be told that you cannot undermine and trivialize what people went through emergency by just, saying your political tools, because that's not true. Because you have to be reminded that how many state governments were toppled. You have to be reminded that how many, the freedom rights were curtailed. You have to be reminded that what happened during that time. But having said that, it is the right of the opposition. It is the right of the, the treasury benches as well. People from the ruling party as well. If the members of parliament move a notice in the rule 267 in the parliament to have a discussion on the tallest leader, on the member of the first family of the Congress party, the Gandhi family, Sonia Gandhi, being a co-president of an NGO which is funded by George Soros, one person who's infamous of destabilizing India, destabilizing countries across the world. If that is the point of discussion, why cannot the Congress party tolerate that? If you wish to discuss something, that is a discussion. If any member of parliament from the ruling side wishes to discuss something, you do not wish to participate. That is not how democracy works. We wish you to participate in a constructive debate.
Just enough time.
Maria, can I respond for a minute?
Okay. Whether we'll see the Okay, 30 seconds is all that you have, Clyde, and then I bring in
all I'm trying to say, Maria, is very simple here. It's like what came before, the chicken or the egg. This is the whole discussion that is going on. He said it, you said it. Fair enough. If you think we are doing the wrong, you set a right precedent. And let me come back to the discussion that we're having. The discussion is the role of the Honorable Chairman of the Rajya Sabha. Let's get back to that. The point here is the discussion lies there. His conduct is very important. How he conducts this whole proceedings is important. So I think we can keep going, whether chicken came before, the egg came before, that can go on because everybody is to be blamed. Yes, we also spoke, they also spoke, but we cannot go on like this. Let's be very fair. We cannot keep going on like this.
Existential question which will continue.
We can go
I have just enough time for Amitabh Tiwari. Let's try and calm down the tempers. Amitabh Tiwari, Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman will be leading the government charge. It will be concluded by Home Minister Amit Shah tomorrow. On the opposition side, it is Mr. Mallikarjun Kharge. When you look at the list of speakers, what are your thoughts?
No, see, the speakers are heavyweight from both sides, and one of the things in this debate is that while the treasury benches have clear, tangible instances where the Congress party has either changed the constitution or misused the provisions of Article 356 and even emergency. In the debate in Lok Sabha, what has happened is that I have not seen very clear, tangible instances from the opposition citing that how this government is anti-constitutional or how is it curtailing the freedom of expression or how is it occupying the institutions with their people. So they have not been able to articulate that. So that is something which needs to be tackled in the Rajya Sabha, I think.
All right. Thank you so much for joining us, Amitabh. And with that, and thank you so much to all the guests who took time out this morning to join us on NDTV. With that, it's a wrap from me. Over to you, Parmeshwar, in the studio.
Thanks so much, Maria, for joining us with the lowdown on what to expect from Parliament today. But we have news coming in. The Prime Minister's Museum and Library has formally requested the return of personal letters written by India's first Prime Minister, Jawaharlal Nehru, which was sent to Sonia Gandhi in 2008 during the UPA regime. We were told these were packed and sent up in cartons to Sonia Gandhi back in 2008. In fact, in a letter dated the 10th of December, PMML member Rizwan Qadri wrote to Congress leader Rahul Gandhi, urging him to retrieve the original letters from Sonia Gandhi or provide photocopies or digital copies. Maria is tracking the latest developments for us. Right, I'm told Vasudha Venugopal will be joining us in just a few moments from now regarding this row over Mr. Nehru's letters. But the news just coming in, the Prime Minister's Museum and Library has formally requested the return of personal letters written by India's first Prime Minister, Jawaharlal Nehru, which was sent to Sonia Gandhi back in 2008 during the UPA regime. As always, news and updates continue right here on NDTV 24/7. For now, we're slipping into a very short break.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
New day, new show, a new experience. Start your day with the news. not views. We bring you stories that matter and impact your lives. News that informs and keeps you ahead.
From maximum city, Mumbai,
To the state of governance, Delhi, NDTV brings to you the best breakfast show. The breakfast show only on NDTV 24x7 every morning at 8 a.m.
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number one in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust. In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news is here.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of maximum city is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Mahakumbh, a festival of faith. The world's biggest spiritual festival. The divine dip at the spiritual Sangam. A sacred confluence of faith, culture and heritage. NDTV's mega coverage of the Mega Fest. NDTV at Mahakumbh 2025.
We are able to maintain the democratic fabric and the democratic system.
I want to do something that can make a difference.
लगातार जनता की आवाज को सरकार तक पहुंचाने का काम मैं करता हूं.
I was a student up until very recently. I really want to.
Welcome back. The Prime Minister's Museum and Library has formally requested the return of personal letters written by India's first Prime Minister, Jawaharlal Nehru, which were sent to Sonia Gandhi in 2008 during the UPA regime. Now, the letters, considered to be of immense historical significance, were actually initially entrusted to the Nehru Memorial Museum and Library, which is now the PMML, by the Jawaharlal Nehru Memorial back in 1971. However, they were actually reportedly packed into 50 boxes and sent to Sonia Gandhi in 2008. Now, in a letter that's been dated 10th of December, PMML member Rizwan Qadri has written to the Congress leader Rahul Gandhi, urging him to retrieve the original letters from Sonia Gandhi or provide photocopies or digital copies. You know, this follows a similar request made to Sonia Gandhi in September as well. There is a row over Mr. Nehru's letters. Vasudha Venugopal tracking all the latest developments for us. She joins us over the phone line at the moment. Vasudha, what details can you disclose to our viewers currently?
It's been a battle of legacies ever since Narendra Modi took over as the Prime Minister in 2014. He wanted Nehru Museum and Memorial Complex Library to become, something that is also a tribute to all the Prime Ministers of the country who have actually contributed to nation building, whereas the Congress has been opposed to it, saying that this is an attempt to dilute Nehru's legacy. But of course, the PMML has taken shape. It's like this. It's a wonderful museum now in the heart of the city. And at the center of this is, of course, the Nehru-Gandhi family's, papers who are that the PMML wants control of. And this particular letter was written by Rizwan Kadri, who teaches history in Gujarat. He's also headed, institutions like Sabarmati Ashram and all that. So, he doesn't completely come from the entirely, right background, so as to say. He's a historian, and he's been raising these issues in the AGM meetings of NMML as well. And he says that these letters, the personal letters of Nehru that he's particularly talking about include his correspondence with figures like Jayaprakash Narayan, Padmaja Naidu, Edwina Mountbatten, even Aruna Asaf Ali, and also his own sister Vijay Lakshmi Pandit, Govind Vallabh Pant. And he believes that these are very critical to India's history, and they need to be at the PMML, which has been a repository of documents of sorts. And he says that it is important for the Nehru Gandhi family to cooperate with them. And he says that there is they need to discuss the potential return of these withdrawn documents in the PMML so that they are reserved properly, they are preserved, and they are also, made accessible to common people. That's why this is the second time he has requested Rahul Gandhi this time. Last time he wrote to Sonia directly, and he has asked them to return this to PMML, and he has asked them to take cognizance of what he describes as India's historical heritage.
Right, Bastar, there's also a political row that's now emerging, with the BJP now questioning why the letters were taken away in the first place.
Absolutely. I remember covering this controversy, Parmeshwar, even with regard to Indira Gandhi's papers. Remember, Indira Gandhi's papers are also with PMML, and Sonia Gandhi, as the chairperson of the Indira Gandhi National Trust, had also wanted the papers to be with IGNCA. This is also because the family believes that many of these correspondence are personal letters. They have nothing to do with the official duties that the Prime Minister discharged. So there is a tug of war between the PMML members and also members of the Nehru Gandhi family. In the last few years, the PMML society has also become, full of members who are in some ways aligned with the government, but at the same time also historians or people in their own right. Writers, authors. So clearly this is something that is going to play out. It is more, a battle for preserving the legacy of Nehru vis-a-vis what the Narendra Modi government believes as showcasing the collective heritage and collective history of our democracy.
Bastar, as always, thanks so much for joining us with the latest. Right, let's get you another update. Meanwhile, the Prime Minister has told Chief Secretaries that states should gear up and lead in bringing reforms for ease of business. This includes cutting red tapes, reducing compliance burdens to grab the opportunities of overseas investment coming to India due to the changing global scenario. Prime Minister Modi emphasized collaborative governance as a cornerstone of India's development while addressing the 4th National Conference of Chief Secretaries. This was in New Delhi. The Prime Minister said that pro-people, proactive, good governance is at the core of our efforts, enabling us to achieve the vision of Viksit Bharat. In fact, Mr. Modi highlighted the importance of focusing on reform, perform and transform, and stressed the need to inform citizens about the government's various initiatives. And let's turn our attention to the big story we're tracking. Gukesh, who beat Ding Liren in one of the most spectacular games in the history of the World Chess Championships, is now back home in India. The Indian Grandmaster, Gukesh Domaraju, was crowned the 18th World Chess Champion in Singapore, as we extensively covered. The final moments of Thursday's game will forever be etched in the minds of 1 billion Indians. But the Tamil Nadu government has announced a cash reward of 5 crore rupees for the world champion, who has Telugu ancestry but was born in Chennai. And Gukesh is now back home in India. My colleague Sam Daniel has been tracking the latest developments for us. Sam, the champion is back home?
Any moment is expected now. We come to you from the arrival terminal of the Chennai International Airport, where a few hundred students, all of them from Mukesh's school, where he studied, have gathered. Most of them are chess players themselves. Besides them, there is also a contingent of sports persons from the Sports Development Authority of Tamil Nadu lined up here to give a rousing reception to Gukesh. He has become the youngest ever chess champion to win this World Chess Championship title. They're holding his pictures and they're holding a big garland to welcome him. It's also a story of inspiration because Gukesh's father, a practicing doctor, had to give up his practice when he was a little boy, so he could accompany Gukesh for all his international tour. And the family also had to face many challenges in terms of funding his international tour for all his international travel. How excited are you guys?
Yes, it's a great inspiration for us as we are going to see Gukesh today, and we are interested in playing chess now onwards.
And do you think India will now have more young chess champions?
Yeah, I guess after seeing Gukesh, there will be more champions coming ahead as well. And it's very inspiring for other careers as well.
You are holding a big garland.
Yeah, he deserves more than this, but we also give him all our heartfelt thanks and our wishes.
Very good. Well, many hope Gukesh's historic victory would also be a big boost for chess in Tamil Nadu and chess across India. Vishwanathan Anand has said Gukesh has proved that he's determined and he has the tenacity to win. In terms of encouragement, already President Murmu, Prime Minister Modi, Chief Minister M.K. Stalin have all felicitated him. Tomorrow in Tamil Nadu, the Tamil Nadu government will hold a mega felicitation to honor Gukesh with 5 crore cash prize. What's the message Gukesh's victory is sending?
I feel very proud of him.
Any chess players here?
Not so much, but we play chess occasionally when we are at home or when we are with family. You know, it's a strategical game, which means we have to take our chances and we have to wait carefully. And
first it was Vishy, now it's Gukesh. What does it mean for chess in India?
It means a lot, you know, due to the growth of chess in India. Gukesh and Pragnananda, those guys have been fab in their job.
Do you think youngsters like you will now dream big?
Yeah, sure. Because of Velamal, we are getting a lot of opportunities, and they are training us so much. And sure, they will make us very trained, and they will make us very proud.
Are you proud his first stop is going to be a school?
Yes.
All right. The plan now is Gukesh would be taken to his school where he would be felicitated in the presence of hundreds of students there. And then he will also be preparing for the mega meeting tomorrow. A great honor. India being the home for 2 chess champions. Already we have the 5-time world chess champion Vishy, and now Gukesh becoming the youngest ever to win this title.
Right, Sam. Also, any moment now, Gukesh is going to be touching down. What can we expect from the homecoming celebration? You mentioned he's going to be heading to his school, but how is the nation expected to honor this achievement? Any state preps in place?
Besides the official function tomorrow in Chennai, he is also expected to fly to Delhi where he would meet the Prime Minister. The formal official information is yet not out, but we understand that could happen very soon, where he would be honored in Delhi as well. To begin with, here a rousing reception at the Chennai airport, and then one at his school. Tomorrow, a mega function by the Tamil Nadu government where he would be honored with 5 crore cash, and then of course in capital Delhi, for which the details at the moment are very sketchy, but we should be able to get the information later this evening.
Right. Also, winning the World Championship, it came with a significant prize money of about 11 crore rupees.
That's right. For all the kind of sacrifice and challenges the family faced, this victory of this Gukesh's title, the World Chess Championship title, has brought him approximately around 11 to 12 crore rupees, they say. Besides that, Tamil Nadu government is honoring him with 5 crore rupees. It's a big reward in that sense for all the kind of hard work, sacrifice and determination, and lots of travel Gukesh had to go through all these years. In that sense, it's a kind of a big reward, which in a sense many feel would also have a kind of rub-off impact, encouraging many young chess budding players to dream high, to become champions themselves. And this, they say, in the long run could be the new norm now for youngsters at a very young age becoming world chess champions just like Gukesh.
Right, and with this victory, Sam, is there any talk, any chatter yet about the upcoming tournaments or challenges that Gukesh may take on next?
At the moment, not very clear what will be his priority now after this World Chess Championship title. Number one, many say he has to take some rest for all the kind of stress, travel and sacrifice he had made to be the world chess champion now. But in terms of his professional, in terms of his career, next big matches, I think we'll have to wait for some time till he settles down and then decides what he'll begin with now.
Right. And Sam, in terms of the key reactions, what have been the key reactions from chess experts and former players about this spectacular win? What are they saying about his game strategy or performance?
Vishwanathan Anand, the five-time world chess champion, has said this would now inspire many youngsters, many young chess players across the country to now make chess a kind of a serious professional game which they can make it into a career. They say many states would now follow the model Tamil Nadu has in terms of hundreds of chess clubs nurturing this talent, and then chess also having made a part of the curriculum in a sense in schools. In that way, across the country, many say, Vishy says, this will now become a kind of a movement and motivate many to pursue chess. Among the grandmasters, Vishy says, this could also pave way for India playing a very key role in all the international tournaments around the world. There will be definitely a slot for India. There will be people cheering for India now. And in that sense, in the years to come, he says youngsters becoming world chess champions would be the new norm. And already he has named players like Pragnananda and Arjuna to be now aspiring, who could be potentially world chess champions in the making it a dream in the years to come, making it a reality in the years to come.
As always, Sam, thanks so much for joining us with those live updates. Sam is at the Chennai International Airport, where Gukesh is going to touch down and appear in front of him any moment now. So lucky Sam, but Indian Grandmaster Gukesh was crowned the 18th World Chess Champion in Singapore last week. He's going to be home in just a few moments from now. We're going to keep tracking the latest updates for you from Chennai. For now, we're slipping into a very short break.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
New day, new show, a new experience. Start your day with the news, not views. We bring you stories that matter and impact your lives. News that informs and keeps you ahead.
From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of governance, Delhi, NDTV brings to you the best breakfast show. The breakfast show only on NDTV 24x7 every morning at 8 a.m.
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number one in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust. In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news is here.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
world's biggest spiritual festival, the Divine Dip at the Spiritual Sangam, a sacred confluence of faith, culture and heritage. NDTV's mega coverage of the Mega Fest. NDTV at Mahakumbh 2025.
We are able to maintain the democratic fabric and the democratic system.
I want to do something that can make a difference.
लगातार जनता की आवाज को सरकार तक पहुंचाने का काम मैं करता हूं.
I was a student up until very recently. I really want to work and do something for my people because they have given me this opportunity. They have elected me.
सोचा नहीं था कि राज्य सभा सांसद बनूंगी.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your lives.
News that informs and keeps you ahead.
From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of governance, Delhi,
NDTV brings to you the best breakfast show. The breakfast show only on NDTV 24/7 every morning at 8 a.m.
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the topmost news platform in the country. Number one in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust. In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news is here.
Hello and welcome to watching NDTV. I am Vedant Agarwal. Well, our big focus on the show this morning, a fresh political face-off over Nehru's original letters. Also, the Rajya Sabha is expected to witness a fiery debate on the Constitution. All of that and more coming up. First up, the headlines. The Prime Minister Museum tells Rahul Gandhi return original Nehru letters. A BJP rigs it up, says why did Sonia Gandhi take the letters away? Tabla Maestro and four-time Grammy Award winner Maestro Zakir Hussain has died at the age of 73 after being hospitalized over the last 2 weeks. Sri Lankan President Dissanayake is in India on a crucial 3-day visit. The newly elected Lankan President met Prime Minister Modi and President Murmu at the Rashtrapati Bhavan this morning. The fiery constitution debate now in the Rajya Sabha. The discussion comes amid the big face-off between the opposition and Vice President Dhankar. India's pride and now the youngest world chess champion Gukesh returns home. And well, on top of the hour, my colleague Maria Shakil is joining us from outside Parliament. Maria, this crucial constitution debate now to take place in the Rajya Sabha, and this comes amid what seems like a complete breakdown of trust between the opposition and the Rajya Sabha chairperson. Over to you.
Yes, that's right, Vedant, and that's the reason why this discussion on constitution coming in that backdrop, where for the first time in 72 years long history of the Rajya Sabha, you have a notice to remove the chairman of the Rajya Sabha. It has never happened in the past, but for the first time we are seeing the opposition, a good list of 60 MPs moving that notice, where they have said that they want a resolution to be moved for the removal of the chairman, Mr. Jagdeep Dhankar. The sessions in both the houses of parliament have begun. All eyes certainly will be on the Rajya Sabha, because there has been no breaking of the deadlock whatsoever. In the Lok Sabha, when the discussion happened on Friday and Saturday, before that efforts were made by both the sides to break the deadlock, because both sides wanted a discussion on constitution. It was a spirited discussion where the Prime Minister concluded, and on the other side it was Rahul Gandhi making his concluding speech. And also, interestingly, Priyanka Gandhi Vadra's maiden or debut speech was on constitution. In the Rajya Sabha today, it will be Nirmala Sitharaman, Finance Minister, who will be leading the government's charge, which will be followed by the Leader of the House, Mr. JP Nadda, speaking sometime tomorrow. There is a long list which has been prepared by the Treasury benches of speakers. We have Aditi Fadnis joining us, senior journalist. We also have Sajjan Kumar, a political analyst and an observer of parliamentary politics. Aditi Fadnis, coming to you. Ma'am, as someone who has seen the last 2 days of discussion on Friday and Saturday, what's your anticipation? Because Rajya Sabha is the House of Elders. We have seen several veteran politicians be member of this very, very, prestigious house. Are you expecting certain elevation in this discussion, or do you think it will be more of the same?
In theme, it will be more of the same, but certainly the quality of speeches will be probably better than they were in the Lok Sabha. You have some extremely eminent lawyers. You have extremely eminent analysts of the constitution and constitutional law. So all that will come on the table during the debate. I'm really looking forward to it. I think it will be a very...
Okay, we'll try and fix that line with Aditi Fadnis. There seems to be some problem with that audio line. Sajjan, the debate on constitution in the Lok Sabha played on regular, or should I say predictable lines. But in the Rajya Sabha, are you expecting some different, tone and tonality, or do you think the point of confrontation that we are witnessing in the Rajya Sabha will reflect in the speeches as well?
Maria, the context is clear. The context of debate on constitution, which ideally should have been about members' vision about the constitution, a sort of celebration of the constitutional journey. But the political context has been quite bitter of confrontation when constitution or save constitution became a narrative initiated by the civil society, then embraced by the Congress and India Alliance, and then BJP paid the cost. And therefore, certainly thereafter, BJP has been trying to turn the table, and Prime Minister Modi's speech, the scathing attack on the Congress, in his almost very lengthy debate, wherein he started from Nehru and coming to Rahul Gandhi, I think BJP has always set the tone after Prime Minister's speech. So I do not expect any kind of elevation in the tone. I think the deliberation on the constitution, even in Rajya Sabha, is going to be more about the confrontation, wherein both sides will try to kind of become a better votary of the defender of constitution and constitutional spirit than the others, and therefore do not expect a kind of a statesmanship or a collectivity. I mean, there would be an appeal for that, but with the appeal immediately will be accompanied with the caveat that the other side is trying to subvert it. So that is why with Prime Minister who has turned the table of a game that was started almost a year ago in the name of constitution, in the name of saving the constitution. I think that sort of a confrontationist tone is much expected. A sort of a kind of dilution of the tone is something which ideally should happen, but I do not expect that to happen, because Congress members also in the Rajya Sabha, they also would be willing to kind of open fire on the BJP side verbally. And in terms of constitution, expect lots many mundane issues, lots many issues which have sectarian appeals will be invoked. So what is happening in that debate and what is expected to happen, that while the pretension would be to debate about the constitution, about the constitutional journey, but it would be more about kind of accusing each other of bringing the sectarian discourse into politics, and constitution would be just to acquire a high moral ground, and that sort of a mutual game is seems to be the case that we expect today. Yeah, Maria.
Okay, Aditi, let's please come in on this discussion. You know, the point is that we'll be witnessing more of the same. But looking at the lineup which is there in the House of Elders, you have Nirmala Sitharaman, one of the finest speakers that we have seen in recent years. Then you have Mr. Mallikarjun Kharge, a veteran politician and a Congress president. How are you looking at the lineup? And of course, as you said rightly, you have top legal eagles of the country, members of the Rajya Sabha, from Abhishek Manu Singhvi to Mr. Kapil Sibal.
And Mr. Chidambaram.
And Mr. P. Chidambaram.
So you will have a very, very enriching discussion, sometimes witty, sometimes rapier sharp. I don't think the kind of interruptions that we saw in the Lok Sabha will be evident in the Rajya Sabha. You will have a moderately serious discussion, but of course, it takes place against the background of the move to impeach the chair. So a certain amount of bitterness should be expected. But still, I think it will be a higher level of debate than we saw in the Lok Sabha.
Okay, so you're expecting a high level of debate, but when you look at the lines that were taken, expected perhaps in the Lok Sabha, it was very, very political in nature, because the nature of the house is such, because it is the lower house, and also this is the house of people, in the sense that people directly elect these MPs to represent them. But Aditi Fadnis, as a watcher of parliamentary democracy, how are you looking at these discussions play out? It's a crucial year for all of us, 75 glorious years of the adoption of the Constitution, and a Constitution which has withstood several storms, several amendments, and also the years of emergency, months of emergency.
Sure. And I don't think a constitution necessarily becomes debilitated because it's undergoing amendments. That is a sign that it is a living document that is attuned to the reality of the time. That apart, I think in the Rajya Sabha, the debate will be more productive or more rich. Because in the Lok Sabha, I found a big lacuna, which was basically that what is wrong with the way the constitution is being used? Are institutions really being subverted? This was not really something that was attacked frontally. I am expecting in the Rajya Sabha at least to have some debate on how, on the opposition charge that the constitution is being undermined, and the government's response that you are the ones who undermined the constitution. So that substantive granularity in debate, I will expect in the Rajya Sabha much more than in the Lok Sabha.
Okay, just hold on to your thoughts, because there is a piece of breaking news which is coming in now, and this is with regards to the Nehru Memorial Library, in which the historian and author has written to the Gandhis, in fact has written to Rahul Gandhi specifically, asking him to tell his mother to return all those letters that were exchanged between Jawaharlal Nehru, the former Prime Minister, and other leaders. So what was the content of the letters which led to the Gandhis allegedly taking those letters which are supposed to be part of national archives away from the Nehru Memorial Library is the big question or debate which is playing out this morning. A lot of political reactions coming in. Let's listen to that, and then I'll ask the panelists to weigh in on this.
राहुल जो एलओपी हैं वो वाकई सोनिया जी से बात करके इन चिट्ठियों को देश के हवाले करेंगे। हम जानना चाहते हैं कि आखिर नेहरू जी ने एडवीना माउंटबेटन को क्या लिखा। हम जानना चाहते हैं किस प्रकार का संवाद नेहरू जी और जयप्रकाश नारायण जी के बीच में हुआ। और दूसरी बात है, जब ये निर्णय लिया गया था कि 2010 में डिजिटाइजेशन होगा इन सारे डॉक्यूमेंट्स का, तो आनन फानन में डिजिटाइजेशन से ठीक पहले सोनिया गांधी जी 51 कार्टन्स चिट्ठी नेहरू जी का लेके चली गई। आखिर क्यों? इन चिट्ठियों में ऐसा क्या था कि गांधी परिवार चाहता था कि देश इन्हें न जाने? ये सेंसरशिप, जब कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन पे डिबेट चल रहा है तो ये सेंसरशिप का भाव जो गांधी परिवार में था, ये आखिर क्यों था, ये हम जानना चाहते हैं।
Me is Congress MP Manikam Tagore. Sir, PMML member Rizwan Kadri has written to Sonia Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi to send those letters which Jawaharlal Nehru wrote to Mountbatten and other leaders at that point of time. How do you respond to such request of the PMML member?
We all know that BJP wants to divert from the real issues. Real issues is the issues which concern people, and we all know that BJP and RSS and Godse Wad always have problem with Nehru and Gandhi, and Godse's grandchildren has been trying for years together to defame Nehru and Gandhi. They could not succeed. Now they are trying to raise these kind of issues. Nehru's letter should be with the Nehru family. It can't be with the Godse family.
Sir, they are also saying that they will raise this issue in the parliament. They will be directly asking Sonia Gandhi in Rajya Sabha to disclose those letters.
We all know that the BJP, the houses has become compromised with one-sided with the leadership, with the ruling party. They whatever they wanted to rise in, so any kind of this thing is allowed in Rajya Sabha. It is very saddening to see these kind of things. The chair must maintain a neutrality, which we are lost in Rajya Sabha.
Thank you so much for speaking to us. That was Congress MP Manikam Tagore speaking to NDTV.
Okay, so 51 cartons of letters written by Jawaharlal Nehru to various personalities is missing from the Nehru Museum and Library. Now Mr. Kadri, who's a member of Rizwan Kadri to be specific, has written to Rahul Gandhi asking him to tell his mother to return all those 51 cartons. I think it's a very serious allegation, but you know, not the first time. It's a story which keeps resurfacing in different forms. Of course, this is a new letter which has been written by Mr. Kadri Sajjan. And of course, the questions will be asked as to what is so incriminating or very, nature of these content that made allegedly the Gandhis take away those letters from the library. That should have been part of the National Archives. Why should it be a part of a household?
In 2008, Professor Mridula Mukherjee. Pardon? Yeah.
Yes.
So in 2000.
Yes, if you heard me.
Yeah. 2008, Professor Mridula Mukherjee, at that time a professor at Center for Historical Studies at JNU, she was the director. And apparently, Professor Mukherjee is considered in her kind of academic orientations quite close to Congress point of view. And at that point of time when the letters were taken by Gandhi family, then also there were controversy, there were criticism that this is a public document, this is a national document which cannot be beholden by a family, because Nehru's personal letters are not personal for the family. It is a part of research, it is a part of the history, it is a part of the public scrutiny, and therefore it should have been there. That time, first thing, how that those letters were allowed to be taken by Gandhis itself is a point, because the then administration of Nehru Memorial, now Prime Minister Memorial, should not have allowed it. Now, like every public figure, Nehru also has all shades of personalities, and therefore, be it Gandhi, be it Nehru, or be it any public leader, certainly there would be many vantage points to scrutinize his actions in public sphere from a granular detail, and therefore it is the right of the researchers and the all sort of public to look into that, and therefore they should be a part of the public institution, which is now the Prime Minister.
Okay.
Holding on to that is
okay, Sajjan, just hold on to your thoughts. Rizwan Qadri is in fact speaking to the ANI. Let's cut across to it.
मैंने सितंबर 2024 को श्रीमती सोनिया गांधी जी को एक पत्र लिखकर रिक्वेस्ट किया था कि आपके द्वारा प्रधानमंत्री संग्रहालय यानी कि पहले जो नेहरू मेमोरियल म्यूजियम लाइब्रेरी हुआ करता था, वहां से जो नेहरू कलेक्शंस में से करीबन 8 अलग अलग सेक्शंस के 51 कार्टून आपने विड्रॉ किए हैं, वो या तो संस्था को वापस लौटाए जाए या हमें उसे देखने की, स्कैन करने की परमिशन दी जाए, या उसका कॉपी आपके द्वारा स्कैन कॉपी हमें उपलब्ध कराया जाए, जिससे हम उसका अध्ययन कर सके, संशोधन कर सके और संशोधक अलग अलग जो हैं उसका अभ्यास कर सके। उसके अंदर महत्वपूर्ण है पंडित जवाहरलाल नेहरू, लेडी माउंटबेटन के बीच का पत्र व्यवहार, पंडित गोविंद वल्लभ पंत का पत्र व्यवहार है, जयप्रकाश नारायण का पत्र व्यवहार है, और अलग अलग बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण भारतीय इतिहास से जुड़े हुए पत्र उसमें देखने को मिलते हैं, जो रिकॉर्ड के ऊपर प्रूव हुआ है कि 2008 की साल में श्रीमती सोनिया गांधी जी के कहने पे वहां से विड्रॉ किया गया है। उनकी तरफ से कोई प्रत्युत्तर न आने से मैंने विपक्ष के नेता और उनके सुपुत्र श्री राहुल गांधी जी को रिक्वेस्ट किया है कि आप हमें ये वापस दिलाने में मदद करें, और उनसे यह भी अनुरोध किया है कि ये राष्ट्र की धरोहर है, ये बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण देश का इतिहास है, इसका संशोधन के माध्यम से हम बहुत ही अच्छी तरह से जो मिसिंग लिंक्स है उसको जोड़ सकेंगे और हमारे राष्ट्र की जो विरासत है उसको समझ सकेंगे।
क्या खास बातें उसमें रही है कि जिसके कारण आप अभी तक ये उसमें कोई रिस्पॉन्स नहीं मिला?
उनकी तरफ से कोई प्रत्युत्तर हमें आज तक नहीं मिला है। ये इतने महत्वपूर्ण दस्तावेज है, इतिहास की जो भ्रांतियां हैं वो उसका अपने आप खंडन होगा, इसका संशोधक संशोधन करेंगे। मैं भी उस पर काम करना चाहता हूं, इसी वजह से उनसे हम लगातार अनुरोध करते हैं या तो संस्था को वापस दे दिए जाए, उसका कॉपी प्रोवाइड किया जाए, या हमें स्कैन कॉपी दिया जाए, या हमें देखने का परमिशन दिया जाए।
क्या खास बातें अंदर लगता है आपको कहीं न कहीं हिस्ट्री को या इतिहास को जानने में?
जब तक हम
All right, so that big political face-off there playing out. Of course, the BJP is saying that Sonia Gandhi needs to respond, something that they plan to raise in Parliament as well. The government clearly sort of taking on Sonia Gandhi as well in Parliament. It will be interesting to see how this plays out. But let's cut across to live pictures coming in from Chennai. Well, the world's youngest world champion, Rakesh, has returned home, and what a rousing welcome for the young Grand Master. Let's try and listen into what he is saying currently.
And I could see the support and what it means to India, so I'm really glad to be here.
Hometown hero, homecoming, and the celebrations are right. Like what is your message to the fans?
You guys are amazing. You gave me so much energy, so yeah, looking forward to meeting you all.
Side, either, Vandi. This is the vehicle, Sir. Please come this side.
He is a world champion and the world's youngest world champion. What humility, what grace. He's brought that trophy home, and it's super special for Indian chess. He's the world's youngest grandmaster, world's youngest world champion. and that video of his father who was not able to come to terms with the fact that he's managed to defeat the world champion has absolutely viral on social media, extremely heartwarming. And what humility and grace, as I said, as Gukesh returns home. I can see his father accompanying him as well as he landed at the Chennai airport. Of course, you had Vishwanathan Anand as well, and his high praise for Gukesh as well as he brings home that trophy. And the final game that he managed to win was absolutely fascinating. He had lost the game before that, but he had finally managed to win what was certainly a neck-and-neck contest. But a defining picture certainly in not just Indian chess, but world chess certainly. At just 18, Gukesh is the world's youngest grandmaster and the youngest world champion. And as I said, a defining picture there, Gukesh. At just 18, he's a world champion, and what humility there. He is somebody who is known for his extremely incisive moves. As I said, that last game was truly fascinating, where he managed to snatch victory. He defeated the world champion, and Vishwanathan Anand, as I said, showered high praise on him as well. He also asked him to ignore the critics and just sort of keep marching on. His father accompanying him as well, and as I said earlier as well, his father's video of him not almost able to come to terms with the fact that he's managed to win was absolutely heartwarming. But Gukesh has brought home the trophy, and as he spoke to the media, he also spoke about how it was a 10-year-long dream, a lot of grit, determination, and how he finally managed to clinch it. Look at the number of people present there, but that in a sense is a symbol of the kind of victory and the significance of the victory there. At just 18, Gukesh is the world's youngest grandmaster. All right, let's try and cut across to the Rajya Sabha. Of course, the constitution debate has begun, I believe, and Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman has initiated the debate.
The leader of the House, Shri Jagat Prakash Nadda, my party, and you, the Honorable Chairman, for giving me this opportunity to speak in this discussion, marking the historic occasion of 75 years of our Constitution. I feel very honored, and equally, I feel humbled that this opportunity has been given to me. I thank the entire House and seek your indulgence if I come up with some thoughts which I'd like to share, which any member could have a difference of opinion. But I start again by paying homage to all the 389 members of the Constituent Assembly. In particular, the 15 women who, in less than 3 years together, took up the arduous challenge and prepared in a very challenging environment the Constitution for India, and which has stood the test of time. Until today, we are extremely proud of the way India's democracy is growing. As we mark the 75th year of our Constitution, sir, it is time, I would think, to reaffirm our commitment to build India, that is Bharat, that shall uphold the spirit enshrined in this sacred document. So with those words, I get into telling about the journey that these 75 years have seen of our Indian Constitution, and also to say why India's Constitution and India today stands out in a very separate league of its own. Sir, let me just remind, and I'm sure very many members of this House will know, that post-Second World War, nearly 50 countries, in fact over 50 countries, had become independent, and they had their constitution written, but many have changed their constitutions, not just amended them, but literally changed the entire feature of their constitution. But our constitution has stood the test of time, of course yielded itself to very many amendments, and here therefore I would like to have a few words of what Constitution India expert Dr. Subhash Kashyap had to say. While many constitutions of nations framed after the Second World War have floundered and gone into oblivion, our constitution successfully faced many crises and survived. This itself is evidence of its resilience, dynamism, and growth potential. Now, India's experience has shown that our constitution remains robust, yielding to several amendments, as I said, which were the need of the hour. And Dr. B.R. Ambedkar, the chairman of the drafting committee, had said, and I quote, "I feel, however good a constitution may be, it is sure to turn out bad because those who are called to work it happen to be a bad lot. However bad a constitution may be, it may turn out to be good if those who are called to work it happen to be a good lot." Unquote. These are words of Dr. B.R. Ambedkar, sir. And in this background, therefore, with those words right afresh in our mind, I'd like to discuss about how in the last 7 decades, the living document that our constitution is, has faced very many amendments. And while looking at those amendments, I'd like to have a touchstone of 4 different elements. One, has the social intent behind any amendment been genuine? And therefore the outcome has been genuine? That's one test I would like to place any amendment on the testing board. Second, I'd like to see if the economic intent and the economic outcome of any constitutional amendment has actually been bona fide and has the outcome helped the society at large. Third, I'd like to test it on the ground of process adopted for it, for the amendment itself. And fourth, the constitutional spirit behind such an amendment. Now, if an amendment can go through these kind of tests, we'll be able to see why India's constitution, going by the words of Dr. Ambedkar, if you had good people who are called to work on it, give good outcomes. If you have, I'm using Ambedkar's words, sir, bad people who are brought to work on it happen to give such outcomes which are discussed. So if I move to talking about those amendments which have gone through these 4 tests, we'll be able to see how the intent and the outcome are justifiable, and people in the history books do write about them. Sequentially, because it is the first ever amendment, I'd like to take about the first Constitutional Amendment Act of 1951. So it's been said, and Honorable Prime Minister, while talking in the Lok Sabha, also referred to the fact that there was an interim government in place between 1947, August 15th. The interim government was there before that as well. And it lasted till 17th April 1952, post which an elected government took over the charge. But during 1951, when the amendment for the first Constitutional Amendment Act was passed, it was an interim government and not elected government of India post 1947. Now, this was enacted, therefore, within a year of the commencement of the Constitution. It's worth remembering. In fact, on the issues related to the amendment, or which triggered the amendment itself, which is the freedom of speech and expression, the amendment added 3 more heads to Article 19(2), saying public order could be a cause to restrict freedom of speech, friendly relations with foreign states could be a cause to restrict freedom of speech, or incitement to an offense could also be a cause. These were the amendments brought in the first constitutional amendment. Sir, the Supreme Court of India, even in 1950, 1 year before this amendment, had passed 2 landmark judgments that paved the way for freedom of press under Article 19(1)(a). The Supreme Court had ruled in favor of the communist magazine Crossroads, and the RSS's organizational magazine Organizer. The Supreme Court had ruled in favor of them in 1950. Many high courts also upheld the freedom of expression of our citizens and ruled in their favor. But in response, the interim government thought that there was a need for a first constitutional amendment, and that was brought in by the INC, and it was essentially to curb the freedom. So India, a democratic country, which prides itself even today about freedom of expression, saw the first interim government coming up with a constitutional amendment which was to curb the freedom of speech of Indians. And that is within 1 year of adoption of the Constitution. So, let me say, sir, that is because the first Prime Minister of this country deplored press scrutiny of his government, even as he publicly praised freedom of the press. There was no doubt about it. And he had scrutinized the amending bill himself before approving its introduction in the Parliament. In the Parliament, sir, it didn't go through smoothly at all. The voices which spoke about it, and I will also refer some of the observations made by eminent members, vehemently who opposed it. Sri Shyama Prasad Mukherjee said, you can pass a law, I'm quoting, sir, you can pass a law and say that the entire task of framing, interpreting, and working the Constitution will be left in the hands of Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru, assisted by such people whom he may desire to consult. I would think it was a snide remark, saying, oh, you do it all yourself with the people who you choose to have, and not with the approval of the Parliament. That was the extent to which Pandit Shyama Prasad Mukherjee was upset about this amendment. Sir, he also said, you're treating this Constitution as a scrap of paper. You have declared preamble of your Constitution that you have done something unheard of in history, that within so short a period of attainment of freedom, you have trusted the people of this country to draft a Constitution. You have given a charter of rights to them. Now, Dr. Shyama Prasad Mukherjee says, now you come forward and stab them in the back. You're not working for the benefit of the present generation, but for party ends. But for party ends, unquote. Sir Sri Kameshwar Singh, a member of the Constituent Assembly, also had a lot of comments to pass, and he said, I quote, this Parliament, again, is a provisional one, and it cannot be said to be reflecting the will of the people in the way the Constitution wants Parliament to reflect it. For a government or a Parliament of this kind, it is highly improper to make such fundamental changes in the Constitution without making any reference to public opinion, and that too at the fag end of the strenuous parliamentary session and almost on the eve of a general election, unquote. So scathing remarks were made, and despite these remarks, Prime Minister Nehru went ahead with the amendment. Kameshwar Singh again goes about to say, do they not show, I quote, do they not show utter disregard for the Constitution when they attempt to amend it simply because some of the laws have been criticized and found invalid by the judiciary? Today we hear comments from the Indian National Congress about how the current government is questioning the judiciary. This comment coming from a member of the Constituent Assembly itself says, prior to the First Amendment to the Constitution, which curtailed freedom of expression. The Prime Minister, he furthers, the Prime Minister, I'm constrained to say, that is Sri Kameshwar Singh, the Prime Minister, I'm constrained to say, is creating a bad precedent by sowing the seed of executive despotism, and playing with the supremacy of the Constitution for party advantages, unquote. So there was no doubt this amendment was more raised for the sake of the party or the Prime Minister and the government's image, rather than assuring what the Constituent Assembly had suggested as the Constitution which was going to be adopted. An amendment bill was passed, the Press Objectionable Matter Act, on 23rd October 1951. We know, therefore, the amendment, the intent, the four tests that I was talking about: social impact and intent, economic impact and intent, the constitutional spirit, and the process adopted for the amendment, all of which are questionable, but nevertheless that amendment was undertaken, and we heard how that amendment till today affects the freedom of speech of this country. Now, it is not as if this 1951 amendment happened all in a sudden. Prior to the amendment and post the amendment, we've had recorded action taken by those government that day, that particular government, in curtailing the freedom of speech. So the act was just waiting to happen, because even before it they started it, and even after that they were continuing. What are the examples, sir? Majroor Sultanpuri and Balraj Sahani were both jailed in 1949 itself. For what mistakes, sir? During one of the meetings organized for the mill workers in 1949, Majroor Sultanpuri recited a poem that was written against Jawaharlal Nehru, and therefore he had to go to the jail. Sir, he refused to render an apology for the same and was jailed therefore in 1949 along with Balraj Sahni, eminent actor of those days. So that is the level of tolerance, and today we hold our constitution in our hand, go about it and say freedom of speech. There is sense of fear in the country. Majroor Sultanpuri didn't feel it, Balraj Sahni didn't feel it, but the history repeats when it comes to the Congress party. Sir, Congress's record of curtailing freedom of speech didn't confine it with these two people. Nehru, a political biography which was written by Michael Edwards, in 1975 was banned. They banned also a film called Kissa Kursi Ka in 19...
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news, is here.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of maximum city is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number one in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust.
New day, new show, a new experience. Start your day with the news, not views. We bring you stories that matter and impact your lives. News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai, to the seat of governance, Delhi, NDTV brings to you the best breakfast show. The breakfast show only on NDTV 24/7 every morning at 8 a.m. Mahakumbh, a festival of faith, the world's biggest spiritual festival, the divine dip at the spiritual Sangam, a sacred confluence of faith, culture and heritage. NDTV's mega coverage of the Mega Fest. NDTV at Mahakumbh 2025.
We are able to maintain the democratic fabric and the democratic system.
I want to do something that can make a difference.
लगातार जनता की आवाज को सरकार तक पहुंचाने का काम मैं करता हूं.
I was a student up until very recently. I really want to work and do something for my people because they have given me this opportunity. They have elected me.
सोचा नहीं था कि राज्य सभा सांसद बनूंगी.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the story.
Mrs. Indira Gandhi's case is being heard in the court, Allahabad High Court. But no, we are in a hurry. What if the court comes against me? So I come up with an amendment, 39th Constitutional Amendment Act, 1975. Again, valid retrospectively, which added Article 392A to the Constitution. What did it say? It said elections to the President, Vice President, Prime Minister and Lok Sabha Speaker cannot be challenged in any court in the country, and it can be done only before a parliamentary committee. Imagine the extent to which for a person to save her chair, इसीलिए किस्सा कुर्सी का was banned. कुर्सी बचाने के लिए कोर्ट का वर्डिक्ट आने से पहले ही हम जाकर के अमेंडमेंट करेंगे पार्लियामेंट में. यही है इनके इतने दूर तक जाने वाले विषय. कानून को दुरुपयोग करना, कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल अमेंडमेंट करवाना देश के हित में नहीं है. प्रोसेस सही नहीं होता, इससे आर्थिक सुधार कुछ होने वाले नहीं है या सामाजिक सुधार भी कुछ होने वाले नहीं है. व्यक्तिगत और परिवारवाद के लिए ही अमेंडमेंट हुआ है. सर, मैं दूसरी और एक उदाहरण देना चाहती हूं. एक और उदाहरण देना चाहती हूं जिससे सामाजिक सुधार के लिए अगर कोर्ट से एक ऑर्डर आता है उसको भी, क्योंकि हमारे राजनीति के लिए वो उचित नहीं है, इसीलिए सामाजिक न्याय दिलाने वाले कोर्ट के आदेश के खिलाफ आकर के अमेंडमेंट कानून को करते हो हाउस में. इससे बढ़िया उदाहरण नहीं मिलेगा सर शाहबानू बेगम केस में, जहां सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने उस महिला को न्याय दिलाने के लिए, एलिमनी देने के लिए, डाइवर्स के बाद जो पैसा मिलना चाहिए वो दिलाने के लिए कोर्ट से जो आदेश आए, द कांग्रेस पार्टी पास्ड द मुस्लिम विमेन प्रोटेक्शन ऑफ राइट्स ऑन डाइवर्स एक्ट 1986, which denied, it's very important, it denied Muslim women their right to alimony. सामाजिक न्याय, महिला के लिए न्याय मिलना नहीं चाहिए, चाहे वो कोर्ट में से आता है या कुछ और जगह से आता है, हम कानून से उनको नकार देंगे। महिला सम्मान नारी शक्ति बंधन अधिनियम ले आने वाले हमारे पार्टी इधर है, इस सदन में पहला कानून जो पास हुआ वो रिजर्वेशन फॉर विमेन सर, whereas the small benefit a widowed woman would have, a divorced Muslim woman would have got, was also defeated by this act. The constitutional amendment which the Congress party brought in 1986. So my test again, sir, neither samajik nyay, nor arthik nyay, nor the process, nor the constitutional spirit. Nothing of this was respected. And each time the Congress brazenly, only to help the family, the dynasty, kept amending the constitution, and this is how far they went, even if it affects any particular women who desperately needed the benefit. Sir, I'll come again to one more, the emergency, where that one important touchstone, the process, was completely violated. On 18th December 1976, the then President gave his assent to the Constitution 42nd Amendment Act. During the emergency, when the term of the Lok Sabha was extended without proper justification, they invoked the law to say Parliament has to be in session for 5 years, but we needed to have one extra year, so the act was extended. The Lok Sabha term was extended. And in that extended term, when the entire opposition was put to jail, there was nobody there, and entire opposition was in the jail. Then comes constitutional amendment, sir. The process, the touchstone that we need to have, is the process valid? That was a total invalidated process, and therefore I would think this is a blatant abuse which the country majorly agreed on. Sir, only 5 members opposed the bill in the Lok Sabha. There was none in the opposition in the Rajya Sabha to oppose it. Imagine, constitutional amendment being passed, entire opposition in the jail. In the Lok Sabha, only 5 people are there to oppose it, even some coming from their own party. And in the Rajya Sabha, no opposition. But constitutional amendment, changing the preamble itself happens. The alteration of the preamble to include socialist and secular highlights the disrespect and disregard the Congress has for constitutional processes, principles and institutions. Sir, the amendments were not about strengthening democracy, sir, but protecting those in power. Again, the process is used for strengthening the family. Sir, Baba Saheb Ambedkar had argued, and I quote, talking about whether the word secularism, talking about whether the word socialism should be included in the constitution. Baba Saheb Ambedkar argued, I quote, I do not see therefore why the constitution should tie down the people to live in a particular form and not leave it to the people themselves to decide it for themselves, unquote. And therefore, in the original constitution, the word socialism was not there, as much as the word secularism. So 21 MPs, all opposition, belonging to all opposition parties, were held in jail. Manya Advani ji, Manya Atal ji were all in jail under Preventive Detention Law, Maintenance of Internal Security Act 1971, the infamous MISA. And I know of political leaders who have chosen to have their children named after MISA to remember those black days. And now they wouldn't even mind having alliance with them. Sir, all these together turned the Constitution into a qualitatively different text from what it was originally as adopted in November 26. So I'll just like to come here for one observation. Opposition member, respected Jairam Rameshji, refers to the work of Granville Austin with a left-handed compliment saying, we read it, but does anyone in the ruling party read it, sir? And he says, masterly book. Yes, masterly book. He tells the full story of the amendment carried out till 1980. So I'm starting from 51, and I'm also going on that journey, talking about amendments, their purpose, their intent, their process. Now, since Jairam Ramesh has mentioned it, and there is some Granville Austin's line that I like to quote back to him. Sir, emergency, 42nd Amendment Act, the landmark Keshwananda Bharati case of 1973, the basic structure, doctrine, whole lot of things. In the words of that masterly Granville Austin, I quote, sir, the important constitutional development of the emergency, other than its very imposition, was the enactment of the 42nd Amendment. Austin says this. And he further says, coming in November 1976, the amendment demonstrates the progression of the Prime Minister, referring to Mrs. Indira Gandhi. I really quote again. Coming in November 76, the amendment demonstrates the progression of the Prime Minister and her government from having near absolute power without a coherent program, other than the protection of her prime ministry to power expressed through fundamental constitutional change. So, unquote. Exactly the point that I'm putting forth about emergency, the way in which 42nd Amendment passed through, how opposition leaders were all in the jail, not one person to oppose in the Rajya Sabha, in the Lok Sabha, just 5 of them speaking against it. When Granville Austin has said this, poor Jairam Ramesh did not mind quoting something else from Austin, but ignored this. Point proved.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
And here's the tweet of the day. Prime Minister Narayana Murthy says, today on Vijay Divas, we honor the courage and sacrifices of the brave soldiers who contributed to India's historic victory in 1971. Their selfless dedication and unwavering resolve safeguarded our territory.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of maximum city is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number one in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust.
New day, new show, a new experience. Start your day with the news, not views. We bring you stories that matter and impact your lives. News that informs and keeps you ahead.
From maximum city, Mumbai,
To the seat of governance, Delhi, NDTV brings to you the best breakfast show. The breakfast show only on NDTV 24/7 every morning at 8 a.m. Mahakumbh, a festival of faith, the world's biggest spiritual festival, the divine dip at the spiritual Sangam, a sacred confluence of faith, culture and heritage. NDTV's mega coverage of the Mega Fest. NDTV at Mahakumbh 2025.
We are able to maintain the democratic fabric and the democratic system.
I want to do something that can make a difference.
लगातार जनता की आवाज को सरकार तक पहुंचाने का काम मैं करता हूं.
I was a student up until very recently. I really want to work and do something for my people because they have given me this opportunity. They have elected me.
सोचा नहीं था कि राज्य सभा सांसद बनूंगी.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news is here.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of maximum city is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News
has brought in such thinking individual to say such harsh words. It needs retrospection. We should never repeat such, great follies, in which we took the Constitution for granted. People rejected such people, and lessons have to be learned. So, sir, I'd like to again say, when I soon would want to speak about what's the attitude of Congress today, I'd like to come to one line of an eminent person which was said during the 42nd Amendment debate. He was no less than later on Chief Minister, or prior to that also, and a minister. But as a Congress MP, Shri C.M. Stephen, an eminent congressman, eminent congressman. Yes. Yes. It might be useful to remember that also. I'll read the quote. It might be useful further. Sir C.M. Stephen, as a Congress MP at that time, says, during the debate of 42nd Amendment, which had so many implications. So it brings me the shivers to read this line, but I'm reading it because we should know how we speak. Quote, sir, I quote, "Now the power of this Parliament, through the 42nd Amendment that is declared to be out of bounds for any court." Shame. He says this. Now the power of this Parliament is declared to be out of bounds for any court. It is left to the courts whether they should defy it. He continues, "I do not know whether they will have the temerity to do that. But if they do, that will be a bad day for the judiciary. The committee of the House is sitting with regard to the inquiry into the conduct of judges. We have got our methods, our machinery." Unquote. Sir, imagine if today one of our MPs would say, anywhere, would say this and say the temerity of the judges, the courts, but no, what we hear from Congress today, oh, you are undermining institutions, you have no respect to the Constitution, you that, you this. Look at this one statement, sir. And during emergency, passing the 42nd Amendment, the attitude of Gamand, the Gamandiya Gadbadhan, even today, but then they spoke that, passing the 42nd Amendment. The people of India didn't forgive this, and that's why they lost miserably. When she conceded to change the amendment, na? Sir, all right, don't beg for concessions like that. All right. Sir, what is today's INC, sir? In the budget session 2022, मैं ये गमंड बदला नहीं है, कम नहीं हुआ, उसको साबित करना चाहती हूँ. Budget session 2022, sir. I'm not taking the name of the Congress leader who's not in this house, but I'm sure this statement will obviously ring a bell to everybody. The judiciary, I quote, "The judiciary, the election commission, Pegasus, these are all instruments of destroying the voice of the Union of States," unquote. You heard CM Stephen then? And you just see the statements which are coming. Committed judiciary is what they wanted. The contempt for the judiciary and the constitutional bodies is not new now. And that term was used by one eminent congressman. And that eminent congressman, I'll take his name, sir, because I have to quote him, Shri Mohan Kumar Mangala. He had said that the government will appoint chief justices based on the government's assessment of their philosophy and outlook, telling the Parliament in 1973, I quote, "Certainly, we as a government have a duty to take into consideration," I'm putting it in brackets, "certainly, we as a government have a duty to take the philosophy, the outlook of the judge in coming to the conclusion whether he should or should not lead the Supreme Court at this time." I repeat this quote, sir. "Certainly, we as a government have a duty to take the philosophy and the outlook of the judge in coming to the conclusion whether he should or should not lead the Supreme Court at this time," unquote. After that judgment on Keshwanand Bharati case, sir, you're an eminent senior who became a senior advocate at a very young age, and I stand before you talking small things about judiciary. Pardon me if I have any, oversight which has not worked well. A day after the historic judgment in April 25, 1973, in the Keshwanand Bharati case, in which the majority declared that the Parliament cannot alter or abridge the basic structure of the Constitution, Srimati Indira Gandhi was furious with the judgment because it constricted the party's plan to bring in major amendments. So the three judges, this is what I want to highlight, committed judiciary. If they are not there, we'll do what we want. So the three judges were accorded swift punishment via suppression on April 26, and Justice A.N. Ray, who did not subscribe to the majority decision, was elevated. After Ray retired in 77, again, Srimati Indira Gandhi government gave supersession, superseded the senior most candidate, Justice Hansraj Khanna, to appoint Justice Mirza Hamidullah Beg as the Chief Justice. So it is really sad that the test that I'm putting each one of these amendments, whether they was in line with the constitutional spirit, whether it was the process was followed, whether the large economic good was considered or social good was considered as an objective, none of them meet that. The OBC Commission is something which I want to in contrast mention. How our intent, Prime Minister Modi was clear. The OBC Commission will have to be set up, and constitutional amendments have to empower communities and not put them at a disadvantage. But therefore, the 102nd Constitutional Amendment Act was brought in 2018 and inserted Article 338B. But what's the contrast, sir, with the Congress? In 1950, Kaka Kalekar Commission was formed, but Congress prevented its report from being published. Dr. Ambedkar was of the view that Pandit Nehru was not concerned about the welfare, was not concerned enough about the welfare of the SCs. I quote Baba Saheb Ambedkar, "From the very first election, we have been fighting against the Congress because it is unnecessarily interfering with our rights." Just see the leader of the Congress party, Pandit Nehru. He has delivered 2,000 speeches during the last 20 years, but he has never spoken about the welfare of scheduled castes even once. This is Baba Saheb Ambedkar's words. So from this, he further says, from this you can judge what sympathy the Congress party can have for our people when its leader is so much adamant. Unquote. Sir, this is said several times, but it's worth saying now. Congress did not even allow Baba Saheb's photo to be installed in the central hall of the old Parliament House for decades. He was, of course, denied Bharat Ratna. Similarly, the Mandal Commission was created to provide reservation for backward classes. But Mrs. Indira Gandhi or even Sri Rajiv Gandhi opposed it, delaying 27% reservation for the OBCs in central institutions. So we are the ones who brought it in, not the Congress. One more interest. One more instance of how the GST, which was again a constitutional amendment which has to be brought in. Sir, GST related constitutional provisions has never been encouraged prior to its bringing by Prime Minister Modi in 2017. Sir, this started very quickly to trace the timeline, sir. Shri Atal Bihari Vajpayee was the first to suggest during the NDA rule in 2000 to get going with the GST. However, the sincere efforts that he made could not realize or could not see the light of the day. And the 10 years after his tenure, led by the UPA, did not much do to get it on board. Sir, within 2 years after the introduction in the Parliament of the GST related 101st Constitutional Amendment Act was passed and ratified by more than 50 states with effect from 8th September 2016. Just the data will tell you, sir, where the Congress party was. Despite being a coalition comprising of 26 parties, the UPA could not manage to get this GST. Even Congress-ruled states were opposed for the GST to be brought in.
That's a lie.
2012. I'll say that as well. I'll say that as well. That will also be said. 3 BJP-ruled states. 3 BJP-ruled states also opposed. I don't hide facts. 3 BJP-ruled states also opposed, including Gujarat. I'm saying that. Sir, I'm saying it, sir. I'm saying it myself that Gujarat opposed it. I'm saying it myself. अरे नंबूत्री बात गवर्नमेंट को सेव नहीं कर पाया कांग्रेस से, आप क्या खड़े हो रहे हो? कम्युनिस्ट है, बैठ जाओ. Sir, 3 non-BJP ruled states, sir. So I don't. 3 non-BJP ruled states. I said about Gujarat, now I'm saying non-BJP ruled states, including Congress-ruled Maharashtra, opposed provisions of the UPA's GST. So if they want to first shout about Gujarat, I'm saying it myself. But please do shout about Maharashtra as well. No, they want to pretend they were all ready. They were not ready. Sir, Congress-led ruling UDF government. All right? In Kerala, voiced severe concerns. Okay, sir, left front opposes, UDF opposes, Congress is part of the UDF, but no, they will never say that. One Gujarat is what they want to say. And I'll tell you why Gujarat had to oppose also. So, they could not bring the GST amendment. When we bring it, this is how they would like to shout about it. But I'm sorry. I'm not lying, sir. I'm sorry. I will have to demand a written apology from Shri Jairam Ramesh for accusing me of lying, which I never do. And whether it is parliamentary or unparliamentary, first of all, sir, the chair, I trust you will take care of that. But accusing me of lying is now very clear, runs in the Congress blood. Somebody had to go to the court to say sorry. When I was the defense minister, not only did they call Prime Minister Modi as a chore, but they kept calling me that I'm lying. And who had to go and apologize in the court? And now, I wouldn't mind seeing another member going and apologizing in the court, although the word said in the parliament is never taken to the court. Sir, all MPs in the House, when the GST was brought in, and this is also something which the Congress will have to gulp if they can, all MPs present in the House, including those of the Congress, had voted for the GST constitutional amendment, which was brought in by Prime Minister Modi. In fact, I wouldn't mind if Jairam Ramesh once again calls me that I'm lying, but records of the Parliament will say it. Jairam Ramesh wanted to move some amendments, but Dr. Manmohan Singh personally asked him not to do so because of the fine consensus that has been arrived in the GST Council. Yes. Sir, I don't lie, records don't lie. Don't jump in a hurry to accuse me that I'm lying. Sir?
Honorable Minister, Honorable Minister, Honorable Minister, it's a fair comment by Jairam Ramesh. You need to authenticate it. Yes, yes. And during the course of the day, when I watched the Lok Sabha debates, I frequently came across, please authenticate. It is started in this house. Honorable Minister.
Thank you, sir. I will authenticate. And despite the support given by the Congress in passing the amendment, GST constitutional amendment, you have the Congress leader, again not taking name, goes about calling the GST a Gabbar Singh tax. Sir, and therefore, about amendments, I have said some words. Now I just want to highlight...
Minister, but if some Gabbar Singh comes and files a suit then?
Sir?
If some Gabbar Singh in the country comes forward,
oh yes,
that I have been defamed then?
That's right, sir. And the problem, sir, when GST matters come, I will sometime again speak as much as I've done it earlier. Yeah. Congress ministers are sitting and arguing about rates, sir, that they will not know. The GST Council, Congress finance ministers are also sitting and talking about it. So we are marking the Constitution 75th year. I want to just remind again something very, very quickly, sir. When 75 years of Indian independence was marked in 2022, Prime Minister Modi had celebrated it in the name of Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav. Throughout the country, every state government participated. Every state government also picked up all the freedom fighters, known, unknown, all of them were celebrated, and there was a lot of discussion all over the country. And recently, sir, Prime Minister also spoke about the 11 oaths that we need to take in the Lok Sabha when he spoke. And in 2022, from the Red Fort, he had announced how Panch Pran, meaning we need to get out of that Gulami Mansikta. We have to get over that and look forward to building this country and taking it forward and so on. But 75 years of Indian independence, Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav, 75 years of the Constitution, we are having these wonderful debates in the two houses. Every 25 or 50 years are celebrated, sir. I'd like to remind as to what was the celebration when in 25 years of Indian independence, what did we do? So I'm contrasting this. When the completion of the 25 years happened in 1973, sir, when in 1973, how was it celebrated, sir, 25 years of independence? There was a time capsule. A time capsule was interned, a Kal Patra was interned in the Red Fort. And at that time, the people were told, this time capsule will be seen only after 5,000 years. And in that time capsule, the journey of India, free India, was all being written, and actually it was kept as a top secret. Nobody knew anything as to what was inside the time capsule. A professor of history was employed to write this India since 1947, marking the 25th anniversary. But it was kept a secret. Sir, questions were asked in the Parliament. What exactly is in the time capsule marking 25 years of India's independence? What actually went into that interned? It was a steel and copper made vacuum-filled case into which the document was interned, and then it was put into the Red Fort. That one, sir, was kept a secret. When asked in the Parliament, the then Education Minister apparently said, and I'm reading from the book published by an eminent parliamentarian, Ira Sejian. He puts in his book as to what was the reply given by the Education Minister then. And I quote, before that, the Education Minister expressed his inability to disclose the said document. What's the document which is in it? No, I can't disclose. And what did he say? I quote, within the limitations of its compass, it was designed to preserve an authentic record of our time for posterity. Having regard to this concept, the question of contemporaneous publications or laying the text of the document on the table of the House does not arise, unquote. The Education Minister, while he put the time capsule to be preserved for 5,000 years, does not allow the Parliament to know what was inside it. That is 1973, 2 years before the emergency was brought. This kind of an operation in stealth happened, marking 25 years of India's independence, and the Parliament should not be informed. That was the line the Education Minister gives. Even worse, sir, I just want to highlight what was said about Sri Atal Bihari Vajpayee in that capsule content. I like to say, and I quote from the book, sir, the BJP of Atal Bihari Vajpayee is described as, says the author, and I quote, Jan Sangh People's Party is a militant orthodox Hindu party opposing the concept of secular state, unquote. This is what is being said about Atal Bihari Vajpayee in the capsule, about which they don't say in the House. They didn't say it in the House. Even worse, sir, if that is the record for first 25 years of independent India, which has to be preserved for 5,000 years, look at what has been said. C. Rajagopalachari, there was no reference. There was no reference to C. Rajagopalachari, the first Governor General of this country. To the President of India, Dr. Rajendra Prasad, had no mention in that content. Dr. Radhakrishnan, Zakir Hussain, and to the Prime Minister Lal Bahadur Shastri, who though short in physical stature was tall in political stature, who went all the way to Tashkent as a pilgrim of peace to establish harmony in this part of the world. Don't you think, this author who's a parliamentarian asks, don't you think that such names deserve to be inscribed in the historical document of our country during the period of the first quarter century of Indian independence, unquote. So that's the level of secrecy about even members of parliament, about eminent leaders of different political parties, and sly comments were all packed up in that. Later, it was all removed. So that is the nature of Congress party, sir. I want to highlight that fact. Sir, the names missed out is something which shocks the country, but that was the level to which the party went in the arrogance with which they were trying to rule. So the Constitution and the misuse is what I'm talking about here. Sir, one more thing, again, on the economic impact of such amendments which they bring in. It's a test for every one of us, whether it is one amendment today or another amendment tomorrow. Does it have an economic intent for the larger economic good, social intent, process, constitutional spirit? Let's see, let's test each one of our acts, the amendments that we bring in, and then decide whether what we are doing is right. Sir, the Soviet model, which the Congress party copied under Prime Minister Nehru, continued with Indira Gandhi, was a model which did not do any good to this country, sir. C. Rajagopalachari, the socialism, that socialism was refashioned as Mahal Nobis model, the central command and control structure, the license, quota, Raj, were all part of this. And in that, C. Rajagopalachari writes, sir, to the Prime Minister. He says, in an open letter, he says, Nehru came to Madras on Tuesday with all the paraphernalia of Prime Minister of India and attempted to, in a speech, talk about Rajagopalachari and his principles. But here, in Swarajya magazine, he publishes it in 1962, February 17, and I quote from that article. I want an India clear of the atmosphere of fear in which it is now enveloped, 62, where honest men engaged in difficult tasks of production or trade can carry on their occupation without fear of ruin at the hands of officials, ministers, and party bosses. He says that, I want an India where talent and energy can find scope for play without having to cringe and obtain special individual permission from officials and ministers, and where their efforts will be judged by the open market of India. And so on. He goes on, sir. I want the corruption of this permit license Raj to go. He says that. So a member who was part of the Congress party himself writes to Pandit Nehru saying this cannot go on, your socialism is ruining this country, the license permit Raj could not continue because you are leading to corruption. Sir, periodically Congress questions, hey, BJP, RSS, Jansan, what was your role during the freedom movement? We all know it and we've said it, but I want to ask the Congress, what is your role in the Arctic, India's economic freedom? What is India's economic growth? What is your effort in building economic strength of India? No wonder when we in 21 in our budget, if that is not true, sir, why in 1980 onwards the Congress party itself wants to dump license quota Raj, 91 they want to reform and then take the claim for it saying we are the ones we reformed. You didn't have to reform if it was so good. It was damaging the Indian economy and socialism was therefore brought into the Constitution's preamble through the 42nd Act only to Amendment Act, only to prove that they are doing right thing. Although that was not needed at all because the directive principle of state policy has enough and more. And that is where I want to bring this one particular important observation, sir. The Nehru Development Model written by Arvind Panagaria. Latest book. This will tell you, sir, from an academic perspective also, how the socialism, the control Raj, the license quota Raj of the Congress's 50 years of rule ruined our economy. Though the country did come to terms with its mistake and changed course in 1991, by then it had lost 4 precious decades. Moreover, the history built over these decades continued to haunt its development efforts even after the change of course. For one thing, the base income remained low. Given that the opportunity to grow rapidly had been missed in early decades. Therefore, even an acceleration in growth to 7 to 8% range on a sustained basis could not deliver genuine prosperity for another few decades. Moreover, 4 decades of patronage of socialist ideas and policies came to hardwire Indian politicians, bureaucrats, intellectuals, and even business people in ways that made a swift march to a market economy politically challenging. That's the reality of the policy of the Congress party, which they themselves came, we've reformed the country. They baggaged the country in 50 years, and later they wanted to claim that they are reforming and bringing prosperity to this country, which is not true. So therefore, sir, when Prime Minister Modi gives a call that Arctic, first of all, sir, with all this socialism, 42nd Amendment to changing the preamble, the much promised Garibi Hatao has not delivered by them. If it's not been delivered by them, what did that socialism do to us? So when Prime Minister Modi says Vikasit Bharat 2047, we all should have to work together to make sure that that is done with all of our responsibilities intact and such changes to the Constitution which they brought, which has only brought in decay for the Indian economy. I will not get into the details. Another paper from 2009, sir. Cato Institute Center for Global Liberty and Prosperity.
What are we discussing?
Yeah, we are discussing the Constitution and the mistakes done by the Congress party, as a result of which the Indian economy is suffering, sir. Socialism kills. The human cost of delayed economic reform in India, sir. I'll authenticate this and give it to you to show how Congress party's attempts have only weakened the Indian economy. Sir, We changed that by clearly saying that the budget will now very clearly focus on the Indian economy, and as a result of which we will see a lot of economic growth. I'm not getting into the detail of the budget speech 2021, sir, paragraph 86. Those interested can see the thing. Sir, I'll come to this point about the Constituent Assembly, financial inclusion, economic justice. That is why I argued first, saying this declaration in the preamble, bringing socialism, was not warranted at all. There's enough and more said in the directive principle of states policy. Directive principle of state policy is adequate for us to do all the social, economic justice related activity. But no, the Congress party was doing it for their political agenda rather than for the larger good. Sir, I like to say, sir, Ambedkar, sir, Dr. Ambedkar says on 19th November 1948, our objective in framing the Constitution is really twofold. Ambedkar says, sir, to lay down the form of political democracy, to lay down that our ideal is economic democracy, and also to prescribe that every government, whatever is in power, shall strive to bring about economic democracy. And a very clear, the directive principle, Dr. Ambedkar says this, the directive principles have a great value, for they lay down that our ideal is economic democracy, unquote. And this is exactly what Prime Minister Modi is doing. 54 crore citizens who once had no means are now being given extraordinary connection to banking. The Jan Dhan Yojana, principles guiding our democracy, equity, justice and opportunity. 50 crore mudra loans, 50 crore mudra loan accounts have created the pathway for micro entrepreneurs, street vendors and so on. Sir, Article 38 of the directive principle says, the state shall strive to promote the welfare of the people by securing and protecting social order, by ensuring socio-economic political justice, and by minimizing inequalities in income, status, facilities, and opportunities. Article 39 also says very similar about adequate means of livelihood and ownership control. Article 46 about scheduled caste and scheduled tribes. So I just want to highlight how, because of the specific actions taken by our government, you find 1969, I go back, sir, for a minute, Mrs. Indira Gandhi on the bank nationalization said, the political situation in our country demands, quote, that banking facilities should be extended in an increasing measure to backward areas, to agriculture, to small-scale industry, and so on. And perhaps banking operations should be informed by a larger social purpose, unquote. But in spite of introducing socialism into the preamble, they did not achieve any of what Mrs. Indira Gandhi justified for bringing nationalization of the banks. They paid only lip service, sir. By 2011, census data reveals that less than 60% of Indian households had access to banking service. Bank accounts, sir, zero balance accounts were only 10.3 crores. By contrast, sir, 54 crore Jan Dhan accounts have been opened since 2014. 56% of the accounts belong to women. Similarly, pensions, insurance, and so on, sir. PM Mudra, 50 crore sanctioned accounts, 68% are women. Stand Up India, 1 crore SC/ST women borrowers, 30,000 crore has been distributed, 2.5 lakh people, of whom 76% of women are benefiting. PM Swanidhi, sir, 50,000 rupees loan is given to 67 lakh street vendors, of whom 45% are women, 42% are OBCs, and so on. Sir, We repeatedly in Lok Sabha and here spoke about how former Prime Minister said, if I send 1 rupee down, only 15 paisa reaches. By bringing in technology and using DBT, Prime Minister Modi made sure that accounts will receive, the beneficiaries will receive their money directly into their account. 1 rupee means 1 rupee will reach them, and this has helped save 3.48 lakh crores of taxpayers' money. These are very important to say that directive principle of state policy, which has even more things for all of us to do, can bring in poverty alleviation, but not the Nara Garibi Hatao, which delivered nothing on poverty. So lastly, I'll pay my respects to the women who were part of the constitution makers. As I said, 15 out of 385 members were women. I would think you will indulge me when I read the names of these 50 women. Ammu Swaminathan, Annie Mascarenes, Dakshayani Velayudan, Begum Aizaz Razul, Durgabai Deshmukh, Hansa Jivraj Mehta, Kamla Chaudhary, Leela Roy, Malti Chaudhary, Purnima Banerjee, Rajkumari Amrit Kaur, Renuka Ray, Sarojini Naidu, Sucheta Kriplani, and Vijayalakshmi Pandit were the prominent women who were part of the Constituent Assembly, sir. The contribution of these women in the constitution making is immense. I know after that, Pandit Vijayalakshmi Pandit scaled heights in diplomacy. Rajkumari Amit Kaur became the first woman to be a Union Cabinet Minister. Durgabai Deshmukh was the founding member of the Planning Commission. Annie Mascarenes and Renuka Ray served as ministers in their respective state governments. Sarojini Naidu and Sucheta Kriplani went on to become first female governor and chief minister respectively. So I also appreciate the immense role played by the All India Women's Congress, who have done extremely good work, Women's Conference, All India Women's Conference. And these women were all celebrated during Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav, which we celebrated from 2022. The last observation I'd like to make, sir, it is very interesting that in this House, the first act that we passed is the reservation for women, which was the new act passed in the new parliament. I'd like to reiterate that Bharatiya Janata Party, my party, has always been committed for women and women's participation in politics. Even as early as 1994, in Vadodara National Convention, the BJP very clearly passed that seats must be reserved for women in both parliament and state assemblies. In 1994, sir. Then in 1998, BJP reiterated its commitment for women reservation by introducing it in the Lok Sabha. July 2003, BJP in its national executive in Jaipur also passed a resolution to give reservation. 2007, BJP National Executive approved 33% reservation for women. 2008 again, BJP amended its constitution so that its own office bearers will have 33% reservation for women, and I'm glad to say that I'm one of the beneficiaries of that reservation. And BJP has consistently supported women's reservation. In Rajya Sabha 2010, sir, I remember late Shri Arun Jaitley supported passionately to pass that, and in Rajya Sabha it was passed. But curiously, why that didn't go to the Lok Sabha, no one knows. And in the Lok Sabha, I think it was for reasons better known, but what was said in the public was some of the alliance partners were not favoring, and therefore the Indian National Congress did not have the courage to take it into the Lok Sabha at that time. BJP's Sankalp Patra of 2014 supported women's reservation. And again, Sankalp Patra before the 2019 election also very clearly supported. But I want to highlight the fact, sir, that in 84-89, Shri Rajiv Gandhi had 426 members in the Lok Sabha and 159 members in the Rajya Sabha. They did not have the conviction to pass the women's reservation bill at that time. Very clearly, they have been anti-women always. Shah Banu case is a very clear example. Sir, I would highlight the fact that although the credit is being taken for the Panchayat Reservation Act by Sri Rahul Gandhi and the dynasty, it was not him. It was P.V. Narasimha Rao who brought it and passed it on. But even then, it was only a lip service because no financial powers were given. Now, Honorable H.D. Deve Gowda ji, who former Prime Minister, is not here, but in 1996, there was during his time, the reservation bill was brought in. Nothing was supported by Congress at that time. Atal Bihari Vajpayee ji in 98, in 99, in 2002, 2003 brought it. No, the Congress wouldn't support. But the Congress's memory is very weak that they didn't support any of the bill all the time, whether it was Deve Gowda ji or whether it was Atal Bihari Vajpayee ji. And then in 2008, even Dr. Manmohan Singh faltered. They managed to pass it in Rajya Sabha, which I said a minute ago, but did not go to the Lok Sabha for fear of their alliance partners threatening to walk out of the alliance, and they didn't want to lose power, but they wanted to save their kursi only, and therefore did not do justice to the women. Whereas Prime Minister Modi and BJP, from the beginning, stood by women, made the first change in the party, and brought the reservation bill here. And therefore, if anybody is committed to the Constitution, it is BJP, Prime Minister Modi and this government. And therefore, people who are walking with the book in their hand, Constitution, sometimes not knowing that inside there are Kora Kagas, nothing printed. They're not even opening it to see whether it is there. But they're walking around with this book, should know that they are the ones who repeatedly have failed the cause of the Constitution of India. Thank you very much.
Honorable members, to accommodate
New day, new show, a new experience. Start your day with the news, not views. We bring you stories that matter and impact your lives. News that informs and keeps you ahead.
From maximum city, Mumbai,
to the seat of governance, Delhi, NDTV brings to you the best breakfast show. The breakfast show only on NDTV 24x7 every morning at 8 a.m. Mahakumbh, a festival of faith. The world's biggest spiritual festival. The divine dip at the spiritual Sangam. A sacred confluence of faith, culture and heritage. NDTV's mega coverage of the Mega Fest. NDTV at Mahakumbh 2025.
We are able to maintain the democratic fabric and the democratic system.
I want to do something that can make a difference.
लगातार जनता की आवाज को सरकार तक पहुंचाने का काम मैं करता हूं.
I was a student up until very recently. I really want to work and do something for my people because they have given me this opportunity. They have elected me.
ये सोचा नहीं था कि राज्यसभा सांसद बनूंगी.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news is here.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Max.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro. World's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
जवाहरलाल नेहरू यूनिवर्सिटी में पढ़े हैं, निश्चित है कि उनकी अंग्रेजी भी अच्छी हो सकती है, उनकी हिंदी भी अच्छी हो सकती है और सभी कुछ अच्छा हो सकता है, लेकिन उनके करतूत क्या है अच्छे नहीं। सर, मैं आपसे ये कि यहाँ है क्या तो रहेंगे, वो बाद में जवाब देंगे। सर, एक आपको शायरी सुनाना चाहता हूँ अहमद फराज की मत कत्ल करो आवाज है उसका नाम। तुम अपने अंकितों के नेज़े हर दिल में उतार जाते हो, हर दिल में उतारे जाते हो। हम लोग मोहब्बत वाले हैं, तुम खंजर क्यों लहराते हो। हम लोग मोहब्बत वाले हैं, तुम खंजर क्यों लहराते हो। इस शहर में नगमे बहने दो, बस्ती में हमें भी रहने दो। हम पालनहार है फूलों के, हम पालनहार है फूलों के, हम खुशबू के रखवाले हैं। तुम किसका लहू पीने आए, तुम किसका लहू पीने आए, हम प्यार सिखाने वाले हैं। इस शहर में फिर क्या देखोगे, इस शहर में फिर क्या देखोगे, जब हर यहाँ मर जाएगा, जब तेग पे लय कट जाएगी, जब शेर सफर कर जाएगा, जब कत्ल हुआ सूर साजों का, जब काल पड़ा आवाजों का, जब शहर खंडर बन जाएगा, जब शहर खंडर बन जाएगा, फिर किस पर संग उठाओगे, संग यानी पत्थर, फिर किस पर संग उठाओगे। अपने चेहरे आईनों में जब देखोगे डर जाओगे। तो मैं ये इसलिए कह रहा हूँ, आज की स्थिति, आज की परिस्थिति जो है, हमको बताना पड़ता है कि कैसा इस संविधान के तहत हुकूमत चलाने वाले लोग कोट कोट करके आगे का, पीछे का, बीच में का सब बोलते रहते हैं। तो उन्होंने बहुत आपत्ति उठाई सोशलिज्म पे। मैं यहाँ से शुरू करूँगा कि ये जो है संविधान में जो प्रियम्बल में लिखा है और जिन लोगों ने कॉन्स्टिट्यूएंट असेंबली में लिखा है और इसको सर्वसम्मति से जो पास हुआ है, उस पर भी आपत्ति जता रहे हैं। तो आप ही सोचिए, ये कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन के फेवर में है क्या अगेंस्ट में है। मैं देखूं, अब उनको मालूम है, वी द पीपल ऑफ इंडिया हैविंग solemnly resolved to constitute India into a sovereign, socialist, secular, democratic republic, and to secure all citizens justice, social, economic, and political liberty of thought, expression, belief, faith, and worship, equality of status and of opportunity, and to promote among them all fraternity, assuring the dignity of the individual and the unity of integrity of the nation. सर, ये तो संविधान में नवंबर 26th day of November 1949 में ये हमने स्वीकार किया है। जब हमने ये स्वीकार किया है, इसके तहत हमको चलना चाहिए, हमको इम्प्लीमेंट करना चाहिए। सिर्फ एक दूसरे के खामियां निकाल के अगर आप बोलते जाएंगे तो तुमने 5000 सालों में कैसी तकलीफ हम लोगों को दी है, मुझे भी ये बोलना पड़ता है। मैं लाया हूं, आपकी मंशा क्या थी? ये संविधान जो बने वो मनुस्मृति के तहत बने, मनुस्मृति के जो कानून होते हैं, कानून होते हैं वो जो बनाए हैं, तो उसके तहत करना चाहिए था। ये जनसंघ की मंशा थी, ये आरएसएस की मंशा थी, ये आपकी मंशा थी। और आप सोशलिज्म की बात करते हो। अरे जो लोग इनइक्वालिटी पे फेथ है आपका, ये पढ़ो, ये आपका भी, मैं तो पढ़ के आपको लिखा हूं इसमें, नहीं पढ़े बोल के आप मैं समझना। जो हम ये पत्ते लगाया हूं वो एक एक अगर पेज पढ़ेंगे तो आपके रोंगटे उठ जाएंगे। अगर आपके पास कुछ अरे एड्रेस उनको अच्छा, उनको ये आपको देखना भी अच्छा नहीं लगता। चलो तो सर ये क्या लिखा है, मैं आपको ये प्रेजेंट कीजिए। और ऐसे लोग जो लोग झंडे से नफरत करते हैं, जो लोग हमारे अशोक चक्र से नफरत करते हैं, जो लोग संविधान से नफरत करते हैं, और ये लोग आज हमको पाठ पढ़ा रहे हैं। ये क्या है? अरे आपने तो साहब ये संविधान जब बना, आपने जब ये संविधान बनी सर, उस वक्त संविधान को जलाने वाले लोग लालमय, ये जो रामलीला मैदान में बाबा साहब अंबेडकर और जवाहरलाल नेहरू जी का और महात्मा गांधी जी का पुतला वहां पर रख के इन्होंने जलाए उस दिन, जिस दिन इम्प्लीमेंट हुआ। और अरे चुप बैठो, हो ना, बैठो। हाँ, जलाए सो लोग, हमको संविधान कैसा बचाया और क्या किया? नेहरू जी को गालियां, इंदिरा जी को गालियां, और कहां तक गांधी पूरी फैमिली को गालियां। शर्म आना चाहिए।